Alrighty. Let me make sure I have my own audio. Yep, we do. We do have audio. What's good, everyone? Joining up the stream right now. How's everybody doing today? Do give it a second for people to join up. It normally takes a few minutes for people to get in here. Let me let people know that I'm live. Let me let people know that I'm live. I'm live. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining in the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? Hopefully everyone is having a good day so far. What's up, everyone joining in? Hopefully everyone is having a good day so far. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up? How's everybody doing this lovely morning? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Emma? What's up, Signal? How you doing? What's up, Mila? What's up, Grace? What's up, Vivian? How you doing? Layla, Charles, what's up? Megan, how you doing? Morg, what's up? Super Ben, what's up? Jess, how you doing? Jess, always good to see you. Sarah, what's up? Shariah, thank you so much. Or thank you. What's up? I meant to say what's up. Why did I say thank you? That was a weird little bit of a brain fog right there. Do give it a second. I'm choosing to believe he was saying hi to me. Well, I am saying hi to you now. What's up, Megan? What's up, everyone joining? What's up, Blair? How you doing? What's up, Monica? What's good, everyone joining in? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. I appreciate that. You're amazing. Thank you. Meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We just started up the stream right now, everybody. We're going to be going on for around 4 hours today. Good to see everyone in the live. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. We're going to start getting some more people up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
My birthday is 2000. Fuck.
Yo, sure. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the money gun. Thank you. Louise, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
I didn't mean to join, actually.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
18.
What's your birth year?
Hello?
Do you support Donald Trump?
2006.
Oh, I'm lagging now.
Yes, I do.
Wait, do I have an unstable internet connection? What's going on? Am I lagging right now? How's everyone doing? Is everyone doing? Am I good now? Let me make sure. Is it fine now? Good on my end? Okay. It seems fine. Looks like it was just like a temporary thing, I guess. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
September 5th, 1994.
For sure. And you said you're how old again, sorry?
31.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
D. Trump.
Trump? Why so?
I really like how, he takes our partnership with Israel very seriously, because I believe that, having ties in the Middle East is very important, because we have no actual real allies we could trust over there. So I think the way he's handling the situation over there is, I think it's absolutely correct. Um, so that's a big reason why I support Donald Trump.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong for Israel to mass starve Palestinians? Do you think that's wrong?
I feel like the news exaggerates, and I
Also,
kind
is
of
there a way you can
feel.
get out of the wind as well?
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, and there was no exaggeration. It's a reality.
So you're telling me you're one of those people that thinks it's a genocide?
Absolutely. If anything, it's under exaggerated because it is the case that what you're not taking into account is the amount of people that have not been authorized to actually have died, specifically because it is the case that they're under the rubble, because Israel has literally absolutely blown up most of the Gaza Strip, right? And is actively trying to take over, right? Even further than they already have in terms of occupation.
So why, like why, like, so do you believe that they have like a right to their own land, or do you think that that's like a military concern?
Do they have a right to their own land?
Yeah,
Yes,
because I don't
Palestinians have
think.
a right to their land. And also, again, how is that? Can you acknowledge that like Israel's committing a genocide? Can you acknowledge that Israel's mass starving Palestinians?
So let me tell you this. I'll tell you that I don't agree with the way they're handling things, but I do feel like they're in between a rock and a hard place because you're dealing with, I don't know what how do you guys, I don't want to say the word, but they're dealing with, T word. And, and I think that's a huge concern for them. And, they're using human shields, and that's why there's a lot of civilian
Okay, I have a
casualties.
question. I have a question. A person in the United States, right, grabs a child, right, and is using them as a human shield. Let's say that this is true, right? Do you just like bomb the school that they're in? They took them as human shields, like children as human shields, like a school on a liver. Do you bomb the school?
Yeah, see, that's why I say I don't agree with everything that they're doing. I don't, but that's what I said that
Well, hold up. I'm
before.
just saying, like, don't you work around that?
Yeah, yeah, I do agree
Okay,
with
so then
that.
why is that a justification for mass slaughtering innocent Palestinian civilians?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There's not too much I could say to that, but they're like I said, they're dealing with T words, and when you're dealing with that, I feel like a lot of rules get thrown out of the window.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean that, like, we're talking about innocent Palestinian civilians? We're talking about Israel mass starving people, like not allowing enough food, right, and specifically nutrients to get into the area to ensure that the population is like fed. You understand that, right?
Yeah, no, I do. So let me ask you this. So how do you go about giving them their own land? How do you trust them with their own military and you know and their own airstrips and all that stuff?
That's are you going to acknowledge any of the bad actions of Israel, and then we can talk about what the building of a new state would be like, right? In terms
Yeah, I
of
said no. I said I don't agree with everything the way they're handling things. I said that.
okay, so then you agree that they're committing a genocide, right?
I I don't know. I wouldn't go as far as to say it's a genocide.
Okay, why not? Because we can look at specifically genocide scholars indicating that it's a genocide.
I feel like if you compare it to other times in history with genocides, the amount of people that died was like almost it was a lot more than what people have died over
So are
there.
you at what arbitrary level of people who die would you then say it's a genocide?
I'd say I'd say more than 10% of the population.
Okay, so it has to be related to the percentage of a population.
I mean, yeah, that's genocide is like a mass slaughtering.
Okay. So I don't think that it would just be categorized based upon 10% because we could categorize literally in this country tens of millions of people to be killed without considering it genocide then in this country. Someone could come into our country and kill tens of millions of people, and under your view, because they didn't hit that 10% arbitrary threshold, you don't consider it genocide. That's absurd.
Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying. That is actually absurd. You're right. I actually recant that statement. You know what, man? Let me do this, man. Let me do some more research. I think I have a lot more research to do before I come debate somebody like you. So I appreciate your time, though.
Sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, man.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
How old?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005, October 27. I'm turning
For
20.
sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
If I can go back in time,
Yeah.
let me think. Donald Trump,
Okay, why so?
because Donald Trump has more experience as a president, doesn't he? Than Kamala Harris.
Kamala?
Yeah.
So who would you have preferred in the 2016 election, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? Who would you prefer, Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Joe Biden. Now, would you like to answer my question?
Who would I prefer, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
Yeah.
I don't really know too much about Hillary, to be honest with you.
Well, she was significantly more qualified, right? She had actual experience in terms of working with the government. Donald Trump had no experience working with the government. Who was a better candidate?
What does she want to do as president, though?
Wait, can you answer this question?
I can't if I don't know what she wanted to do and what he wanted to do, because I was like 12 back then, bro. I don't know.
So it's
what they
based
was gonna do
on
back then.
based on what they want to do. It's not based upon whether or not they've served as president before.
No, I'm not saying that. The thing I'm trying to say is he has more. Well, how long was she president for?
What?
She was president how many times before that? She was president before?
No, it's not that she was president before. It's that she worked in the context of the government. She worked in the government for like in top positions, like Secretary of State, specifically for the Obama administration, right? That specifically, right, is a position in government where she would have a qualification where Donald Trump didn't have any qualifications, right, to be in the position of government. So in that situation, would you say that you would support Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton? Because to me, this demonstrates to me when you say Donald Trump that you actually don't really care about the set of qualifications in terms of whether or not they've been president before. Also, I just want to acknowledge that Kamala Harris has been working in government for significantly longer than Donald Trump and is significantly more experienced in working within the context of the government. Is significantly more qualified than Donald Trump, is significantly more of a critical thinker than Donald Trump, is significantly more well-informed than Donald Trump. Within every single category, we can mention any of these.
Is Joe Biden a more critical thinker than Donald Trump?
Absolutely, yes.
Really?
Yes. Yes, actually, I'm not trolling.
Okay.
Do you want me to
So
give
here's
you
the thing,
like a
though.
source on
If
this? I'll
there's
tell you.
some-
You want me to explain?
Go ahead.
Okay. Donald Trump said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Is that a factual statement?
Wait. What'd you say? The wind. It was in my ear. What'd you say?
Yeah, Donald Trump said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Do you think that's a legitimate and truthful statement?
Windmills are causing whales to die?
Yep, that's what he said.
What do windmills do?
Okay, obviously there's no evidence indicating that they cause whales to die in numbers never seen before. That's a ridiculous statement. Next one is that he says the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Right? That's absurd. That's insane. He
Can I ask you one question real quick?
Go ahead.
If they have so much more experience and they're so much more qualified and stuff, why did Donald Trump even win that in the first place?
Because people were ill-informed and blamed the Biden-Harris administration for inflation when they did not cause it.
So basically, it's all Joe Biden's fault that he keeps winning.
What? That's
So
not what
basically,
I
he's
said.
just getting
That's
lucky?
actually not. That's
Is that
not
what-
what I said.
Wait, are you saying that he's getting lucky that he is president or something?
Yeah, actually, I mean, like people attributed inflation to the incumbent president when they did
So you're
nothing
just saying
specifically
all
to
of
cause it,
Americans are just
whereas
dumb?
Donald Trump literally advocated to increase inflation by imposing tariffs, and people just didn't critically think about his particular policies. Yeah. That was the number
So
one
you
reason
think
based on
Ameri-
exit polling.
So you just think all of the Americans are just dumb?
I never said all Americans are dumb. I just said that a lot of Americans who voted for Donald Trump were ill-informed, uneducated, and specifically voted based upon something that they didn't critically think about.
What was you saying? You said about the wells and stuff. What was you saying about that? Keep going. I want to
What's
hear
up?
more about the windmills killing the wells. What was you saying about that?
I was giving you examples of different
I know.
things
I
that
want you to
Donald
keep
Trump has
making
said that
Was
are.
you done making your examples or no?
No, I wasn't. I can keep
Let
going.
me hear the rest.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be here for a while. Are you ready?
Yeah.
He said that if Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won the election in California. That he got
If
more, he would have
Jesus
got
was
more
the vote
votes.
counter.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
Do you think that's coherent? He said that Tylenol usage in the context of pregnancy, right, causes autism, or is the cause of autism when there's no evidence indicating that. And he said that there's no negatives to not taking Tylenol during the context of pregnancy, which would be untreated fever, which could be extremely harmful to that person's health who's pregnant and their pregnancy.
Oh yeah, I saw that on Dean's live. He was waiting for him to come to the stand. I saw him say something
the
about
baseball.
don't take Tylenol because it's bad for your pregnancy and it makes your kids autistic or something like that.
Which is absurd. There's a study from a Swedish study with 2.5 million children that it looked over that indicated no association between the usage of Tylenol during pregnancy and autism after taking into account factors such as genetics and siblings.
So where did he come up with that?
He literally got it from RFK.
What's that?
RFK? RFK? Do you know who
Yeah.
RFK is?
JFK? Is he related to him?
Yeah. Who's RFK though? Do you know who RFK is?
Is his name Ronald?
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Oh, I got one more question,
Ronald. Look it up. It's Ronald. Ronald
Is his name
F.
actually
Kennedy.
Ronald?
No.
Oh, okay. I want to ask you a question. So since Trump gave Dobbs something to make abortion possible, is it really Donald Trump's fault if the states are the ones who have the power to decide whether or not they want to ban abortion in that state? And
Yes,
also
he said it himself
wait,
because
They could
he was the one
they
who
could
put people in the
also
Supreme
dis-
Court to overturn Roe versus Wade.
But they could also decide what abortions are acceptable. Like, let's say somebody gets raped and you want to abort from that. Some states make it to where you can, but some states make it to where you can't. Why do they do that?
There should be federally protected access to abortion prior to viability, such as the one under the context of Roe versus Wade. If you want to look at the policies in terms of this, Donald Trump himself takes accountability for the fact that they have changed because he put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, so that it was the case that in certain states they could change these laws, which is a bad thing. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Okay, so not all the states can do that, only some.
What? No, technically any state can, but it's dependent upon the way that they're going to vote. Many of the states
So
are
if
just
the
going to
state,
continue
so
to vote to keep it.
basically, so basically, what you're telling me is, if your state doesn't have, if you get raped banned, they want you to have that baby. The state.
There are some states, yes. Like there are multiple states. Like I'm
So
pretty
wait.
sure it's about a dozen.
So basically, what you're telling me right now is, Donald Trump gave states an option to ban abortion.
Yes, by putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
So why would the states not ban where, like, let's say if you do get raped, why would they not let you abort from that? Why would they do something like that?
What? Restate that? I'm confused what you're saying. Repeat.
Why would, like, okay, so since the states have an option to make it to where if you get raped, you can abort, but if they can make it to where if you do get raped and you could abort, why do some states not want you to abort after you get raped? Why would they do that?
Because they are pro-life and because they specifically, well, pro-life, they're pro-forced birth, right? And they think that they should be forced to go through the context of pregnancy even though they didn't cause the pregnancy, which is ridiculous. So that's a question not for me. That's a question to ask them because they have an absurd position.
Okay.
And it's
How can I
because
get
of
in
Trump's
contact with
policies.
them?
So if you disagree with that happening in America, which you should, then you obviously disagree with Donald Trump because he's the one who put it in the context of the law by putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. And he took it, he acknowledges it himself, and he actually brags about it.
Wow. So should I blame the states for doing it, or should I blame Trump, or blame
You
both
should
of them?
blame the certain states, the legislators in those states, right, that specifically voted for that, right, and you should blame Donald Trump. It can be
For
both,
letting it
right?
happen to
It's not
begin
just
with.
one or the other. You can blame both.
But the real blame is on the states, though, because they're just piece of shits. If they wanted to,
The
they
blame
could
is
let
on
you abort
both
if you
because
got.
Donald Trump allowed for them to do that when prior it was not allowed,
Yeah,
and
but
it
he
wouldn't have
also
been.
allowed them to make it an option to where if you do get raped, you can
Oh, and
abort.
the
But
Supreme Court. Also blame the Supreme Court, specifically the people who voted for it in the Supreme Court.
I think the main people to blame is the states, because Donald Trump gave them an option to let people
Wait, I'm sorry, it's
abort if
both.
they
No,
get raped.
don't say the main, right? I don't know why you're trying to do that to take away accountability from Trump. That's actually what you're trying to do. You're trying to offlay the accountability onto just the states instead of acknowledging it was Donald Trump that gave them the power to do that.
Yeah, but he also gave them the power to give them the option to abort if they didn't get raped, right?
No, that existed prior. He's the one who put it at risk. Under the context of Roe versus Wade, it was federally protected prior to viability. So Donald Trump just threatened it. It had already existed prior, federally protected.
Oh, so every state had it to where if you get raped, you could abort? Every state had that before Roe versus Wade?
Under Roe versus Wade, when it was in place, every single person in this country was able to get access to abortion prior to the point of viability legally in every state
So
in this
abortion
country.
wasn't banned yet?
It was not banned prior to viability in any state.
Okay, so after that happened, it was banned. And how long did it take for people to get the option to abort if they got raped?
What are you saying? What is it, dude? I'm
I'm
sorry.
asking you.
Dude? What even was that question? I don't even know what the
What?
question meant. What are you saying?
Okay, so immediately after abortion got banned, right?
Yes.
How long did it take for the states to have the option to let people abort if they got raped?
It already existed, and it only
Okay,
got
so
restricted from that point.
okay, so Donald Trump gave the states the power to choose if they want to ban abortion for people that gets raped. So basically,
Yes.
what you're telling me is the states don't care if you get raped. You have to have the baby.
Those states, if it is the case that you need to get an abortion, yeah.
So it's the states that's doing this to us.
I'm gonna go crazy. It's both, dude. How many more times do I have to say this? Are you okay?
But,
Hello?
but yeah, they have an option though.
And Donald
They
Trump
can
gave them
let
the
you
option.
abort. They can let you abort if you get raped. So it's them.
It's
Why they do
also
that
Trump.
to
It's
us?
also Trump.
I know it's also him because
So then
he's
why
the
do
one
you
who
keep
allowed them,
saying
but
this?
he
We've
al-
already talked
but
about
he
this. What are
also
you
allowed
debating at
them.
this point? What are
But
you
he
trying to
gave them the
argue?
power. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's why do the states do this to us? Why they do that to me?
You blame the state. You blame those legislators. Mostly men and Republican.
So it is true that the states are pretty much the main problem here.
Dude, I'm gonna go crazy, man. Can you understand that someone can be a problem, like in the context of the state, those legislators, and
Yeah, I
also
understand that
Trump
Donald
for?
Trump is somehow
And
some way
please
involved.
shut up. Be quiet. Listen, I'm trying to explain
Sorry,
this to you.
bro.
Please. I promise you, I'll let you get your point. I just want to be
course.
able to address this first. Okay, please. All right. So it's also the people in the context of
Of course.
legislative, in the context of those states, and it's also specifically going to be an issue on behalf of Donald Trump, right? Even if you were to say that there's more of a problem on behalf of Donald Trump specifically for doing that, you would still apply an issue with Donald Trump, and you wouldn't agree with Donald Trump's perspective on the matter. Therefore, abortion wouldn't be a reason why you support Trump, correct?
I can't really blame it on Trump if the states are the people who have the option to let me abort for that. At least he gave them the option to let them pick and choose. If anything, I wouldn't even. I mean, obviously, it's still bad that abortion got banned in general, but that's just what the world is. There's nothing we can
No,
do
it's
about
not.
that.
It's because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump explicitly was the one who chose to do that. That's not
I
just the
know,
world. I don't know what you
and that's
mean.
what I'm saying. But that's just what happened, and there's nothing we can do about it. So, what I'm trying to say right now is, with what we have to work with, like what the states have to work with, why are they not letting us abort if we get raped?
Yeah, that's something that the states need to change.
So why don't we talk about that more instead of Donald Trump?
Because I'm having a conversation about politics and the president of the United States, and we're talking about that because it's something that the president of the United States did.
You should try to contact every single state that doesn't let you abort if you get raped, because you have a lot of influence.
Yes, I tell people to do that.
Do you do that?
Are you saying, like, am I doing that every day, calling?
Do you
Or
try?
have I tried? Yes. To
You
contact
have.
different states. It's also dependent upon the state that you're in, right? I exist in a state that doesn't restrict that.
How do you contact the state?
They specifically have numbers for the legislatures. They have numbers for, like, the
Oh,
governor.
really?
They have numbers for the representatives that you can call
Like
and
online?
contact. Yes.
I can call the governor of Texas right now.
Okay, I'm about to kick you off my stream because this is such a ridiculous question. Yes, you can call the
Okay,
governor.
wait. Okay,
You
I
can call
literally
the
wanted to say
governor's
one more
office.
thing though. Okay, listen, I have something else to say too. So, I was in a live stream with Dean, and me and him was talking about Trump,
Okay, do you want to, like,
and
do
he
you
was
want to tell
telling.
me why you support Trump instead of instead of just, like, not acknowledging that the reason why you brought up is something you disagree with Trump on? So why do you support
Well,
Trump?
I'm trying to make arguments on why I do, but you guys say stuff that looks like you're just trying to blame him for everything, and I want you to prove me wrong. So I'm about to tell you what I said to Dean right now. So look, Dean was making an analogy, right? You guys, how similar do you think to Dean? Pretty similar, right? So you guys like to make a lot of analogies, and don't get mad when I say this, but most of the time your guys' analogies make like logical sense, but they don't make common sense. You know what I'm trying to say?
What
It's
does
like,
that mean?
what I'm trying to say is Dean made an analogy, right? And he was telling me that saying Santa Claus is real is the same thing as murder. And that since murder is illegal, saying Santa Claus is real should be illegal also.
So
What
you
does that
didn't
mean?
understand the argument. Have you already been on my live before? Because I'm pretty sure you said the same thing to me before on my live. I'm pretty sure you're that
No,
person that has said this to me
no, that's
before
not me.
because
You can't assume
it's such
stuff
a
like that.
specific point that, like, there's no way that you are not the other person. That it's such a specific point. I remember going over this point.
You can't even assume stuff like that.
I just did. I remember you. I totally remember you. That was totally you. I remember that conversation. It's because it's a sin. So Dean is essentially saying, right, if you consider one sin to be illegal, why don't you consider another sin to be illegal? You, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Listen, I support Donald Trump because I'm from New York, and I just really didn't like how when it came to like the immigrants, I just felt like they were just putting so much energy with just like protecting the immigrants and like they were like coming in on buses and being in the hotels, and it was like, what about the love, for us like New Yorkers?
Those are asylum seekers. Are legal immigrants New Yorkers?
I mean, no, they came here from another country, so like they're
So
not.
legal immigrants are not New Yorkers? Legal immigrants living in New York are not New Yorkers. You know
Oh
that a
no,
lot
no,
of people who live in New
they
York are
definitely are.
immigrants, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the legal ones. I'm not even talking about
Yeah, well, yeah,
the
we're talking about asylum seekers. So that's the legal process of immigration. They're legal immigrants, therefore they're New Yorkers, right?
I I would say I w- mm, you make a good point. Okay. Yeah. All right. I guess I'll move to the next point. Like, I think what I like appreciate from Trump as well is just like his economic policies. Like, I think for me, when Biden was president, it was so much inflation, and I'm just like, why?
Yeah, so there was actually global inflation around the entire world because of supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. So that carried over into the United States as it affected the entire world. That's why we saw inflation around the entire world. And then Donald Trump, so far since he's got in office, he specifically pushed policies that have caused inflation to go up. His tariffs have caused inflation to trend up from 2.3% to 2.9% since April, since the implementation of his Liberation Day tariffs. So
But see,
actually, the Biden Harris administration, their policy would have led to less inflation than Trump's policies.
but see, this is what's confusing me because I've been watching some of your live for the past couple of days, and it's just like I come on this side of the world, and you guys are saying the exact opposite of what Trump is saying. It's like how do you expect me not to believe someone that I supported? Like he literally said you guys are just like making hate campaigns against you, got like against him, and just always like lying about him. So it's like who the fuck should I believe? I
Well
mean,
then,
excuse my language.
well then,
Like
what am I
who?
saying that's a lie? Let's go through the evidence. I can explain to you how what Donald Trump's saying is actually lies, like over and over again. I can show you how he's a pathological liar. He's a con artist. I
Okay,
can
so
literally show this to
let's
you.
start with
I understand. Hold on. I just want to say this first. I understand that in politics, you have people that are saying each other are the problem, and you don't really know which person to believe. I get that, but like that's why we rely on evidence, right, reason, and things like that in order to be able to tell the difference between the two sides. Because yes, in the context of political debates, there are two sides that disagree with each other, right? And without specifically analyzing what they're saying, you can't tell a difference between which one would be accurate.
Okay, so then what do you have to say when like for example like the Tylenol thing, like how w- what do you think Trump means when he talks about like oh like the pregnant woman like because I believe like you know the women are taking multiple like drugs, they're gonna hurt themselves and they're not like oh they're gonna hurt the baby. So I'm just like what was the wrong science of him saying that like the pregnant woman will be hurt by Tylenol?
Yeah, so there's actually no evidence to say that Tylenol would put them in a worse set of circumstances. Actually, Tylenol is one of the only safe things that someone can use during the context of a pregnancy. That's what doctors indicate for treating fever, right? And untreated fever it increases the likelihood of negative health conditions for the individual that's pregnant and for the pregnancy. So it's actually significantly better in terms of the risk benefit analysis for people to take Tylenol during the context of pregnancy to be able to address fevers, right? In those types of circumstances rather than leaving it untreated.
But
So,
then how, like, but the thing that's confusing me again is just like, then how is he? This is why I continue to support him is because it's like, why would he get online and just like lie and hurt people like that? Like, I don't think
yeah,
Trump
I
wants
mean,
to genuinely like
he
hurt
then look at
pregnant
what
women like
doctors are
that. Why
saying.
would he?
Look at what doctors are saying. Doctors are saying this. It's not me. This is doctors. This is the medical consensus. Like he's not basing it in science or fact. You can tell that he's lying because doctors and people who specialize and studied this for decades have indicated that he's wrong.
I mean, I mean, I guess. So, do you think he's just like finding these doctors somewhere, or he's just like making up studies? Like he's like the president of the United States. Like that would be a very dangerous and stupid thing to do to like lie to people and just like pull up fake stats. Like I'm just having a hard time to believe. I mean, you got me on the immigrant thing. Like I mean, I guess like technically they're there, so like yes, they would like be like legal immigrants because they are legal immigrants. I'm in New York, so you got me there. But like with the science thing and just like the Tylenol, like I don't see Trump being a liar. Like, is there any like other points you have that proves that he like lied about something? Because I don't believe that.
Oh yeah, no, I can give you the other lies. Like this is one of the things that I was saying that shows that he doesn't have common sense because he misinterpreted a study. The issue was that he misinterpreted it, and then he went in front of the entirety of like the public, and he said this based upon what RFK had to say. RFK is not a medical professional. He's not qualified to be able to determine whether or not something is effective, medically speaking. And his misinterpretation was that there was an increased associated risk with autism for those that have taken Tylenol during the context of pregnancy, for like the children whose parents took Tylenol during the context of pregnancy. But after you take into account genetic factors in siblings, there's no association. So it's actually like just a misinterpretation of data on behalf of Donald Trump, right? So that's actually, yes, it is a stupid thing to do. It is incredibly harmful and dangerous for him to do. And that's why we're sitting here and we're saying that this is a public health crisis. It genuinely is. Because when he tells people there's no negatives to not taking Tylenol, well, there's going to be a lot of negatives to that in terms of untreated fever, and especially in terms of people taking other drugs that will likely be more negative and risky towards the health of the individual who's pregnant and their pregnancy comparative to Tylenol. And that's why Tylenol is specifically recommended in these instances by
So
doctors and
you're
medical
saying,
professionals. Again,
so
in any
you're saying
circumstance
that,
where you're questioning what to do with your health, go to your doctor. Speak to a doctor. Speak to a medical professional. Don't just listen to the president of the United States. Don't just listen to some random person on the internet. Hell, don't even just listen to me. Go talk to your doctor. I'm serious. It's important. It's really important.
I mean, you're making some valid points. Definitely about like just making sure to center my thoughts around just more so about checking up on other information. But like, it's just I just feel like ever since Trump became president, literally everyone was just attacking him, and everyone was just like not trying to understand that like he was just trying to like put Americans first. Like for example, I'm a black man, and I really believe that Trump cares about like diversity in America. He doesn't want people to just get jobs because they're black or like listen, I love black people, but I don't want them to just get a job just because of how they look. Like it should be based off, what they think. So I think like the immigrant thing, you made a valid point, and they're like kind of like thinking about like the different sources of information. I guess that also makes a point, but like I also love like his stance on DEI and just kind of like wanting to get rid of that because that just doesn't make sense to like elevate black people.
The idea that like DEI is specifically hiring people that are unqualified is definitely wrong, right? People are qualified, right? It's just it is the case that like historically speaking, people who are qualified, who are black, have not been put into these positions at the same rate, even with the same set of qualifications. So it's about
But then
giving people who
how
are
do you
black with
explain
this
how do you
with the
explain
level of
like Obama
qualifications the
getting
ability to get into these
elected?
positions.
How do you explain Obama getting elected then?
What do you mean? Just Obama being elected doesn't mean that there isn't any level of racism in society.
I mean, I never said that there wasn't racism. I'm just saying that I just feel like everyone just like they forget the facts of certain situations and they just like hide, make everything very like what's the word? I don't know. They make everything heightened when it's involving like people of color. Like it's like so again, like with Trump, his big thing is just like it's not. I don't hate black people. Like it's just more so like I just want them to care about their academics and their brain and not just like their um just like how they look and just trying to like fill a quota or something.
Wait, no, this is not just a quota. That's also something that's like a misnomer. So the idea here is that like it's just being able to provide opportunities to communities that have been marginalized by the system who have not been given opportunities when they are qualified. Because this is hiring people who are qualified. This is not just in the context of skin color, it's also in the context of gender, right? Right? Historically speaking, women have not been, say, for example, interviewed to the same degree as men. So, for example, in the context of government, having different types of specific implementations to get people to interview women to a greater extent, right, is important for ensuring that like women who are qualified are put into these positions, because oftentimes women who are qualified are overlooked for men that oftentimes are less qualified. So like the
I mean,
idea
I
that
mean, I mean, I agree. I feel like a lot of women have like things that like are like kind of like holding them back, or I just feel like I do agree there is a like patriarchy in some type, but like think of like for Black people, like slavery was like so many years ago. Like you think of like Jim Crow and all that stuff. That was so long ago. Like we're not dealing with like oh the huge racism that like is happening in the world right now. We're dealing with just like black people learn how to like pull themselves up and support themselves. And I just felt like with Trump, like that's one of the things I respect because it's like DEI is hurting us, and now you're gonna see a bunch of like black people getting these different positions because people are gonna start looking at their qualifications more and not just like, oh, I want to put a black person in uh like in that position. So I think like it's definitely happening in women, but like I think when it comes to like race is like completely different than like gender or sex.
So there are people alive still affected by those systems that you just talked about, right? And who had family members affected by those systems as well. Um, um, and it is the case that if we want to look at that, we have to acknowledge that that still impacts people today, right? Racism still impacts people today in terms of how people are perceived, in terms of the types of opportunities that they get in their life. There is privilege associated with being white in America. There is, like, genuinely, right? In the idea that you're not going to be mistreated on the basis of your skin color, right? That is a reality in this country that I'm not going to be mistreated. I will never have to think about being mistreated on the basis of my skin color. That's never something that's going to impact me, my opportunities, or anything that has affected me in my daily life in terms of how I'm treated. So I do have to acknowledge the distinction in terms of how people are treated, and that it's not that people are not qualified to be in these positions. That is definitely a complete misnomer. It's that people are qualified and that they have not been allowed to be in these positions. If you look at the context of our government, right, most of the people in government are white men. I'm telling you, the people who are most qualified are not the white men in office, right? We know that they're
Yeah,
not the
but
most qualified,
you
but
think they
yet they're
just
put
got
into
there
those.
because
What's that?
you think they just got there because like people just like put them there? Like no, they
Yes,
had to apply
literally.
like everybody else. They had to like do I think there are some knuckleheads in like certain positions? Yeah, for sure. But I'm just like it doesn't make sense to like always critique every single person, but then when you see a black person, you can't critique them and you can't be like, hey, how did you get there? And like what are your merits and stuff like that? Like that's like that's also something that like I really agreed when it came with like even like Kirk, like that was one of the things he mentioned, like like just DEI, it was one of the things that hurt us, and I really I think that that's a problem, um, for sure.
White men in these positions objectively went through less adversity in relation to their particular gender, right, and their skin color specifically, right. They went through less adversity in relation to those points. So oftentimes, right, questioning someone and saying like, oh, they're DEI into this position specifically because they're a black woman, for example, right, is definitely incredibly harmful historically speaking, because it is the case that you're associating black women to not be qualified, and that's specifically something like, for example, Kirk did, where he would specifically be like, if the pilot was black, that he would question whether or not they're qualified. That's absurd. That is absolutely racism. And that's something that shows an example to today that there are people with those mindsets that still are putting people into different positions of power, who are still hiring. So there's still aspects and elements of our system where these different type of the ways that people view each other based upon racism, right, affect whether or not people who are actually qualified get into positions of power. And that's why, again, we see mostly, specifically white, cis, straight men in positions of power, even when they're not the ones that are qualified. They are, like, objectively speaking, significantly less qualified. Like Donald Trump, significantly less qualified than than Kamala Harris. Not even close. Kamala Harris is way more qualified within every respect. But Donald Trump, seemingly to a lot of Americans, is somehow seen as the more qualified one. And for some reason, people see Kamala Harris as the one that's not qualified, which to me just is, honestly, for a lot of people, is racism, right? Specifically, they're projecting racist particular norms and values onto Kamala Harris, that specifically because she's a black woman, she's not qualified, when they specifically have not critically analyzed her set of qualifications to Donald Trump's qualifications. Because if you did, you would clearly see that she's significantly more qualified.
I mean, like, one of the points I do agree is that like Kamala Harris, like I think like again, like Parker, thank you for being respectful because like I'm just like trying to like figure out where my support is and kind of like just get more ideas because like I've been supporting Trump for a while and I just don't like how the media is putting out like the Epstein stuff about him, and I don't like how the media is like him not being able to say like and just yeah, he was like also not able to say the word like like just I just don't like how they're doing
Acetaminophen.
it. So I'm just trying to get yeah, I'm just trying to thank you like just get more information about that and I don't know man like I just feel like why does this man that everyone hates so much became president again? and he really is trying to put America first, like stopping the drugs from coming into America, and like blowing up the Venezuelan boats. I thought that was a good thing as well, because I'm just like, you know,
That
he
was that was extrajudicial without due process, like death penalty of people, and you support that?
I mean, but would you rather like the drugs come in and like kill Americans, or
Wait,
would you
I'm
rather
sorry.
like
I don't think that drug dealers deserve the death penalty. We could have just arrested them once they got to the U.S. I don't understand why you had to drone strike them.
I mean, listen, Trump has to like, do what he got to do. And I just feel like as a president, like you should be able to, carry out like things like, Biden was like I just feel like Biden was just like a little bitch. Like I feel like sometimes like if you hated Trump so much, like why didn't you arrest him? Like if you thought all these people did all these bad things, like
Because
why were you so
you can't
light?
just arrest people without charges, right? I mean, I think that there should have been like if we're actually going to be totally honest, I mean, Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. There should have been charges applicable to him where he should
Well,
literally
I
be in
wouldn't
prison.
say that was a violent insurrection. Like they like
He
let
did.
them
It
in.
was.
Like they
I mean,
like
can
they
I give you
like
an example? Like he pardoned people who assaulted police officers on January 6th.
But I mean, like he also said that there were like FBI agents. So like, why were there FBI agents there like causing violence and like I don't even think that was like an insurrection. I think that's like a drag of the word. He literally like they let them in and they like were just trying
If
to
that
like
was true and it was just a liberal hoax, then explain to me why he pardoned people who assaulted police officers on that day. That tells me he condoned the violence. He wanted the violence on that day, and he called them patriots after pardoning them. They assaulted police officers. They were convicted of assaulting police officers. They admitted themselves to assaulting police officers, and yet Donald Trump still pardoned them. Even if there were FBI individuals specifically who were on the left, right, that were involved in this to try and cause havoc or commotion, that still wouldn't justify pardoning the violent rioters.
I mean, do you have evidence of that? Like, is there
Yes,
evidence of like
DJ Rodriguez
there's
drove
a
a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and Donald Trump pardoned him.
so you mean like I don't think Trump would let out someone that killed a cop. Like that's just not that doesn't sound that doesn't
Well,
sound right.
they beat a police officer, drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer after he just got beat over the head. That's literally what happened. And it's factual. You can literally look up the exact circumstance I'm referencing: AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters, any of the different articles that you would like to look at from any media source. They all report on this. Donald Trump pardoned him. You can see from his own reports he pardoned him.
Okay, I would have to look that up because I didn't hear that much. Like I try to like just like I'm just trying to get better at just doing more research because I don't like how when I'm watching like certain type of news networks, I just feel like I'm not really getting all of the story, but then it's just like I just see Trump still as my president, and I'm just like, why, if he's doing all of these bad things, why is he not arrested? If he's this like however many count felon, like why is he not in jail? So
Because he's
I just feel
president.
like
Seriously, because he was elected president. He was convicted and sentenced, but because he was elected president, he wasn't put in prison.
is that I don't think that's true. Like what? Did they say that like verbatim? Like, oh, because he's president, he can't get arrested?
That's
Oh
literally
wait, I think
a
you're
part
talking
of
about
their core determinations.
the immunity thing, like the presidential immunity thing. Is that?
That's a separate point. That's a separate point that was questioned by the Supreme Court about actions done as president. We're talking about something that he did not as president, that he was criminally charged, convicted, and sentenced for
Uh,
felonies: the falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York, because of a predicate crime, meaning he was committing this crime in furtherance of another crime, which makes it a felony rather than a misdemeanor. So,
I
like,
mean, like I think
go
like
ahead.
you made some like valid points so far. That, like I don't know, it's got me thinking because I think I just I don't know what to believe now because I feel like everyone is just like so amped up and just like lying on both sides. So it's just kind of hard to like figure out like, oh, which one is correct. But you did make some good points when it came to Kamala
Come. Yeah.
and just like the immigrant stuff. It's a lot to think about. Are there any other points that like you think like Trump was just like way better than like I mean Kamala was way better than Trump
Yes.
when it was time for election? Because I think like she didn't. I think one of the reasons why she hurt her chances and why Trump did a better job is like Americans cared about immigrants, they cared about trans people, we cared about like uh the economy and like I feel like Kamala was just like talking just about like nonsense stuff. Like it just like she did not have a strong campaign.
I do think she had a strong campaign comparative to Donald Trump's. I just don't think that enough Americans listened in enough to be able to actually take into account her message. Maybe because there wasn't enough time or any other things, but I think that was the main reason. But I think that she puts America first more than Donald Trump. I think that Donald Trump's policy has been irreparably harmful to especially the working class of this country. I think Donald Trump puts the rich Americans first, not America as a whole first. Because it is the case that his tax policy disproportionately cuts taxes for rich and wealthy
But
Americans.
everyone's like everyone's mad at Trump for supporting Israel when like like Kamala said the same thing about like literally like oh Israel first and stuff like that. So my thing is like
She
she
definitely
had no
didn't say
like
Israel
original.
first, but people do critique and criticize Kamala for Israel. I'm one of the people that does that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, but
I think like I just think like overall like you made some valid points and it's just like something to think about and I'm just gonna kind of like just uh kind of use more of this information and kind of just like view your lives a bit more because I just have not been liking the behavior ever since Charlie Kirk's death. I have not liked the behavior on just like both sides. I think like violence should never be the answer, and just seeing how like there's a lot of people are responding, and it's true. I have not seen a lot of Democrats like call for more like violence, but like Trump and like other people on my side, like I do watch Candace Owens. I do watch a lot of other people, and they're like consistently making it like more harmful to the left. So like I don't think I'm like just gonna be wake up and not be a Trump supporter, but I just think like I feel like this is progress because you've just been like respectful. So like just thank you for like educating me on like some of the stuff I didn't
yeah, 2 points I would like to make before you leave because these were points that you brought up and I thought would be important to address. Is one with
know.
the
Okay.
tax policy in terms of Donald Trump comparative to Kamala Harris. Is Kamala Harris would have kept all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income earners under $400,000 a year. And for above $400,000 a year, there would have been a slight increase in taxes. She would have added less debt, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. They did an analysis of different of the campaign plans of Trump's administration versus Harris, and indicated that Harris would do $4 trillion less on a central estimate over the next 10 years comparative to Trump. In terms of the policies. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, they would retain all of the tax cuts for under $400,000 a year. And comparing it to Donald Trump's policies, it would actually have higher taxes for low and middle income individuals because of the imposition of tariffs on top of that. So if you compare Kamala Harris to Donald Trump, right, Donald Trump is imposing greater taxes on low and middle income individuals because tariffs are a regressive tax. They disproportionately raise taxes on low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. And because tariffs disproportionately increase prices of consumer goods, it is the case that when you increase the cost of consumer goods, it's going to then cause an increase in the taxes for American consumers that are in the low and middle class to a disproportionately higher extent. And because they wouldn't have received any extra tax cut under the Trump administration comparative to the Harris administration, it means that people in the low and middle class are paying more, and people who are rich are paying even less.
Okay.
Along with, oh,
Like
go ahead.
so you're just like you're just saying now like well I don't this is just like again this is like new information for me. I like I don't know like I know some people are not gonna like it but I definitely do watch Fox News and like they talk about the bill in a completely different way about just like how this is aimed to help uh like the lower class or like the middle class and just kind of like uh give us more tax breaks and stuff like that. So I did not know that it was giving more tax breaks to uh, like more wealthier people.
So they're looking at the Big Beautiful Bill, and yes, there are tax cuts within the Big Beautiful Bill, which are through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. But all of those tax cuts would be retained under the Harris administration policy. She wanted to keep all the tax cuts for income under $400,000 a year. And what they're not telling you as well is what they're cutting. They're adding $3.4 trillion to the debt through the big, beautiful bill. They're cutting 420,000 children on average every month off of free school lunch and breakfast, 2.5 million people on average per month off of their food stamps, and over 10 million people
What
off
the
of their health
fuck?
insurance. Yeah, that's in the bill. That's from you can look this up through the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. That's their own estimates about how many children are going to be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast and food stamps and etc. And that's a very small portion of the budget. Like, I would really question, if you want to save money, why would they pass such a bill with so much debt, right, while also cutting all of those different things that people need? So that's something that they don't talk about that, I think is incredibly important to talk about. And I don't see enough mainstream media even talking about.
Wow, that's definitely like that sounds like scary. Like like I have a 3-year-old, and like I would definitely not want her to like not have access to the like that stuff in school and stuff like that. Um, yeah, you gave me a lot to think about. I think like I think I'm like kind of leaning a little away from Trump as the more we speak, because again, the Charlie Kirk situation really kind of like it really made me look uh, at conservatives a little different, because instead of just like trying to bring more peace, because that was like super scary. Like I could only imagine you as a debater as well, like just being out and debating people like and wanting to feel safe, and like to just see like how a lot of conservatives were just like making fun or like whatever like that really made me like kind of be like, all right, let me just try to see if there are any like liberal side content I can like watch to see what is happening over there. And I just feel like the more that I'm like getting more information, the more I'm just like, I don't know. I'm like, I think it's kind of disgusting, like the school lunch thing, like that just kind of like that's not cool. And then what you said about Kamala Harris and her like debt spending and compared to what Trump is doing or like what he was going to do. I just think I don't know. You sound like a smart man. So like I feel like you have no reason to lie. So yeah, like just thank you for giving me that information.
Yeah, and one thing before you go, I just want to say I definitely disagree with Democrats on a lot. Right? I'm not saying I 100% agree with Democrats or I think that they're perfect or every single thing I disagree with on the other side. There's some level of agreement that we have on both sides, of course. But I see most agreement specifically with Democrats, and I see them to be better than Republicans. And I grew up in a conservative Christian household. I used to be a Trump supporter, and I've changed my mind over time as well because I've been opened up to these particular facts as well. I've studied economics, and it's given me a whole different perspective on how everything that I was being told and whether or not it was true. So it's just a media landscape, what's around you, all those different things that are really important. So I think it's important to take in both sides, hear out the different arguments, look for evidence, and critically think. And I think you're doing a great job.
Okay. Just thank you for being respectful. I'm definitely gonna look up. I was writing some stuff down. Sorry while you were talking. What was that page you said? You said the commission. What is the CD? You
So
said
there's
something that
two separate ones that I cited: the Congressional Budget Office and the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. And by the way, if you miss any of this conversation, the conversation's on YouTube as well, so you can check it out my YouTube channel and Parker Get a Job, and the whole VOD is here, so you can just go back into the stream that I'm streaming right now, and it should be between like within the first hour because I've only been live for 58 minutes so far, so it should be within the first hour. We've been talking here. I'll tell you so that you can get the timestamp. We've been talking for the last 30 minutes. So if you look between, I think it's around like
30 minutes.
28 minutes
Wow.
and 58 minutes, you'll be able to
Wow.
watch back this full conversation.
Okay. Thank you so much again for just being respectful and just like kind of opening up my mind to certain things, because I did not believe that a lot of this shit was happening. And uh again, the Kirk situation really made me just kind of think about what is the other side really saying or doing. And thank you for like just kind of giving me like the the cliff notes, so to say, uh for this information.
Of course, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Bye.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let me say thank you to a few people. Judy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Absolutely, Judy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jesse, thank you for the $2. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $80 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Anonymous in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Anonymous. That's incredibly kind of you. W's for Anonymous. Jalen, thank you so much for the Galaxy Globe. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sammy with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, right? I know, right? And then Charlie, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you want to debate as well, only send a guest request on TikTok. If you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting the next person up here right now. Only send a guest request if you meet, that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Alrighty. Do give it a second, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
How old
what's
are
up, man? I'm 31 years old.
For sure. Do you support Donald Trump?
A bit. I'm not like a super MAGA guy, but I think he's much better than Kamala.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Well, for one thing, Kamala Harris's main campaign of why you should vote for her was just based on identity. I don't ascribe to that at all. I think it's terrible. I think ideology politics is the weakest form of politics.
Ideology
identity
politics? All
politics.
politics is ideology based.
I mean identity politics. I think it's the weakest form of politics. It's just vote for me because I am this. Vote for me. I'll be the first.
Yeah, like Donald
Female
Trump
president.
specifically said that vote for me, the white man.
I
That's
didn't vote
literally
for
what he
Trump.
said.
I think he's better than
So
Kamala.
let me clarify. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
If I had to choose one, I would vote for Donald Trump 1,000 times out of 1,000
Okay, so then you
over
would
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, you would vote for Donald Trump. So then, like, can you address the point that I made? Donald Trump engaged in identity politics. Kamala Harris not once said vote for me because I'm a woman. She never once said that.
I think it's bad that he did that. And she might not have said that herself, but she played on her race or ethnicity, whatever terminology you want to use. Well, she played on her with the appealing to the black community because she was mixed. I think that's weak. It's a weak way to try to get people on your
actually,
side.
she did the opposite. She said she didn't want people's vote just because of her skin color or just because she's black.
Of course she
specifically said that, and
but
she specifically said that she wanted people's vote because of the fact that they agree with her policies. That's what she said herself. She never said vote for me because I'm black. That's not what she said at all.
Yeah, but you have to watch everything that people are saying, everything that they're doing. You can listen to all of her interviews, all of her very controlled interviews, by the way, with questions that she would not allow them to ask. Why do you think she didn't
Such
go
as
on
what?
Joe Rogan?
What questions? And she did want to go on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan just picked to go with Donald Trump on the day.
No, she wanted him to come to her, and she wanted to do like an hour. He talks about it extensively.
Yeah, you understand that she
I
only had
mean,
107 days to run her campaign, and that it is the case that she was doing that. Now, I think that she should have gone on Joe Rogan, but it is the case that she definitely didn't have a bunch of time to be able to do it. And also, that's not a reason to support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. And that's also not to say that because she didn't go on Joe Rogan, that like somehow every single one of her interviews were like just scripted and like she wouldn't allow them to ask questions. Could you tell me what questions she wouldn't allow them to ask?
Well, she's in okay. So some examples of what questions she wouldn't allow them to ask. Probably the Palestine confliction, because she was an Israel supporter. One of the big reasons why Hassan didn't support her. So can you address that?
Would that be true for both sides then? Because Donald Trump does the same thing. And also, like,
Well, the majority
again,
of
as
the
it relates to,
right
I don't know if
Israel.
I don't know if in any of the interviews she wouldn't answer questions about that. Like, I don't think that's
She
true.
wouldn't let them ask the question. This is agreed on before.
Can you give me like a source on that?
Probably not. I doubt there's proof, but I mean, you can infer this. It's why do you think
I doubt
she
there's
lost?
proof,
People
but I can just feel like it being
inauthenticity-
true.
Inauthenticity.
I can just feel like it's true. I don't need a source.
People can sense when somebody's dishonest. That's why she lost.
I just sense that
That's
you were
why-
dishonest. And they couldn't sense that
About
Donald Trump
what?
was when Donald Trump had 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration or misleading statements. Donald Trump specifically.
I never defended that.
Well, I'm just saying, how could you say that she's dishonest when Donald Trump said that the climate was going to start cooling and science just
I
doesn't
think
know it
he's
yet? And
dishonest
Donald Trump
as well.
specifically.
I think he paid. I think he slept. I think he fought Stormy Daniels or whatever her name was and paid her, and then he lied and said he didn't. And I think he used his company funds to hide it. I don't support that. I think he lied, and I think a bunch of stupid people believed everything he said and ate it up like candy. But I would still say she is worse than him.
Okay, how so? Because that was a
I
clear
still
example
think
of him
he's
being
bad.
dishonest.
This is why I didn't vote, because I would never choose the lesser of two evils. But you did.
What? Wait, I'm sorry.
chose.
Wait, so I asked you, the question I asked you was, if you could go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? You said you would vote
And
for
I
Donald
said
Trump.
I would pick him if I had to choose one of the two.
Okay, so if you
Yeah, I
would,
would
wait,
vote
so then
for him.
your argument is that
Every
you
time.
would, your argument would be that you would never vote unless you 100% identically agree with someone.
No, that's not true.
That's what you just said.
I opted out of voting as a protest.
Okay, well, okay, all right, well then that's fine. I'm not going to talk to you then because you wouldn't vote, to be honest. So let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
You support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
October 20th, 2005.
Okay. And you said you're how old again?
19.
Yeah, Jalen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxy. Do you support Donald Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Why so?
I do. Because unemployment was at its lowest in 50 years.
It was
Am I
lower
wrong?
under the Biden-Harris administration at 3.4% in 2 separate months.
And we had no new wars, right?
It was lower under the Biden-Harris administration, 3.4% in 2 separate months. You said no new wars. I mean, how is it going right now, man? How's that going? No new wars, really?
Didn't he get peace deals in the Middle East though?
Like what?
What do you mean?
Like what? I can't hear you when you step out of the app.
Wages rising.
Oh, just pivoted.
For
Wages are rising at a lower rate than what they were.
Oh yeah, I also want to talk about something. You think that Trump lies a lot, right?
Yeah. Pivot again.
Doesn't Obama lie a lot?
Not as much as
Biden?
Trump.
Didn't
Brian,
Obama
thank you
have
so much for the
the,
$20,
do you
$25.
know
Thank you, Brian.
polygraph?
Robert, thank you for
You
the
know
$5.
polygraph?
Thank you so much. They said news: multiple victims in Michigan church shooting, church on fire. Police say, "Oh my gosh, that's crazy." I'll have to look that up right now. That's nuts. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's crazy.
What does a pivot mean?
It means you were engaging in we were engaging in a certain topic, and then you changed the topic as soon as I proved you wrong, so that we didn't have to talk about how you were wrong about that topic.
What was I wrong about?
I just told you. Anna,
I
thank
don't
you so
know.
much for the $5 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it literally, it seems
Do you
like
know what
other
polyfact
people are
is?
reporting on that as well right now. I'll have to look into that. Go ahead, you were saying? You cut
Hello?
out. And also, can you stop chewing in the mic? Just letting you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know what polyfact is?
Why do you keep randomly just shifting and talking about new things?
Do you know what that is though?
No, I don't.
You don't know what polyfact is?
No, what's that?
So basically, Obama got the lie of the year on there.
Okay, what was it?
He said, I think it was about healthcare. He said, if you want to keep your doctor, then keep your doctor, or something like that. It was
That's
about
not a
healthcare.
lie?
It was about health. It was about healthcare. If you want, you can just search it up and see what he said exactly.
Did you mean to say PolitiFact, by the way?
It's like a 50-second video.
Did you mean to say PolitiFact?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's different. I was like, what's polyfact? I've never heard of that before. Sorry.
PolitiFact said that Obama had the lie of the year.
Okay, I mean, that's not even a lie, but I'd have to check and see what the conditions were because I don't know if you'd be reporting on what they said correctly. But is Obama the candidate?
No, I'm just.
I'm pretty sure the last candidate was Kamala Harris, not Barack Obama.
No, I know. But I'm just saying, just because somebody lies doesn't mean it's bad.
Wait, what? Just because someone lies doesn't mean it's bad? Lying is bad.
We still saw results. Yeah, lying so bad, according to you, it should be the same thing as murder, right?
No.
Yeah, that's what you said.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not what I said. I never have said that.
You did.
When?
You did say that.
When did I say lying is the same as murder?
If I talk about it, you're gonna kick me out.
Why would I kick
But
you out?
But you did. Because, yeah, I want to talk about something else, though, too.
Why would I kick you out?
Because you don't like me.
Have I already talked to you before?
No.
Okay, well then what do you mean I don't like you?
But you talk to my friends.
So your friends...
Like us.
Your
friends... You don't like us because we always prove you wrong.
Oh, who are your friends?
My friend, I don't think you know him.
But I've talked to him before, right?
You talked to one of them, yeah, why?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know what he said?
Yeah, what'd he say?
So basically, you said that lying is the same thing as murder because saying
Is this your best idea to like take time off my life or something?
No.
What's your goal with this?
This is what you said. Literally, I got the clip, bro. The clip, guys. This is what you said.
Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Never did that. He's just obviously joking. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Emma, thank you for the $5 for Polyfact. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19, mate, but I'm from Scotland, but I've got American citizenship because I've stayed here for...
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry. You can send a guest request back. I'm so sorry. You said I'm from Scotland first, and I immediately, just as soon as I heard you say that, I kicked you. I'm so sorry. You can send a guest request back, and I will try to look for you. I don't remember what your name was, but... Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43, Michigan.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
I support him for many reasons. Border, I support his policies. The only thing I don't support is the Big Beautiful Bill. I think it's too much printing too soon. So that's one thing that I was against him on. The Iran issue, I think he did the right thing. Many issues. But I did just have a question for you.
Have I talked to you before?
Yeah, I asked your mod if I could come up because I just had a question, and it's not like a...
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Candy said, and I told him no. That's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you ship Dean Withers and Charlie Kirk?
How old are you?
Oh.
Okay, they left. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I am looking for Billy, by the way. I don't see Billy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I sure do.
Okay. Why so?
I like that Trump kicked men out of women's sports. That's my favorite one right there.
Okay. I think that trans women are women. Can you name one trans woman specifically that was dominating in women's sports that you think should not have been able to play?
I'm going to say Leah Thomas.
One, she wasn't dominating women's sports. She definitely didn't win in every circumstance.
I mean, she was doing like a lot better in women's sports than he was in male sports.
Don't do that. Don't do that. And then that's I don't even think that's true. You'd have to look at the set of circumstances, and even then, that doesn't mean it's so unfair insofar as that like they shouldn't be allowed to play, right? So
But
like they clearly weren't dominating. So she definitely should be allowed to play. I don't see a reason why she shouldn't be allowed to play.
But then again, though, we do have separation between male and female sports for a reason. So I think it should just be kept that way. I don't believe, I believe, all right, if you want to say you're a woman, all right, fair enough, go for it. But I think it should be looked at as a handicap and not, all right, well, you can just go and do female sports. I don't, like, if you're in a wheelchair, you can't dance. It just is what it is.
Specifically people who are disabled, you're saying. Now, if you're talking about separation of sports, right, you would say that separation of sports would be specifically justified in the connotation in which it would make it unfair. If this set of circumstances is not unfair, then you clearly wouldn't see a reason to separate people from playing, right? So if you can't identify that trans women specifically would have some biological advantage that would make it unfair in a specific circumstance, well, then you're saying that they should be allowed to play. And after multiple years of HRT, it is the case that someone specifically does not have a biological advantage that's so unfair insofar as they should not be able to play. And also, like, again, there are more sexual assault allegations. There are more sexual assault allegations from different women against Donald Trump than there are trans people that were playing in sports, right? In the NCAA.
Bring up sexual assault, though. I didn't bring that up.
What's up?
I didn't bring up sexual assault, though.
I know you didn't, but I'm just giving you an acknowledgement that there were less people, right, specifically who were trans in the context of the NCAA, right, than there are sexual assault allegations from different women against Donald Trump.
All right, I'll acknowledge that.
So, like, why do you see that to be an issue? Like, people being in sports, right, when they don't make it unfair, right, comparative to, like, Donald Trump specifically, right, being a sexual abuser, or Donald Trump walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in.
I just think that female sports should be left to females. If trans individuals want to have their own league, I'll support that. But
there aren't enough trans people to have their own league. What are you talking about?
Well, then sucks to suck, I guess.
There's no advantage that they have that makes it unfair insofar as that they shouldn't be allowed to play.
Well, they do have an advantage though. Like in combat sports,
Wait, so I have a question. Should trans women be able to play in women's chess?
I don't really think that counts as a sport, does it?
What? What is a sport?
Chess. Sports, soccer, swimming, football.
No, not an example. What is a sport? Give me a definition.
Shoot, I don't know what the definition is off the top of my head.
What about golf?
Well, yeah, that's a sport. Yeah.
Should trans women be allowed to play in women's golf?
No.
Why?
Because a trans woman is going to have no muscle, like more muscle density.
Not after multiple years of HRT. Definitely not after multiple years of HRT.
It's not going to be what it was, but it's still going to be there. There's still going to be an innate difference.
Well, I'm sorry. After multiple years of HRT, they don't have such a muscle advantage that they wouldn't be allowed to play in golf. Dude, that's ridiculous.
Nah, man, you're just believing
I don't
the
think you
propaganda.
understand. I don't think you understand what HRT does to like to the body.
I mean, I know HRT reduces. I mean, it can, depending on the drugs you're on, can reduce the amount of testosterone in your body, and it can lessen your muscle density, but it's not gonna make it equal to that of a woman's.
So again, can you give me any source that it would specifically be so unfair and so insofar as that they should not be allowed to play? Because I can show you an article or not an article, a study right now that indicates that there's not much of a difference insofar as that they shouldn't be allowed to play. And
I
especially after
mean,
multiple years of HRT, if anything, in some circumstances, there's lesser muscle mass
really?
for plenty of individuals. Yeah. So if in a circumstance a particular trans person has lesser muscle mass than the average cis woman, should they be allowed to play?
I mean, if it can be proven, I guess I can't really say anything against it as long
Okay,
as it's
so
kept
then you're
fair.
saying that trans people should be allowed to play in sports then. So then like
I
the
mean,
idea
if
that
what you're saying is
trans
true,
women shouldn't be allowed to play in women's sports in any circumstances, you clearly disagree with. So obviously that wouldn't be a reason why you support Donald Trump. So would you like to try again and tell me why you support Donald Trump?
all right, well, I'll go to my next one. I like what he's been doing with the border. I like that he's keeping illegals out of the country.
Undocumented immigrants. What specifically about the border?
It's just more secure. He's amping up spending to the border to make sure that we can keep undocumented immigrants out of here. I don't know what the issue is with saying illegal immigrants, but
It's preferable to say undocumented immigrants. Now, you're saying you just want to get undocumented immigrants out of the country. Can you tell me one manner in which mass deportation benefits our society when you're deporting people who have not committed a violent crime or a bad crime?
well, I mean, they committed a crime by coming here illegally or by
Yeah,
staying
but it's
here
not a
illegally.
bad crime. I mean, do you care about Donald Trump's felonies?
I mean, I care, but I can't say it's the biggest issue in the world. I
Okay.
mean,
So
he
then
is
why
an
is it
American
a big
citizen.
issue when someone comes to the country undocumented, which is a misdemeanor, but it's not a big issue when the president commits 34 felonies?
Well, 34 felonies, yes, but there's only one. There's only one charge on him, though. There's only
34
one
No,
real
there's
charge.
34 felonies. He was convicted of
Yeah,
34 felonies.
it's all the same charge, though.
It's no, he was convicted of 34 different felonies.
No, I'm pretty sure there are 34
He
different
is a
counts, but all
34
the same
count
charge.
felon, bro. He's a 34 count felon.
Yeah, they're all the same charge, though. It's not like it's different charges. It's not like he has this
It's
giant
still
rap sheet.
34 different felonies.
It's 34 felonies, yes, but they're all one charge. It's not like there's multiple.
No, it's
different
not
charges.
one charge.
All right, then how many different charges are there, and what are they?
Wait, sorry. So technically, I mean, if the way it depends on how you define the word charge. If you're saying one charge could be applicable to multiple different crimes, well, then you're saying the same thing is true in the context of double murders, right? They were charged one time for two different murders.
Yes, the same thing.
Okay, so then what's the point of you saying one charge? What's the relevant? 34 time felon,
Yeah, he
34
only
count
has.
felon.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, and you have to look at what he was charged for. He was charged for mismanaging his books.
So it's falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime, which means in furtherance of another crime. So again, you don't give a shit about specifically Donald Trump committing felonies, but you do care about undocumented immigrants coming to the country for a better life.
Yeah, if you're gonna come here legally. Come here the right way.
Okay, so then you
If-
must say
if
that.
you're not- if you're not
Wait. So
here-
then you must say
hold
that
on,
Donald
hold
Trump.
on.
So you must say that Donald Trump needs to deport people the right way. Then he needs to go through the legal process, right?
No, they're here illegally. Take them out. I don't care how you do it.
Wait, I thought you were saying that they need to go through the legal process, but Trump doesn't have to go through the legal process.
No,
so
they
the
have
legal,
to- they
so
have
the
to
legal
go-
process applies to undocumented immigrants, but it does not apply to Donald Trump. You're saying Donald Trump is above the rule of law. That's what you just said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're putting words in my mouth. No, I'm saying if you come here legally, no, it's a wrap. Get out of here. I don't care how you get out of here, but get out of here. If you want to come in here the right way. If you come here the right way, is what it is.
If you want to
You're here.
deport people, do it the right way.
I mean, if you're deporting illegal immigrants, I hate to say it, but you come here.
Everyone
illegally.
within the country, as granted by the 14th Amendment, are granted due process rights. Every single person within the jurisdiction of the country is granted due process rights. Because in order to determine that they've committed a crime, you have to have due process.
So then, why isn't anyone able to stop him? Why is he able to do this?
By the way, there are particular types of courts that are trying to stop him. And again, in terms of this, there is obviously a limitation to the government being able to limit him from engaging in certain types of actions. I think that's a limitation to the checks and balances that we have. I think that's an issue. There's also a lack of enforcement mechanism for the Supreme Court, too.
I mean, if he's doing something illegal, all right, run him through the court system again. But pretty sure y'all tried that before and it didn't fly all that good for you guys.
What do you mean? Like us literally, well, we didn't do it. That was him being convicted for crimes that he committed. It wasn't Democrats that convicted him. What?
No, I'm saying that whenever he was president at first, the left tried to impeach him, and it really didn't fly all that well for you
He
guys.
did
You
get
took a shot,
impeached.
then
He
you
got
missed.
impeached. He just didn't get confirmed. It just didn't get confirmed.
Well,
through-
yeah, that's true. He got
So-
impeached. He didn't get kicked out. Y'all took a shot at
He
the king.
should be kicked out of the position of presidency. He definitely should be.
Nah.
I mean,
No,
he incited a
he's
violent
the
insurrection at the
president.
Capitol. He definitely should be.
Dude, that
Or sorry,
wasn't
chat.
an
He
insurrection.
I do remember he was impeached twice. My bad. I need to add the second time.
Yeah. I mean,
Twice,
he was
dude.
impeached twice. Yeah, y'all took 2 shots at him, and you missed both times.
What do you mean, y'all? The first guy
The-
was
the
literally
left.
a Trump supporter. He was
The
on the
left.
right. He was a conservative.
Yeah, well, he was siding with the left, and he missed. He
What do
took
you mean
a shot,
siding
he
with the
missed.
left? Come on, that's ridiculous.
Everyone that was going up trying to impeach him was siding with the left, because the left
He
was
was a
sitting there
registered
crying, "Oh,
Republican.
he's
I'm
saying-
sorry.
he's saying mean
So
things.
even
He's
when
saying
it wait,
mean
by the
things."
way, even when the person's a registered Republican, they still blame us. They still blame us.
I can't argue with that one. They do blame you guys. I'm not going to argue that one.
Wait, restate that, Alexandra. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you.
I said I'll agree with you. Even whenever they are, Republicans and registered Republicans, they do blame the left. I'm not going to argue that one.
Okay,
But
so
no,
what's your
Trump-
point?
I'm just saying the left tried to impeach Trump and they failed. They failed miserably.
Okay, what's your point with that though?
If Trump's breaking all these laws, why weren't they able to make it stick? If everything you're saying is true, why couldn't they make it stick?
If everything I'm saying is true, why couldn't they make
Yeah.
it stick? Because it is the case that you need enough people in the context of Congress, Republicans in
Yeah,
Congress.
and if you have all the proof, you need, and everything you say is true and watertight and floats, why weren't they able to make that boat go? That boat sank like a rock.
Wait, say that one more time.
I said that boat didn't float. As in, and by boat, I mean in trying to impeach Trump or trying to kick him out of office. They tried to make that boat float, and it didn't float. It sank like a rock. It went nowhere.
Wait, repeat what you just said. Sorry, I was responding to a text and I didn't even hear half what you said.
Oh, I said that whenever they were trying to impeach Trump and they were trying to kick him out of office, it didn't go anywhere. And I used the analogy: if everything that they were if everything they were saying was airtight, why didn't that boat float? It sank. They couldn't make it. They couldn't make it stick. They couldn't get the numbers they needed to vote him out.
Okay, I
But
don't know why
if
you
they-
keep. Hey, dude, if you just keep repeating the same thing, I don't know how to keep responding to you. Why do you keep saying this? At this point, what the fuck do you, what's the point?
I'm just asking you, if everything you're saying is true and he's so bad, why weren't they able to kick him out of office?
I already answered this question. What was my answer?
They didn't have the numbers. They didn't have the numbers they needed. So that means that
Wait,
what they were saying,
because of Republicans? Because it's Congress?
yeah, they didn't have the numbers they needed to kick
Wait,
him
wait,
out.
I'm
because
sorry.
what
I'm sorry.
they-
When
what
you
they're
say
saying
it's
wasn't
so disingenuous, because even if he was determined to be, this to have been the case, you still wouldn't accept it. You'd still call it fake and bullshit because you don't accept
No, I
the
wouldn't.
felonies he was
No, I
convicted of.
wouldn't.
You don't accept that when he was a jury determined that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll. You don't accept that. You act
Yeah,
like
how do you
if
know?
it,
You didn't ask me that one.
wait, the jury indicated. Do you believe it?
I believe it could have happened. Yes.
No.
I
Do you believe it
could
did
have happened.
happen? I asked you if you believe it did it happen.
I believe it could have happened.
No, I want an answer. Did it happen or did it not happen, under your view?
I'd say I believe it could have happened. I'm not going to say it didn't happen. I'm not going to say it did. I believe it could have happened.
Yeah, and I could have $1 trillion too. Can you answer the
could.
question? Answer the question.
I did answer. I said it could
No,
have
you're
happened.
not. That's not an answer.
Yes,
I
I
didn't
did.
ask you. I didn't ask you if it could be the case. I asked you, do you believe it to be the case?
Is he charged with it?
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating Eugene Carroll's vagina against her will.
Well, if he was held liable, then I guess it did happen.
Okay, then if you agree that it did happen, well, then it is the case that then why did you vote for a guy that sexually abused a woman?
I don't vote for him based off his morals. I voted on him. I
Wait,
voted
so
for
you
him
would
based
you
off
would
his
vote for a
policies.
guy that raped a woman?
If his policies are good, I'm not voting. I'm not voting for him.
If
because
his
he's a good
policies are
person.
good, I'm sorry. If the victim were a child, would you still vote for him?
No, you're a monster at that point. That's a
Okay, so
child.
why
You're
are you a monster if the victim's a child, but not if the victim's a woman? Aren't
Because-
rapists who rape women monsters?
Yes, they are monsters.
So then why didn't you say that about Donald Trump when it was the case that the victim was a woman and is a woman?
Because I'm not voting on him. I'm not voting for him because I think he's a good person. I voted for him because he has.
Well,
good
I'm sorry, but
policies.
you're willing to overlook it when it is the case that the victim's a woman, but you're not willing to overlook it when the victim's a child? What's the relevant difference between the two scenarios? That means in one scenario, you're willing to overlook it and still vote for him because of the policies, but in the other scenario, you're not willing to overlook it even though you agree with his policies.
Because if a child, that's like the purest form of innocence we have on this earth. And if you,
I'm sorry, any person who was raped was innocent. I'm confused. Right? What are you talking about? E.G. Carroll was innocent.
Innocence. I said innocence.
I'm sorry, what do you mean? I'm confused why you're saying that like children have a greater degree of innocence insofar as that like if they're assaulted that you're willing to overlook it when it's a woman. Like that's so fucking weird, dude.
I'm not saying I'm willing to overlook it, but
You literally just said that. You said you were willing to overlook it. Because it is the case that you agree with his policies, but his policies are the same if the victim were a child and you were not willing to overlook it then.
Did Trump get locked up for raping a woman?
He was held civilly liable. The reason why it wasn't in a criminal court was because of the statute of limitations on SA cases in the context of New York.
Alright, so then how can we say without a doubt that this woman wasn't making shit up and this was able
Because the
to-
jury determined it to be true. A unanimous decision from the jury.
I'm trying to remember if I heard about this one.
Just because you didn't do research doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I haven't heard about that one, so I don't know too much about it. You might be right.
I am right. So, given that this is true, why would you still vote for Donald Trump?
Well, making me think here. Shit. Oh, am I allowed to say that word on TikTok Live?
What
word? Shit. I don't know if that goes against TikTok's guidelines. I don't want to get you demonetized.
I don't know what word.
Shit.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, if that's true, then I kind of regret voting for him.
Okay. All right. So if you could go back in time, you wouldn't?
If he actually raped a girl, no, I wouldn't because
He
that's,
did.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Tim with the $5. Thank you so much. Barbara, thank you for the Galaxy. Really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you for the $2. Svetlana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Greg with the $5. Beefy, thank you so much for the member subscription. Sonic with the member subscription. Mutant, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did see that. That's crazy. Cheryl, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Carrie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. David with the $5. Sarah with the $5. CH, thank you for the $5. Rex, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Anna, thank you for the $5. Deborah, thank you for the $2. Livy with the $20. And Carolina, thank you for the $5. As well as Bernard, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Bernard. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kai as well, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Bernard and Kai in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. As well as if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Brian, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. And Nicole, thank you so much for the $5. I hope your recovery continues to do well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
29.
Brianna, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi there, I'm 18 years old.
What's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
September
What
30th.
day? Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Trump,
Okay. Tom, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Tom. I really appreciate YouTube super chat. So why would you support Donald Trump?
abortion policies.
What specific abortion policy?
Well, Trump promotes more pro-life policies other than Kamala.
Kamala?
Yeah.
So I have a question. You're super pro-life. You want to restrict bodily autonomy to save human life? Are you okay with getting rid of guns to save human life?
Well, I support more restrictions, but you cannot compare guns to a human life.
Yeah, exactly. For example, like, oh, by the way, guns kill human lives. I'm saying to save human lives. Taking away someone's guns is a lot better than restricting their access to abortion, because it's a significantly greater level of obligation to undergo, particularly to go through the context of a pregnancy against your will, than to have your guns taken away from you against your will. So yeah, exactly. Like,
I
if anything,
disagree.
you should have more reason to say that guns should be taken away first.
Well, abortions have killed 1.2 billion babies compared to guns.
So do you want to get rid of bodily autonomy to save human life? And also, there are a lot of people that have
Absolutely.
died otherwise that we can talk about as well.
Absolutely.
From
To
guns.
save more lives, babies matter.
Okay, so you want to restrict bodily autonomy in terms of your choice to get a vaccine or not, right?
What the hell does a vaccine have to do with killing a
Vaccines save
child?
lives. Do you agree vaccines save lives?
No, they don't.
Vaccines
They
don't save
don't.
lives? So you
COVID
deny
doesn't.
science?
COVID.
So you deny science. You say that vaccines do not save lives, you
Well,
deny science.
COVID's fake. COVID's a hoax.
COVID's fake? Really? Is that your best
It's a
defense?
hoax.
It's obviously
It's
not
a
a hoax, and
hoax.
it's obviously not fake. Are you lying?
It's
Are you
made up
trolling?
by Bill Gates.
Not true. Obviously not. Where'd you get that information
Anyways,
from?
abortions have killed more babies
Hold up.
than
Where
vaccines.
did you get the information that COVID's a hoax from?
Well, social media, I guess.
Okay. Get off my stream. You're obviously a troll.
You're a troll.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. I have no clue what you're saying currently.
2005. Sorry.
2005? And you said you were how old again? Sorry.
20.
And what month were you born?
January 26th.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
And if you could go
And
back
if I
right
went
now,
back
would you
in
still vote
time, I
for him?
would still vote, yeah.
Okay. Why so?
His immigration policy.
Okay, what about his immigration
And his
policy?
economics.
Okay. What about his immigration and economic policy?
I mean, I believe that there's a problem with immigration. He's trying to fix it.
Okay.
And I believe that most of the tariffs that you guys complain about were bipartisan with Biden anyways.
No, they weren't. Because the tariffs
Yeah,
that
they
Trump's
were.
advocating for had to be passed through the executive branch, obviously showing that they're not bipartisan. Plus, it is the case
Most of
that
them were expanding on already done tariffs that Biden kept from Trump's first term.
so if they're expanding on it, then it's not the same as the previous ones. And also, the Liberation Day tariffs are universal on countries from around the entire world, definitely not supported by the Democrats. The Democrats specifically supported certain targeted tariffs on specific, hyper-specific industries, right, for specialized manufacturing in the United States. and energy independence, things like that. Whereas Trump, his tariffs are universalized, relating to different countries around the world to quote unquote bring back domestic manufacturing. When under his administration, we've seen a decline in manufacturing investment accounting for inflation, whereas under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw a massive increase.
Most of them were still bipartisan through the administration, but I did want to talk about immigration.
Go ahead. What about it?
I mean, so do you believe that mass amnesty is the way?
Yeah, for people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
Okay, can you tell me why the IRCA Act didn't work through Reagan, which was basically mass amnesty?
I don't have an issue with mass amnesty under Reagan. I just think that the process should have also taken into account the fact that you need to make the legal process go quicker as well to incentivize people to go through said legal process. Anyone who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship.
But nobody's actually incentivizing for that. They're just incentivizing for mass amnesty, basically the same that the IRCA did, which failed miserably.
Again, how did it fail?
It pushed more undocumented immigrants into the country and didn't really even give them good amnesty or like a good chance at amnesty.
So then what you would advocate for is actual amnesty, right? A pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
No.
So if your critique of it was that they didn't actually get a pathway to citizenship, well, then it is the case that they should. And by the way, there were plenty of individuals that did get a pathway to citizenship, but we have
about like 3 million.
Yeah, we have to acknowledge that I would advocate for anyone in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime to be given said pathway to citizenship.
Okay, but why didn't it work then? That's what they were doing.
There was nothing wrong with the pathway to citizenship. Wait, tell me one negative that would come from the pathway to citizenship that I'm advocating for in particular.
You're advocating for everybody that's in the country undocumented, if they haven't committed a violent crime, to have citizenship, right? Correct?
Violent crime or bad crime.
Okay, so that's kind of a new, like, what does that mean? Like, you can create your own standard now? Like, what does violent or bad crime mean?
Obviously, whatever I determine bad is based upon my own standard.
Okay, yeah, so that's
when I say bad, it's going to be bad, so bad insofar as that they should be deported. Like anything that, like when I say bad, I'm trying to specify that there are certain crimes I do consider morally wrong to commit that could be considered nonviolent, that still would be reason to deport someone, but it's not going to be true in most circumstances. Like if someone like fucking jaywalks, that's not a reason to deport them. That's essentially the point that I'm trying to highlight. That there are plenty of crimes out there that exist that are not a reason to deport someone. That's essentially what I'm arguing.
Okay. But why do you believe that 15 million people that are in here and undocumented should be able to stay here when no other country does that?
I mean, by the way, just because no other country does that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. And why do I believe that? Because it's better for our system as a whole. It's better for our immigration process. Our current legal immigration process wouldn't restrict them from coming to the country. Immigration is incredibly important for increasing our population size and being able to decrease the likelihood that Social Security and Medicare will go insolvent, which will reduce benefits for people who are on these programs. So obviously, it's really important for economic growth and for ensuring that the country, right, doesn't go into insolvency with the core fundamental programs.
So I obviously disagree. I think mass immigration actually leads to lower wages amongst unskilled American workers. I don't believe so.
What do you mean you don't believe so?
I mean, it could have been a year ago or so.
That totally means you've debated me before, by the way. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Someone said in the comment section, Parker's getting paid to lie to you guys. He's a registered Republican. I'm definitely not a registered Republican. I wonder where they got that information from. Parker's actually a registered. No, never have registered as a Republican in my life. When I used to be a Trump supporter, I was in high school. I wasn't even old enough to vote. And by the time I was old enough to vote, I voted for Biden. The first time I registered was literally as a Democrat. So, crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I am 35, and you're probably going to end up wanting to skip me because I don't technically fit your standards.
Okay. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube.
Marker accepted. No!
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth
I'm a
year,
hard
bud?
right mag motherfucker, too. I'm ready to debate.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
May.
Okay.
Am I okay to debate you?
Yeah, I mean, I just got to make sure you're old enough, man.
Alright, I'm just like a hard right mag motherfucker, so.
Okay. Tracy,
Okay,
thank
so-
you so much for the $3. Thank you so much, Tracy and Alex. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Valerie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Valerie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Valerie. As well as Mary, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Mary in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. W's for Mary in the comment section right now. As well as No Name, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, No Name.
Yo.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so I just want you to, can you give me some reasons why you voted for Kamala and why I shouldn't vote for Trump?
Yeah, because Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing. He said he would
Did
date a
they like
10-year-old
it?
girl in 10 years. He called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. And what the fuck? Get off my stream. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Why shouldn't I?
Well, because he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. We can point to his big, beautiful bill that cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast, on average per month, 2.5 million people on average per month off of their food stamps, over 10 million people off their health insurance, and adds $3.4 trillion to the debt.
Well, shit. I guess you're right.
So you don't support him anymore?
Nope.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Realistically, that should be the response when I bring that up, by the way. That should be the response. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, my bad, bro. I was spamming.
You're good. Don't worry. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Palestine.
You're disgusting. What the fuck? Free Palestine.
Fuck Palestine.
Free Palestine. How old are you?
I'm 14, but I can say what I want
you're,
to.
You're
I'm supporting
disgusting.
it.
That's literally just your parents, dude. What the fuck, dude? Don't say fuck Palestine. That's fucking disgusting. Free Palestine, right? Palestine absolutely deserves to be free. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm an adult.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And why is that?
I'm a supporter of him because of all of his policies that he stands for and everything that he's done so far with America, including his last term.
Such as?
So what is the reason why you don't support him?
Well, his big beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month. 2.5 million people on average per month off of their food stamps. 10 million people off of their health insurance through the context of Medicaid. Adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. Plus, his other policies are incredibly detrimental to the working class and to people in need, and it increases taxes on the working class. We could also point to the fact that he denies science. I think that's incredibly negatively impacting our health, and I think that's a public health crisis.
But where's your proof of that?
Of what point?
Of all of everything that you said, like it's almost like completely like false, like almost everything that you just said. And I wonder why you are on here spreading lies instead of actually showing us facts.
Tell me what the specific lie was.
That he doesn't support science.
Okay, I'll give you explicit examples. He said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet, which is actively denying the scientific consensus that the climate is increasing global temperature and that it's caused by humans. Over 97% of climate scientists indicate that to be true. He said recently that Tylenol usage during the context of pregnancy causes autism, which there's no evidence indicating that, and it's actually a misinterpretation that he has from a study that indicates that there's no association between the usage of Tylenol during the context of pregnancy and autism, right, after taking into account factors such as genetics and siblings.
Yeah, but that's an opinion. You don't have no fact of that.
We do have facts on that. I just showed a Swedish study with 2.5 million different children that it overlooked that indicated no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism, right, after taking into account siblings and genetics. That's a fact. That's from a study.
Yeah, that's a fact from Sweden, but that's not a fact that what he got from the cases that we have been receiving out here in the U.S.
There's no case in there's no study in the U.S. that indicates that that Tylenol used during pregnancy is causing autism. There's no study. Can you tell me what the study is?
Yeah, the study is everything that they've actually brought out to you, that they've said exactly where you got your information as far as his opinion on it. All of that information, they got that from the studies of women that have children that had autism. They were linked to them taking Tylenol.
So,
and
again,
that was out here in the U.S.
When, by the way, they didn't cite a study. When taking into account genetics and siblings, there is. Wait, by the way, I just want to clarify to you: correlation does not equal causation. Okay, just because it is the case that there's two things that are associated does not mean one cause the other. For example, during the context,
that information from Sweden.
For example, during the context of the summertime, there's an increase in the rate of violent crime, and there's also an increase in the ice cream consumption. Do you think the increase in the ice cream consumption is causing the increase in violent crime?
I don't know what that would have to do with crime.
Those two things are correlated. Does that mean that one is causing the other? Just because they're correlated?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
No, if you were to take into account other factors, you would be able to see that there's actually no association. So when taking into account in the context of these studies, right, genetics and siblings, it is the case that there's no association between Tylenol usage during the context of pregnancy and autism. Absolutely no association.
Okay, so that opinion is hindering people from taking Tylenol? Because it's not. It's not hindering anybody from taking Tylenol. I mean, if someone is going to take a Tylenol, I mean, I know a lot of liberals, they definitely don't agree with that. So they actually went on social media and took Tylenol while they were pregnant. So I understand that it's for him to have an opinion and say, hey, listen, if you don't want your child to have autism, and it's a possibility that this is what you call a correlation that can actually be something close to linked to a death or a crime, why
there
would
is
you want
no
to do
association with Tylenol usage in pregnancy, right, and autism, given that you take into account genetic factors and siblings. So if you take into account those factors, there is no association. Him saying that there are no negatives to not taking Tylenol is factually incorrect and leads to, again, right, people having worse overall health, because untreated fever is harmful to the person who's pregnant in terms of their health, and it's harmful to the health of the pregnancy.
And that's because there's alternatives of taking that, because if you're having a fever and you want to take a drug so that you don't have the fever, but instead you would prefer to take a Tylenol, which is your preference, and it's not going to stop you. I don't think that that's
Wait, I'm sorry. That's what doctors recommend you should do, because not treating fever is harmful to pregnancy. Is harmful to health.
And like I said, there's alternatives. And his suggestion
What's the alternative? Tell me, what's the alternative?
The alternative is Advil.
Wait, Advil is not as.
What
Wait. Are you saying
other
Advil
drugs-
is safer
what
in
other
usage
drugs
during?
are out there?
Are you saying Advil is safer for usage during pregnancy?
I think so.
Can you provide me a single study indicating that?
Well, a doctor would have to, just like a doctor would recommend.
And what
Tylenol.
doctors have been saying that it's more beneficial. They actually don't. They say Tylenol is what you should use during pregnancy. By the way, don't listen to this random fucking guest on the live stream. He clearly has not done research on this. Please go talk to your doctor. If you're currently pregnant right now, please talk to your doctor. Please talk to your doctor. Push the money gun. Don't just listen to me. Don't just listen to anyone on the internet. Please go talk to your doctor. See what's most beneficial in the case in which you are specifically dealing with. Talk to your family medicine doctor. That's really important.
And he supports science, by the way.
He doesn't. He said the climate was going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. He said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism, which there's no evidence indicating any of those things.
That's a health issue. That has nothing to do with science.
That does have to do with what? What is science?
Health and science is not the same thing. What is good for your health is not the same as science. Windmills and everything.
I'm sorry. He was. Hold on. Let me pause you there. Let me pause you there. He was denying the science about what is healthy for Americans. So yes, when I was talking about his stance on health, it was related to him denying science. I do have to clarify that first.
None of that stuff is correlating to science. It's just an opinion. It's just an opinion. It's not a health issue. You said something about Tylenol, and then you said something about windmills. What does that have to do with science? What is science to you?
Are there scientific studies on health outcomes?
Health outcomes rely on studies for medication, what is causing something, and what is going to be helpful for someone. That has nothing to do with windmills or what the reason why we need for climate change. That has climate change. None of that has anything to do with science. That has something to do with climate.
Yeah, climate science has nothing to do with science. I totally agree.
Climate science. So now we're changing the subject again. So we was talking about climate change or climate windmills or whatever it was. And now we're talking about climate science. Okay, so yeah, the climate has something to do with the weather. It has something to do with the
climate
weather
and weather are
changing
different,
and the seasons and things of that nature.
No, climate does not have to do with just the
you want to call
seasons.
it science. So again, we just want to know if you even know what science is.
I do.
Okay, well, it's definitely not client science, because that's client science. So what is science to you?
Climate science is a form of science.
No, what is science? Because you're saying client science, and then you talked about Tylenol. So we just want to know if you even know what science is.
Yeah, science is going to be a mechanism of particular types of mechanisms that you're going to use, like, for example, within the context of the scientific method, to be able to explain the natural world. That's what science is.
Okay, so
science is a process in which we use to explain the natural world, and that's called the scientific method.
Okay, so you would agree that involves the periodic table.
Within science, there is a periodic table, yes.
Okay. So if there's a periodic table, what does the periodic table have to do with Tylenol?
The periodic table is not the only aspect of science.
Okay, but why do you think that Donald Trump does not believe that the periodic table exists? And that's one of the aspects that is the fundamental aspects of science.
I never said that he claimed that the periodic table doesn't exist.
You said no. You actually said that he does not support science. You said that he doesn't believe in it. We just heard you said that. We just heard you say that. So
and
we
I
want to
gave
know
you
why
explicit
you
examples. Yeah, he said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that he said
that
specifically
has something to do with the ocean.
Yeah,
Keep
which
going.
Relates,
that has something to do.
I'm sorry. That also relates to science.
So the ocean and science and windmills, these are all different categories.
Testing. Like, for example, you would use a scientific study to determine that there would be an impact that windmills would have on whales dying. You would conduct a scientific study, to determine whether or not the windmills are causing the whales to die in numbers never seen before, which is clearly not happening. No scientific study has indicated that.
Okay, so if it's not happening, then why would he support it? Why would he need to support something that's not happening?
You ask him that. Do you want me to play the audio of him saying that?
No, I mean, if we both agreed on that, him saying that he does not support that, that he believes that it is causing that, Does that mean
whale
that we want
strikes.
money from him?
But you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
How long is this clip?
How long ago was it?
Okay, I just wanted to know how long it was because I just didn't hear him say anything about he doesn't support science. I heard him give an opinion about wells and windmills and one well dying. I just didn't hear the part where he says because of that, I don't support science. And that's exactly the reason, one of your reasons why you don't support Trump. So I'm just trying to find a link to some facts here. Because if you're going to play a video or a clip, I just wanted to at least link to something that you said. This is the reason why you don't support him. So where are the facts?
Yeah, so I'll show you how your reasoning here is absurd. Okay? If I were to claim...
Please.
Yeah. If I were to claim that a specific scientific fact of reality was false, right, I would be denying science within that respect. Okay,
Negative.
that's being anti-science. I'll give you an
Negative.
example. I'll give you an
Please.
example. If
Please, go ahead.
I denied evolution, would that be anti-science?
Denied evolution, would you publicly go out and deny it, or would you have an opinion regarding an aspect, some sort of aspect?
If my opinion was that evolution was false, okay, that it was a hoax created by the Democrats, would that be anti-science?
That would be anti-evolution.
But it wouldn't be anti-science?
No, it wouldn't be anti-science. It would be anti-evolution. That means you don't believe evolution. I mean, because we know that there's different aspects of science, right?
Let's see how far this goes. If I believed the Earth was flat, would that be anti-science?
No, that would be your opinion on the Earth.
No, yeah, dude. You know what? If you believe the Earth is flat, that is not
Come on,
anti-science. That is not denying science at all. That's not
like,
anti-science.
at least
That is
make it
actually
make
it's
sense.
actually pro-science to say that the Earth is flat. Okay, it's pro-science.
Okay. Oh, that's your opinion too. I just want to
Wait,
see
so
the
I have a
fact
question. Is
of
it
where
pro-
he doesn't support science.
Yeah, if he denies science, right? A scientific
How?
determination,
Where did he deny it?
objective.
I just want to hear the clip where he denied it.
He said the climate was going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. That's denying a objectively verifiable scientific fact.
He says science doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, do you want to hear it?
He said
I think one
science-
area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay. It'll start getting cooler.
You
just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually. I met so
He
many
doesn't
of the
think
homo-
science knows?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Is
Yeah,
that anti-science?
If for him to say I don't think science knows, yeah, that's definitely that's not a good opinion because you're not supposed to say anything about science. I mean, unless you actually can prove that person wrong. However, I don't know if that's a reason to not support his opinion because it is just an opinion, and we can just disagree about the opinion. Doesn't mean that he shouldn't be supported. So was there another reason why you don't support Trump other than the fact
So you
that
support
think
him
that he
in
does not
despite
try-
of so you just support him in despite of the fact that he's anti-science?
Yeah, you don't have to be pro-science to be a great president.
Okay. All right. So then, like, what aspects do you like of him then?
I do like the fact that he does listen to whatever these people have to say, and I feel like as long as they're not saying anything that is stupid, he'll entertain it. But I mean, if it is stupid, he'll shut you down, which is a really good thing that we need right now as far as leadership. I don't know if he's the best example when it comes to leadership, but it is what we need right now since what we had was just totally just just ruining us. So right now, he's just kind of combating that. If we had anybody that was 20 times better than him, I would definitely choose that president. But I mean, come on, for right now, it's like you got a guy who used to be a freaking entrepreneur, or he still kind of is running his business or whatever it is that he's doing, and he has the best interest for our economics. It's like the best person that you can put in charge for that, because the politician somebody who actually went to school for politics wouldn't really know what's best for economics, because they would have to go through an economic degree, but you went to school for politics. So there's like what we just discovered, like there's different aspects of science, there's different aspects of politics too. So I just wouldn't want to categorize somebody for just one specific thing. I don't think that he's good for social justice, because when it comes to social justice, we can't confirm that he's doing the right thing. We can't confirm that, because I mean, if there's a person that needs to be in jail, they need to stay in jail. He's pardoning people. We don't know that. So, like I said, there's certain things that I could disagree on, but it doesn't mean that I don't think that he's not the right man for the right job.
Yeah, so I do have an economics degree, and I can clearly see through the context of what I've learned in getting my economics degree that Donald Trump has significantly worse policies for economics. And it's not just me saying that, it's also like economists across the board. But before we go into that, because I think that's an important conversation for us to go into next, I'd love for you to hear this clip, and just want to hear your thoughts on it.
Way I could lose California, but automatically they mark it down if you're a Republican as a loss. That you lose by 5 million votes. I said, 5 million votes? I guarantee if Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California, okay? In other words, if we had an honest vote counter, a really honest vote counter, I'd do great with the Hispanics, great. I mean, at a level that no Republican's ever done.
Do you agree with that?
No, he definitely would not lose California or win California. I'd live in California. He is definitely not close to winning. Okay, there is an honest vote count, and he said if Jesus were the vote counter that he would win California. That's obviously false.
Yeah, so how did Arnold Schwarzenegger do it though?
Are you talking in like the 90s?
No, I'm talking about as far as when he was the governor, when he had his term in California, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Which was in the 90s, right?
No, it was not in the 90s. Definitely not in the 90s.
Early 2000s? I apologize.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely in the early 2000s.
Okay. What's your point with
yeah,
that?
I was I mean,
that's not comparable to now.
No, it isn't. I mean, but if you want to go historically, I mean, it's almost kind of like we're due for a Democrat because we had a Republican, right? You know what I mean? So that's why we have Gavin Newsom right now. But who's going to be next after him? I mean, it wouldn't be fair if we just put in another Democrat. I mean, we can vote and vote and vote and vote and vote is all we want. But what they're going to do is they're going to do what's fair, and we know why. It's because it's rigged.
What? No.
What?
No,
now
it's not.
Like
no.
You said it's
California is
fair,
definitely
right?
very liberal. California is very liberal. Push the galaxy. Now, if you want to look at like who's going to be governor next, it likely will be a Democrat because we'll vote for a Democrat again. So it will be fair because that's democracy.
Well, you know what they have right now? Because of what's going on in Texas, the governor wants to do what exactly he said. Hey, if Greg Abbott can do it in Texas, we want to redistrict this state as well. Now, my question to you is: do you think that the Californians, because it is a very, very, very blue state, do you think that they're actually going to go ahead and fall for that if the Republicans vote yes on that Proposition 50?
Yes, we will absolutely follow through with redistricting. I think that's great. We should do that.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that they're not. I mean, it's going to be very interesting coming November.
If they do it, we will do it. We have a vote like in November on that. So
Yeah,
if you are in California,
come this November, it's going to be very interesting. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, because there's a lot of Republicans that they already know what they're going to do, and then you already have Arnold Schwarzenegger that's saying, hey, vote yes on it. Because if you vote, not vote yes. I'm sorry, vote no. Because if you vote yes, he's letting you know straight up exactly the consequences. And I think that all the interviews that he's been doing, the consequences. Oh, basically, the government takes control and the people don't.
What? No,
And
it's the people. So what you're not understanding is that people are still going to be the ones that vote in these areas. And if you're saying that gerrymandering, right, isn't a actual
nah.
legitimate process, well, then we should get rid of it overall. How about we ban gerrymandering?
Yeah, but we haven't done that before. And look,
Let's do
and
it.
you said that it was a very liberal state. So if you gerrymander, that's going to make it even more liberal, right?
It will make it categorized as more liberal, yes, but that is based upon
Okay, that is a goal that they
can I
want to
please
do.
finish? Can I please finish? Can I please finish, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Let me
Go
finish
ahead.
this point, please.
Sure.
So again, as it relates to this, we are voting right in California in November on whether or not we want to redistrict in the first place. So it's a democratic vote within California on whether or not we ourselves want it to be redistricted towards what the democratic vote is within California already. So that is distinct from what it is in other places, that specifically they are asking for our right to do it in the very first place. Right? And that's why every single person in this live stream, right, that should specifically vote for that redistricting if they're in California. Because, right, it is important that we set a precedence that if they're going to engage in this, they should ask for the people in terms of what they think first.
Yep, and that's going to come this November. But like what you said the right answer is going to make it more liberal. So when you do that, that means they have already implemented all of their corruption inside of these policies, making it more liberal than it is fair.
It's not corruption. It's not corruption. That's fighting
Okay.
back.
Okay, well then that explains all the red cities then, right?
You mean like
as far as this being a very, very blue state, that explains the red cities, right?
Yeah,
Because
some red cities exist.
where's the fairness at? Where's the fairness at? I mean, have you seen what the map looks like now compared to what it looked like 6 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, because we know it's way more red. So what everything that's being
Land doesn't
said.
vote. Land doesn't vote. People do.
Okay, well those people are either they're moving out of the state, and there's no reason for it.
I mean, we haven't really lost
California's
many
moving
people.
out of the state, right? Okay, well,
Democrats aren't leaving. What are you talking about? You think Democrats are leaving California?
It doesn't matter if you're it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. If you leave California,
it's totally Republicans that are leaving.
They don't want to live in a democratic. They don't want to live under this tyrant. They don't want to live under him.
We don't want to live with them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you would rather them lose their homes, move out.
No, I'm not saying for them to lose their homes. I'm just saying
they've
they
already
should,
lost their homes, and then your governor didn't do anything about it. So
you're talking about the fires?
Too.
Wait, wait, the people who specifically their houses were lost in the fires, right? I think that they shouldn't have lost their houses. That's ridiculous. And again, we have more funding to be able to deal with the fact that people's housing.
That happened over
Can I please finish?
9 months ago. No, I mean, if you're gonna finish, at least be.
I will. So, yeah. So again, the Democrats actually put more funding into being able to deal with fires than do Republicans. Republicans would be the ones underfunding these programs, which would lead to more people getting their houses burnt down and losing their houses because they don't want to pay for other people's houses. They say to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and to pay for your own house that got burnt down, and that you shouldn't rely on federal tax dollars to pay for your house getting burned down.
No, I mean, everybody knows about insurance, and then all the governor has to do is get inside of the insurance. I mean, the bar is out here in California. There's an insurance carrier. All he would have to do is write them a letter and say, hey, give them their money. They would have had their houses rebuilt. He's putting all this money in the wrong places. We know where he's putting his money at, and it shouldn't go there.
That's not true. He can't just write a letter and then the insurance companies
Well,
get
that's
out.
too
They'd have
bad.
to.
That's too bad. That's why he shouldn't be the
They would
governor.
have to.
That's why people are left. That's why people left. It's too bad. And I'm glad you said that. Keep going.
They would have to pass policies in order to be able to do that in the first place, and that's not why people were leaving. People specifically were leaving for plenty of other reasons. If you'd like to provide me any source that people were leaving just because of the fires, I would love to see that, because I don't see any good reason to believe that to be true as a prescription for most people leaving. Okay.
Well, I'll give you a couple businesses. In-N-Out left. They went to Tennessee. And Bed Bath & Beyond, he's leaving. The CEO is leaving California.
That's not because of the fires.
Okay, perfect. That proves my point. So it has nothing to do with the fire. So we'll explain why they're leaving
actually
California.
disproves your point.
Because they did. I'll tell you why. Because they actually specified. They were trying to say that it had nothing to do with politics. which is perfect because they were being very transparent when they said that. We already know that it has something to do with Mr. Gavin Newsom's policies. If he had not had these policies, and we could talk about the homelessness. We have NIMBY, not in my backyard. So why does it have to get worse than it was, like I said, 6 years ago? Because they were out here 6 years ago. Gavin Newsom was still the governor then, but it has gotten worse. We know where Gavin Newsom's priorities has went. It has neglected the Californians, and it has went to his ego. If his ego is to strictly beat Donald Trump, then he has totally not only lost his mind, he lost his priorities and his responsibilities. His responsibility is towards us, to the Californians. And we don't like that. We don't like that attitude. We don't like that behavior. And that's exactly what he's expressed. We've seen his interviews. We've seen his podcast. We know how he's been acting. If he just would have had focused on putting his money in the right places, then maybe we could actually see exactly what you're talking about. But it hadn't happened. It hadn't happened. And we are talking about something that happened over 9 months ago. So that's kind of sad that a person really has not had their. And then we know what he's trying to put affordable housing in the area where these people lost their homes, instead of rebuilding it so they can stay there. It's awful. So yeah, not everything. I don't know. I don't always have to agree with everything.
Can you give me a source for that last claim, actually?
Which one? You talking about
Yeah,
Bed Bath and Beyond, or you talking about which one? Bed Bath and Beyond, or In and Out? Which one? Who?
The affordable housing point.
Yeah, the affordable. That's kind of his goals. He wants to put 80 ADUs there. I read something online. I don't have it right in front of me, but I read something online. Yeah, this is just something that came from him, came from News Now. You can look it up. And then I also saw it again on what, social media? News Now. News Now. Okay. Well, are you not looking it up? You don't want to look it up, or what?
So you clearly don't have a source. I can look it up, but you just clearly don't have a source yourself.
Oh, it's a fact. You just don't want to look it up. I mean, you could play clips of Donald Trump, but you don't want to play clips of Gavin Newsom and what he says. That's interesting.
So 6 months after the LA fires, Governor Gavin Newsom announced the release of $101 million to help rapidly rebuild critically needed affordable multifamily rental housing in the fire-devastated Los Angeles region. So it's for the people that their houses burnt down.
Rental housing?
You understand?
Is that what I heard you say?
It says
rental housing.
It said affordable multifamily rental housing statewide, right?
Wow, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm.
What's your
statewide?
That's for areas that specifically were affected, and that it's rebuilding the critically needed. So this was already there.
No, we're talking about Pasadena and the Eaton area, and we're also talking about Malibu. That's where the fire,
the Palisades, and then Altadena area. Yes, I know. I'm familiar with the areas. And again, in terms of those, they're not just building up they're not just taking people's properties from them and then building up stuff that they specifically had from on their own property. This is just to accelerate the housing stability, right, and to specifically to rebuild areas that were affected by the LA fires.
Okay, so basically what you just read is something that he has that he wants to do for all of California, which is nice. They haven't seen it in specifically those areas that I mentioned. They have not seen it. If you took a drive over there, even for Karen Bass, because she's the mayor of the Los Angeles area, even she's saying that it's dangerous to go back over there because it looked like a dead zone. So they had a cleanup process that was delayed. And then they actually wanted to get funding for the rebuilding process. They've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And so everything that you're reading is basically everything that is coming from Sacramento, which is fine. These people have not seen any of that. So this rebuilding process is not necessarily even for the people who lost their homes. It is
not true. That's not true. That's a lie.
Okay.
You said that there's no funding. You said that there's no funding. You said that there's no funding for people that lost their houses. That's just not true.
Okay.
So have they done to the degree that
if there's not funding, okay. If there's not,
have they done to the degree that I would like? No, they haven't done to the degree that I would like. But it is the case that you have to acknowledge that they did, right? I can't just overlook that. And then also, I'd like to get back to some of your other points once we can, because you did make multiple points, and I did want to address multiple of those points. You can unmute. I sent you an invite to unmute.
Okay, my fault. Go ahead. Which one of those points were you talking about?
Yeah, so in terms of homelessness, homelessness has increased, but it's increased at a lower rate than what it was prior. So they've done things to actively address homelessness, but obviously not enough, right? But compared to other places around the world, right? They are not around the world, around the United States, they have done things. So just the idea that like they've completely neglected Californians and they haven't done anything to address it is simply not true. Again, could they do more? Absolutely. But have they done nothing? Wrong. You know who actually has done nothing? Republicans continually over and over again because they have no plans to address homelessness. And then if you want to talk about neglected Californians as a whole, again, the way that I would say that Newsom neglected Californians is by not passing and signing into law the single-payer healthcare model, right? The specifically universal healthcare system. Not single-payer, universal healthcare system.
Yeah, I agree on that as well. Well, do you agree that he should be defiant and not obey with the Trump administration and what he is asking Mr. Gavin Newsom to do?
On what?
On anything. He told him he gave him some money, and then we don't know where the money went.
For what? I'd have to know the specifics. I don't know what you're even talking about.
It was for the fires.
Okay, well, I'd have to see. Can you give me a source? Like, I'll take some people in the meantime. I would like to see a source of what you're talking about to be able to respond.
Well, I'm basically going based off of what he said from the press conference that they had in the White House. I did see this on the news. However, I do believe that if it is true, I believe that Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom should be a little bit more compliant with the Trump administration for the sake of him actually restoring any of the money, including these universities as well, because then we can actually kind of believe that the Republicans are responsible for the homelessness when we know that we have a Democrat in office. So we can shift blame. But the thing is, I actually would have to agree with the Republicans on this. We're not going to be dishing out any money if you don't want to be compliant and allocating funds correctly. And so if he is a person who is notorious for misallocating funds, he's notorious for it. And I'm talking about Gavin Newsom. I don't think that any Republican, including Donald Trump, is going to want to, fund him. And then it's going to look like he's not really doing much. Now, we understand that California does have state tax dollars, so he's using that state tax dollars to do all of these things, these billion-dollar deals, and putting us in more debt to make it seem like he's actually doing something. Can I
address some of these points?
Sure.
If you cared about debt, you wouldn't support Donald Trump, who signed off on more debt-related spending. Secondly, the source can't just be Trump claimed it. Okay, that's not a source.
Okay, so where's the money coming from then?
What do you mean?
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say he didn't say that because I don't have a source in front of me. So where would the money be coming from if we're in debt? There's a deficit that has been misallocated for, and we are right now it's putting all of California in debt. So I'm just trying to figure out, because there's lots of people that want to know, what happened to the money that he was supposed to do. Lots of things. And I'm not just talking about the fires. I'm talking about the train project, the one that's supposed to shoot all the way from LA to Sacramento. So just little stuff like that. We just kind of wanted to know, where he's actually allocating these funds, because he had money prior to the
There was a $73 billion budget deficit after a $100 billion budget surplus. So it was from there's been a deficit, but prior there wasn't. That's better management than the federal government, than what Trump's done, because Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending. Where can we get the money is the same question you can ask for Trump. I would agree that we need to be fiscally responsible. So I think it's an issue to address, but I don't think that you are the one to say that Democrats need to fix this issue when Republicans like Donald Trump, the person that you're supporting right now, right, is significantly worse for the debt than Kamala Harris. I just don't think that you're in a position to advocate for that while simultaneously not caring about the debt in terms of the federal election.
Well, because I actually live in California, I'm actually more disgusted with the governor than I am of Donald Trump. If I actually lived in a red state, I probably wouldn't complain. Gas prices will be down. I wouldn't have to worry about
Gas
eggs
prices are up
being
since Trump
expensive.
got in office. Eggs have gone up since Trump got in office.
Tell that to the people who are
Inflation has gone up since Trump got in office, especially, or not since Trump got it, since Liberation Day, and it's going to continue to go up because Donald Trump's tariffs put upward pressure on prices. So I know the reality is that Donald Trump's going to increase the prices. So I know you think it's Democrats, but it's actually Trump.
Everybody's saying the opposite. Everybody in my community is saying the opposite.
I get you, but this is what economists are saying. Okay, I can tell you that because I
Their numbers are
understand
wrong.
economics.
They're
not wrong.
They're economic.
No, they're
liberals,
not.
and that's fine.
No, they're not. These are conservatives too.
They cannot be conservatives if they are living in a community where they are actually seeing prices go down.
What? No, conservative economists indicate that tariffs put upward pressure on prices. Economists across the board say this to be true because it's a fact.
The what fact? I'm talking about regular
It's
people.
a fact.
Who are,
it's a fact that tariffs put upward pressure on prices.
I don't know where it's putting upward pressure on prices at, because right now
2.3 to 2.9% since April.
Okay, well, the gas is going up over here in California because of the governor, not because of Donald Trump.
Well, the reality is that on average, it's gone up since Trump got in office for across the entire nation. So it's not just California.
Okay, well, maybe like going back to the nature of my initial question, if he was a little bit more compliant with the Trump administration, he can actually get a little bit more funding.
No,
we wouldn't have to hear Donald Trump saying that he's
being
cutting
compliant with being compliant with
Okay,
the
well,
federal
that's
government.
fine. That's fine.
I'm serious.
Well, if
No,
he
when the
doesn't-
when
if
the
he
federal
doesn't want to,
government when the
then
federal
he's
government is
already-
sending when the federal
All right.
government is sending in people unmasked who are not identifying themselves, who are not using warrants to particularly
wouldn't
take
have to.
people to particularly take people out of their communities.
He wouldn't have to.
Hey man, can I finish real quick? I just want to be able to address
Go
this
ahead.
point.
Go ahead.
Taking people out of their communities without due process, then I don't think that we should comply with the federal government. There are plenty of contexts in which we should not comply with the federal government, right? So I'm not going to listen to the idea that we should just comply in every circumstance with the federal government when actively Donald Trump is undermining people's constitutional rights in this country.
Okay, and we should comply with Joe Biden's when he was in office for 8 years.
No, I
don't.
don't think we should have complied with anything
More
that
than 8 years.
specifically that Joe Biden was doing that would have been a violation of due process rights. But he doesn't do that to the same extent that Donald Trump does.
He did.
He didn't.
He did. He's a horrible person, and we've already complied. So, but you guys don't comply, and then don't take accountability to the violence. And then it's like, if you don't want to comply, then we have to send in federal troops. And then you're saying, oh, well,
No.
then you're sending unmasked federal troops. Well, then it's like, okay, well, then you want this war.
I
Then
wasn't
it's like,
talking about
I don't even
National
know
Guard.
why
I was
you would
talking
want
about
this.
ICE. I was talking about ICE, not the National Guard.
ICE, and then it's like, it's not going to stop at ICE, because now what they're trying to do is they're trying to plot against ICE. So now that it might actually end up to that, and I hope it doesn't. But if it does, it's like, that's why I keep asking the Democrats to please comply. Just comply. Just comply.
No.
It's hard. It's tough. They don't want to comply. This is the reason why it's happening. It wouldn't happen this way. Because everybody's going to...
Trump is the one fucking it up because he's saying that they need to comply and they need to bend the knee, and we're not going to fucking do it. Fuck
All right,
Trump.
that
Fuck
is-
Donald
that is
Trump.
a very-
Fuck Donald Trump. I'm not complying
a very-
shit to that guy. Fuck that guy.
That is a very violent thing, and that's exactly
That's
the
not
reason
violence.
why...
That's not violent. How is that violent
That's-
for me
but
to say
that-
fuck Donald Trump?
No. Don't misinterpret what I'm saying. You have the right to say fuck Donald Trump, but instead of actually saying anything more productive to what I had to say other than fuck Donald Trump, we're not going to do that. That's every reason why everything like that is going on right now. Don't blame Donald Trump. Blame the people in your community. If they're not being compliant, then that's the reason why the things are going the way they're going.
No. When Trump is asking for compliance
He's
on things that violate people's constitutional rights, we will not comply because they are not just and rational orders. We do not just comply in every circumstance. We're rational and critical thinkers. We actually question what our government is telling us to do.
That's what Congress is for.
No, it's not. Right?
That
Because
is what Congress is for.
Because Congress doesn't have jurisdiction over this. What are you talking about? This is specifically Donald Trump trying to throw in. This is actually more or less related to the Supreme Court and the executive.
Right, because everything that we claim that Donald Trump has done illegally, as far as illegally cutting federal funding, he has gone through Congress for that. He can't do it.
He did not. No, that's just wrong. He did not go through Congress to send in the National Guard. He did not go through Congress specifically to be able to send in ICE with literally no.
Okay, he went through the Supreme Court judge, and they authorized it. Okay, well, I only interrupted you for that because I wanted to, and I basically want to correct myself. So all I'm trying to say was the Supreme Court judge was the one that actually authorized him to do it. But go ahead.
Supreme Court judges did not authorize him to send in the National Guard.
Okay, well, show me your facts because I already saw it on the news and they said that's the reason why.
Yeah, I'll tell you. They indicated that you can't send them in unless you have consent from the governor. That's what the courts have indicated.
Okay, that explains why they've been that ICE was just at Home Depot the other day and rounding up a whole bunch of Latinos that were right there. So I don't know where you got that from.
You're talking about in California?
Yeah, in California.
They have to be abiding by the certain laws designated by California, and that's ICE, not the National Guard. That's a distinction.
No, okay, so just to correct myself, not National Guard. I'm saying I hope it doesn't get to the National Guard. I hope it doesn't get there. That's why I keep.
He already tried to send in the National Guard. Remember the protests?
Yeah, he's trying, but right now, if we can just send ICE in just to get them, then we can, and they have a strategize and they do it really swiftly. Then he doesn't need to send in the National Guard. I don't believe he wants to send in the National Guard. He did try to. And he might try again. And I hope it doesn't get to that part. I know you're saying fuck Donald Trump and we're not going to comply. But I just feel like, Democrats are a bunch of sore losers. You guys lost. He did a very, very good job. He got the popular vote. I mean, just accept it. He's your president. I mean, if you hate it, then hate it for only 4 years.
Wait.
That's the good news.
It doesn't make us sore losers to say that we're not going to
It
comply.
makes you a sore loser.
Hold up. Can I please finish?
Go ahead.
We're not sore losers for saying that we're not going to comply with orders that we disagree with. What makes Donald Trump a sore loser is saying that he still won the 2020 election with no evidence when 60-plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. That's being a sore loser.
Okay. We can agree on that, but he's the president now, and you guys still disagree with him.
Wait, are you saying that we can't disagree with the president? What?
You can disagree with the president, but why do you have to say fuck him and we're not going to comply?
Because
why would
because
somebody
we
do
don't
that?
agree with him and we think he's a tyrannical piece of shit.
Okay, and he can't say the same thing about you guys and then put the law on you guys for that too?
Wait, why do we deserve... Wait, what do you mean the law? Not just... He's not doing it justly. He's not using the law. He's actively undermining constitutional rights, due process rights. He's actively undermining free speech. He said he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That's a violation of the First Amendment according to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and Democrats said the same thing too. So we both agree on that.
No, Democrats never said that they want to put people in prison
Hillary
for...
Clinton said it. Hillary Clinton said
Hillary
it.
Clinton
You can go find it. I don't
when
have
did
it
she
right
say
now.
that she wanted to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag?
Back in the 90s.
And I would disagree if she did say that. I don't remember her saying that, but I would disagree.
I disagree too, and I disagree because she was
and also,
a Democrat.
Hillary Clinton is not the other candidate. It's Kamala Harris. So when we're comparing Kamala Harris to Donald Trump, bringing up Hillary Clinton is dishonest and disingenuous.
She's a Democrat.
That's irrelevant. I don't just bring up every Republican. I'm talking about Trump. I can bring up Republicans from fucking 30 years ago too.
Okay, well then we don't need to be talking about Gavin Newsom either then because he's a Democrat as well.
Exactly. Why the fuck are we talking about him?
I mean, I'm only talking about it because I'm living in California and we know that this is a liberal state. So that's how that ended up
Okay, then let's stop talking about Gavin Newsom. Thank you very much. And also, here's something I just genuinely want to say in general. Like, this conversation will be something that we have to have if Newsom's the candidate. This is why, like, again, I would still vote for Newsom over Vance and over Trump and whatnot, but it makes more sense to go for someone else because they're just going to categorize us as, like, extraordinarily progressive and insanely radical progressive when Newsom's not very radical progressive. So it's like we're just going to get categorized as something that we're not again. And I genuinely think that we should move on from that type of messaging. Now, that's my position on the matter. But again, I would pick Newsom over Vance and Trump. But yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, we could talk about Trump. We don't need to talk about any other politicians because, yeah, I understand that this is a Trump segment, and I want to be respectful to the segment. So yeah, we could just, but yeah, I'm in support of him because of his policies. I don't 100% agree with all of his policies, but I don't 100% disagree with all of his policies. If you had to actually percentile it, I would say I agree with 90%. The other 10%, which is basically be like, for an example, I don't believe that they should. the ICE agents should be unmasked. I believe that if the governor is any governor in any state, it doesn't have to be this one here that I'm in California. But if any governor says, "Hey, Mr. President, we ask that your ICE agents that are coming here, any of them are when it comes to any kind of federal troops, if they can actually identify themselves and not have any mask." And if they ask for that, and if they're saying, "Hey, we're willing to comply with that," I think that that's fair. And I think that he should cooperate with them and say, "Hey, yeah, it's your state. You have that right. As long as you're cooperating with me, I can level with you." But if he's not doing that, then that's that 10% that I don't agree with. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't have to be done, because we obviously
the
know
governor
that there's
shouldn't
people
have
that
to
are
tell the Trump administration to follow the law.
That's not against the law. I mean, just
wait, really? They have to
freaking
identify
4
that.
years ago,
Wait, I'm
we
sorry.
was all
You're
wearing
saying? Are you
masks,
saying
and now all of a sudden?
Are you saying law
Yeah,
enforcement
come
does
on,
not have to identify
outta here.
themselves? Does not have to provide a warrant?
No, you don't need a warrant to make an arrest.
Yes,
you don't need
do.
a warrant to make an arrest. No, you do not. You do not need to. You do not need to have a warrant if you are a criminal and you have committed a crime.
How do you wait? Hold on. I just need to clarify. How do you determine that they are specifically someone that you can deport in the very first place? In order to go into like Home Depot, for example, you have to have a warrant to be able to go in and ensure that these particular people are the people you're going after. You can't just say, "I'm just going to arrest whoever I want" without like any type of reasonable suspicion.
No, they have that. They have all of that information.
You have to have probable cause. You know that, right?
They have probable cause. I don't know what it is.
What is
I don't know what the probable cause it was.
Racial profiling? That's what they said.
It's not necessarily racial profiling.
Yes,
I'll give you an example. I'll give an example to why it's not. All the Latinos that have their phone out that are saying, "Hey, he's getting this person that's actually it's kidnapping his kid." They haven't got that person, and that person is Latino. So it's not racial profiling. They're not getting every single Latino that is in the city of Los Angeles. They're not doing that. They're getting the ones that are here illegally, that don't have any identification, and that actually have some type of petty crime. They're getting those ones. And
not just petty crime. So, for example, if my girlfriend, because she's a Latina, right, if she specifically goes out in public and she doesn't have her identification on her, do you think that she should be able to be arrested because she's Latina?
I think that she should be able to identify herself.
Wait. So you're saying that my girlfriend has to go around everywhere with identification on her just to not be fucking arrested?
Why would you not have identification? Why would you be driving
I'm
a
sorry,
car without a license?
Wait. I'm sorry. Walking around in public? You could be in public without identification on you. I walk to the park. If I walk to the park, that's being in public. I don't have my identification on me. That wouldn't be an issue in my context. But you're saying it should be an issue for my girlfriend?
No, the police should not be doing that. Not the police. Heck no. But if it's an ICE agent, well then, is there any suspicious reason why your girlfriend would not have any kind of ID and why would you get pulled over by ICE?
Wait. I'm sorry. Why does my girlfriend walking to the park need ID?
I have no idea why she would be getting pulled over by the ICE. I wish you would be giving me more
profiling. And that's what I'm telling you. You're saying that it would be justified for her to be profiled in that connotation.
How could it?
Because she doesn't have
profiled?
identification on her.
They specifically are knowing where she's at, and I want to know why.
And how the hell would they be able to profile that they don't have identification on them? How the hell would they be able to identify that?
Yeah, and there's other Latinos that was walking to the park as well. I really would like to. I would like to know more of that as well. I would like to know that you think that they don't have the necessary information to actually go and perform an arrest. That's crazy.
I think that they can choose and pick and choose who they want to after profiling, and I think that's bad. And I think that specifically takes away from the civil and constitutional rights of Americans.
The only thing I disagree with is if they're not getting due process. That's it. Because
Donald Trump is undermining due process. Donald Trump is undermining due process.
Yeah, well then I disagree with that because it needs to be due process, because how do you know that you're just randomly arresting somebody that is just Latino? And that's the reason why that's the reason why I disagree, is because that is the only thing that's going to save the administration from saying that, hey, we're just doing it because it's racially profiling. Because not every Latino is getting picked up. That's what I'm saying. You're saying not the ones that are getting petty crime. They will actually need to sift through that with a fine-tooth comb, because they're not going to be able to do that without due process. Otherwise, they just have all of these locations just to round up any random Latino over there, and they know they're not going to be able to end up sending them out of the country for no reason if they actually are from here. And they're not going to be able to do that. They're not going to be able to do that. Now, they're going to be yes, definitely in big trouble, because if that's the case. But I just don't believe that he's going that extreme. I believe that the ones that are actually getting picked up are ones that committed crimes. That's what I wholeheartedly believe. However, if the ones that are actually making any mistake, I think that they need to apologize immediately, because if not, then it's going to make them look like it's a racist department. And if they don't, then that's what's going to make the whole thing make it seem like he's a racist, because it needs to happen. You can't be here illegally. I'm so sorry. You just can't.
Wait, okay, so you can't determine that they've committed a crime without actually having due process. Secondly, as it relates to this, if we want to talk about people in the country undocumented, right, being deported, who then we have to acknowledge that it's not just that connotation. There are people specifically without prior criminal records that are being deported at a significantly higher extent. Everyone in the country undocumented is not a threat to us, okay? Actually, undocumented immigrants are less likely to be a threat in terms of committing violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea here is that anyone who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship, because they would have been able to get into our country through the legal process either way. If they went through the vetting process, they would have been able to get into the country, right? So then what's the point of restricting them and kicking them out of the country if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime? I get that they've committed a crime in terms of coming to the country, which is a misdemeanor, undocumented. Why can't we overlook that because our current process takes too long, and it's obviously ridiculous that it takes so long. We should incentivize people to go through the process legally. I get that it's a violation of the law, but we don't always in every single circumstance say that someone's violated the law means that they should be punished to the fullest extent, right? I don't think that they should be punished for this if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, because they're not a threat to our country. And law enforcement should be focusing on people who are actually a threat to our society, people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, rather than focusing on the people that are here working for a better life for them, their families, for their communities, and for everyone in this country.
Yeah, coming here illegally, that alone right there was the exception. You committing a crime was actually what made them go extreme. So if they hadn't committed any kind of petty crime, then they wouldn't have gone this far.
That's just not true, because they're actually disproportionately at a higher rate. They're committing people without any prior criminal charges outside of that context of coming to the country undocumented.
Also, too, just a little geographical fact that when it comes to any kind of immigrant that does come to this country, most immigrants that are not Latino, are not from Latin America, they will come here through an airplane. So they already have kind of some type of identification. They come here for a reason. Now, the ones that are coming here and they have not came here on an airplane, they probably came through another means. And we already know we have names for them. We don't need to discuss those names on here, but that's where they came from.
So let's defund that. Let's defund that process by making the legal process go quicker, by providing a pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. It defunds that process of people being able to be trafficked if it is the case that you don't allow for that to be profitable, by providing a legal pathway that's actually quick and makes sense for people to go through. Because people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes will go through the legal process if it's actually reasonable. And when it takes 5 to 7 years on average for a lot of people, and oftentimes $10,000 plus, that is not a legitimate pathway that they could undergo. And that's why they look towards other pathways, such as going through the process through manners in which rely upon, like the cartel, or rely upon some type of trafficking mechanism to get them into the country, because they're trying to make their life better, right? They're trying to make the life better for their family, and they're going to do that through mechanisms in which they can, which makes sense for them from their context. And I'm just saying, we don't want them to be exploited. We don't want them to have to go through that process. We want to provide them a legal pathway because we want them to be treated well, and we want them to be a citizen in this country. Right? We don't
listen.
Want them to...
we know their motives. We know their motives, and we're not against their motives. And on all of their motives are fair. It's valid.
Yeah, exactly.
But it doesn't. But it doesn't mean that you get to come here through the sewers or other means or any kind of way that you've got here that wasn't through the legal process, because you're not able to identify yourself. And when you're not able to identify yourself,
let's give them the ability to. Let's give them the ability to. I feel like we did them wrong by saying that. And by the way, I don't know sewers specifically you're talking about. Specifically, if we're talking about people coming to the country, the mechanism that they had to come to the country, what they had to go through to be able to get in this country, I feel bad as an American because we are the reason why they had to do that, because we created such a system that it takes so long for them to get in the country through the legal process. They had to go through such a process to be able to get into our country when they should not have had to go through that process.
It's not fair to the Chinese immigrant. It's not fair to the French immigrant. It's not fair to any other immigrant that is not from Latin America. It is not fair to them. They had to work really, really hard to be exactly where they are at in this country, and it's not fair that they had to do it, but the Latinos don't have to do it. That's very, very disrespectful, not only to us Americans, but to the immigrant community. That's very, very, very disrespectful. It's like, why can't you just come here? I mean, all the ones that are here. Okay, well, say that to the Mexican American that was born and raised here that pays taxes just like you and me, because they're losing money too, so that they can come over here
you
and mooch.
you act like Mexican Americans in this country don't agree with my position, right? Like, I'm sorry, like my position makes total sense here. This is like saying your position here is like saying.
They're Republicans.
Wait,
too.
hold on.
There's
Let me please finish.
Go ahead.
I think most people agree with my position here. I think this is comparable to saying that with K through 12 education, that giving K through 12 education free at the point of service is unfair, right, to all of the people that didn't get it prior. Well, we're advocating for the American dream here. We want the country to be better for our children than it was for us. We want to continually make this country better. And I understand that it was not fair for people in the past, and that's why we're making a fair system for the future. That's why specifically we're advocating for this, because we're saying that this is more fair. This is a better system. Right, so why wouldn't we want that to be applicable to more people? We want people who are currently right now going through the legal process to have a better system. We want people who are in the country or undocumented who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime to have a better system. We want it better for everyone, and making a fair process for everyone is not unfair to the people, right? In the past, it is actually fair to them because it's creating a system that would have been better for them.
No, committing a crime is not fair. It's basically you need to wait like everybody else. Like when that Chinese immigrant that said, "Hey, wait in line like everybody else," that's why it went viral, because that came from the immigrant community. That makes the line longer.
That makes the line longer, though.
That's fine. I agree with you.
Why don't you blame the Republicans making the line long in the first place? Stop. Undocumented immigrants are not the people we should be scapegoating and blaming, because they are not the fault.
You know why? Because
we're not at fault. They literally are not at fault.
We're not an asylum for asylum seekers. That's not where we are. We're a country. We work here too. So if you want to come here and work, that's fine. Go through the process like everybody else. We're not an asylum where you could just come here and just say, "Oh yeah, because my country is doing so bad, now let me come over here illegally, and I don't care that the line is long. I'm going to cut the line." I mean, it's just not fair. I mean, you could say that a whole bunch of people on here will agree with you, and that's fine. But I'm saying that's the reason why it's a slap in the face to all of the people who are taxpayers right now, because it's going to cost so much threshold right there at the border.
That's not a slap in the face to me. That actually, you know, that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants coming to the country are going to be able to provide systems for us where we can actually maintain the current level.
We can have more money.
Let me please finish this point. This is a really, really important point. That we can keep the same level of benefits for Social Security and Medicare, right? Because right now, right, by I think it's 2032, according to the Big Beautiful Bill, because the Big Beautiful Bill was passed, we're going to have insolvencies for Social Security and Medicare, right? Which is going to mean that we're going to have to reduce benefits for our seniors, or we're going to have to make it harder to be able to get them, right? Because it is the case that we do not have enough people that are paying into the system to be able to maintain those current systems. So like immigrants, when they come to the country at a higher rate, they have a higher labor force participation rate than naturally born US citizens, meaning that they're going to be putting a lot more into the tax revenues for our system so that we can keep up with the same level of benefits for our seniors in terms of Medicare and Social Security as we have right now. So actually immigrants are going to be paying for us. They're going to be taking care of us. This is the most crazy. I don't know why people think that we're taking care of immigrants. No, they're literally taking care of us. We need immigration.
We're talking about
we really need immigration.
Yeah, we're talking about two different people, because when it comes to the immigrant community, there's immigrants here that actually have what they need to, as far as we're not even just talking about a green card. We're talking about they actually have a driver's license and they've already been voting and paying taxes and stuff like that. We're not talking about that individual, because I would agree with you about that individual. But those people would even tell their lover or person in their family or whoever, they would even tell them, okay, we'll go through this process and do it the right way. Yes, it took a long time, but look how long they've been here. And so it's almost like we've Americanized them. They speak the same language as us. They can make a joke. So they've been here through a long time, so they have got it. Now the same person that is just now getting here, they're going to go through a very long process, and we can both agree that it's going to be a long process, and there's certain people that are impatient, and that is what's making it a very, very big, huge thing, because that's where they go after these people and say, hey, it's too many of you guys. We need to filter out this crime. The police are overwhelmed. And so that's the reason why they're trying to go. They're trying to go through it with the fine tooth comb. It's very, very difficult, and it makes it seem like we're racially profiling. But not every Latino is getting picked up, and I can't really say that it's racially profiling. But as far as what is good for the economy, yes, they are helping out, because it's more of them that are coming, and they're doing the right thing to have that necessary IDs that they need to actually continue to keep working and boosting our economy. But the ones that are not are the ones that are getting picked up. That is what I agree with the Trump administration on.
Okay, so undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. And we'd be able to actually address crime that is harmful to our communities to a greater extent if you're not going after people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. And instead, you just give them a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. That is the best process to ensure that people are vetted in the country. It's the best process to ensure that we have a better legal immigration process, is by taking the funding that we're putting into all of these different atrocious programs such as ICE and putting that into a faster immigration process in terms of the immigration court system, right? To ensure that that system goes quicker so that we can vet people quicker so that more people can come through the legal process, right? Because it is the case that right now, the reason why we aren't able to actually have a process that incentivizes people to go through the legal process is because it takes too damn long to go through the legal process. So you deporting people, right, who are in the country undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, does not go after the main reason as to why people are coming here undocumented in the very first place. Right? It doesn't limit people from doing that. We have to go towards what's causing people to do that in the very first place, which is the fact that our legal process takes too long for people to get into the country. That is why there are so many people going through the process undocumented right now. And if we understand the motivations for people that are coming here undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, trying to come here for a better life for them, their families, and for the communities that they're existing in, well, then clearly we shouldn't say that they should be punished insofar as that they should be sent back to the country that they've come from, right? Specifically, just because they violated like the law in terms of a misdemeanor. Like, I don't see it any different from, like, you know, jaywalking when it wasn't a threat to someone's safety. I genuinely don't see it. They're both violations of the law, right? I don't think that they should be punished to such an extreme extent. They haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. There's no reason to do that.
Or we could just give them money to go back to their country.
Why?
Because we're already doing that. They already have programs for that. They're saying, hey, if you can go by your means. You can actually self-deport yourself, so that way we don't have to come and find you, because we already know how Tulsi Gabbard feels. And so she's saying, we're going to come out.
Why do we want to do that? Why can't we just give them a pathway to stay?
Because we're paying for it already. We're paying for it anyways. So if we're going to pay for it, we might as well just pay them to go back home. If we're going to have to pay for them to be detained,
You're also,
or if we're going to have to pay for
Wait, no. If we're paying for these things, do you understand that all of that is going to be significantly smaller than the amount of money that they pay into the tax system, like throughout the entirety of their life? That's like saying that we have to pay for people who are U.S. citizens in terms of a bunch of different things. Yeah, well, they paid more into the systems overall throughout the context of their life, and they're going to be taking from it in that context. So any amount that they're specifically going to cost us, they're going to pay back multiple times fold.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're still going to
if they're allowed to stay in the country, and if you have them leave the country, well, that's going to cost us even more, because we have to deport them, we have to give them money to leave, and it is the case that you have to pay for their ticket to leave, and it is the case that then you lose out all the economic benefits. The immigration surge that has happened under the Biden-Harris administration, according to the Congressional Budget Office, will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034. That is amazing. We need that. That's great.
Yeah, if it's for the people that already have their information, like I said, the due process, and they've already been vetted, yeah, put them right back to, let them go back home. But if not, they haven't done it. You had ample time to get it, and you didn't do it. And then we're trying to place value on those individuals. No, we're actually have to pay for those people, because they're going to need medical insurance. They're going to be the first ones in line at the social service office trying to get public money. And it's like we don't it's the opposite. We would like for you to come here and, open up a business or work a job, not come here and you need food stamps and you need GR.
I just want to know, undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So why are you trying to prescribe that undocumented immigrants are just coming to the country and living off of social services, or documented immigrants are? Neither of them are just coming to the country to live off social services. They're actually working to a greater extent than natural-born U.S. citizens, providing more into the system than natural-born U.S. citizens. And they're less likely to take social services, especially because they can't even qualify for them yet.
Yeah, well, that's not all immigrants. And not all Mexican Americans, for an example. Like, you have your Guatemalans, or you have your El Salvadorians, or whatever. These other demographics, is what I'm saying. Those are the ones that are coming here through other means, and those are the ones that are actually mooching off of government assistance.
What?
That's what
I'm
specifying.
What are you talking about? No.
Oh.
No specific country of people is specifically coming to our country and just living
I
off
work
our
at
social
DPS.
services. No, can you give me any statistical evidence to indicate there's a higher percentage of people specifically from El Salvador that are just living off our social services comparative to immigrants of other nations?
we're trying to prevent that from happening. And because it had actually been happening under the Biden administration, it has. Yes, it has. Because as soon as they were coming over here, they had no money. That's why I'm saying we are not
because
an asylum.
Republicans voted for policies that didn't allow for them to work right away. That's for asylum seekers, by the way. That's a legal immigration process.
Because we're a sanctuary state. We're a sanctuary city.
If you don't want them to have any social services, then you have to allow them to work.
Okay, so why can't they find work?
They're not allowed to work because of different laws that were put in place by Republicans.
Oh my gosh! Now we're gonna blame the Republicans. Then why are they here? Then go back home. If you're not gonna work and you're gonna blame the Republicans and you live in the Democratic state.
Wait. I'm blaming the Republicans because they did something for me to blame them for. I'm not just trying to find things to blame Republicans for. I'm saying Republicans did this, and then I happen to disagree with it.
Okay, if you disagree with them, then I don't agree with them. Basically just twiddling their thumbs then. Because you're saying they can't work, and then you don't want them to have government assistance either. So what are they doing?
This is just applicable to the legal asylum process. That's not every form of legal immigration as well. Also, again, this is just like a ridiculous assertion to say that like immigrants are coming to the country just to live off social services.
Okay, but they do need a government assistance. True or false?
Every single group and community in the United States needs social services to some extent.
Okay, so that is the taxpayer dollars that we are referring to.
Those are of the states. I thought you guys believed in states' rights. It was state funded.
Okay. Well, I can't speak particularly. I mean, you know what my view is for the state of California. But I mean, obviously, if they want to do the opposite, and they can continue to keep going. This is exactly what makes the rest of America say, "Oh, we don't really want to continue to keep doing that. We can actually have more money. We can actually have more money in our pocket. We go to work every single day. We can actually have more money in our pocket if less taxes was taken out because it had to go to these specific programs. And yes, you're right. It is a state issue. And it sucks for me because we have a state tax here in California. This is the reason why gas is pricier over here than it is in Vegas. My neighbor, Vegas.
It's not the state income tax. It would be like the state sales tax on gasoline.
Yeah, well, sales tax, state tax, then there's a fee on top of that. You name it. You buy a bottle at
But you love California, don't you? You love California?
I'm paying for the weather. Okay, I'm not paying for.
You can't match the weather, right? You can't match the weather. It is incredible.
I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I'm just paying for the weather because if I had to say that I was living here because I like, the houses or whatever, I'd totally be lying to you because you can definitely have more space in another state. But I have to just tell anybody who's asking Mr. Conrad, hey, why are you still here in California if this is the way you feel? I'm paying for the weather. I'm paying for it. It's going to get pricier. It's going to get pricier.
Some people say a weather tax.
It might as well be, and you know it's going there. You know it's going there.
You do know for lower income Californians that they have lower tax rates effectively comparative to other states in the U.S., right?
We have a lot of incentives.
It's specifically for like higher income Californians that pay higher rates of taxes.
Yeah, for an example, they just got rid of the EV. You can't be in the carpool lane anymore. And I asked the EV guy, a guy who drives the EV. I said, "How do you feel about that?" Yeah, I wasn't affected. I'm like, okay, because I'm pretty sure that they had reasons for doing that. We do have a lot of incentives.
I never remember there being like a thing where people who have EVs can just go into the carpool
that's what
lane.
I told him. And I said I never even knew that. And he was like, "Well, yeah, I just read it right now." And I said, "No wonder why you didn't know about it, and that's why you're not affected because you never drove in the carpool lane." Just because you had a EV car. So I don't know what town or what city that was for, but it definitely it was he gets his news from some crazy website or whatever. It was a coworker. But nonetheless, we for low income, like what you were saying, for low income Californians, we get a lot of those incentives that makes it seem like our taxes are lower.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
No, I appreciate you for taking the time. You have a great one.
I appreciate you as well. Have a good day.
Take care.
Alrighty, we're going to go on to the next person. I'm going to say thank you to a few people here in the meantime, and then we're going to go on to the next person real quick, everybody. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nina, thank you for the $5. Kim with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Marcy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Zach, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Libby with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Libby. Give some W's for Libby in the comment section right now. Thank you. Nina with the $5. Thank you so much, Nina. I really appreciate it. Lynette, thank you for the membership subscription. Michael, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Michael. Give some W's for Michael as well in the comment section. Gabe with the $2. Thank you. Josh, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Murray, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Murray. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Or they said their name is Dara. Thank you so much, Dara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lori, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Jake, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well, thank you so much for the $10. Or £10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Or €10. I'm sorry. Gabby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Josh, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Paul, thank you for the $10. Steph, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. Bonji, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. No Name, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Romy, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we some W's for Romy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Romy. I really appreciate it. That's so nice of you. W's for Romy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bernard, thank you for the $10. And Kathy with the $50. Thank you so much for FTT. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. The Galaxy, really appreciate it. And thank you. W's for Kathy in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. Proud Altos and Mom, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I didn't take any medications while pregnant. I have twins on the spectrum. This debate is disappointing. Absolutely. 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 Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we do W's for them in the comment section right now? Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Sasha, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $14. Thank you so much. Nicole with the $2. Marcella, thank you for the $2. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I think I am fully caught up on YouTube. Let me go to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Elaine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Elaine. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
What's your birth year?
2002.
And you said you're how old again?
23.
What's your birth year? Or birth month, I said? I meant.
April.
Okay. Damn, April 2023. Same here. Or April 2020 or 2002. I can't speak. I'm 23 years old as well from April. Let me say thank you to a few more people. Why do you support Trump first, though, actually?
Yes, but it's more kind of going in the middle of undecided for a couple reasons.
Okay, like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I'd probably have to say Kamala.
Tyler, I really do appreciate you. I am just looking for people who in that context would vote for Donald Trump. I hope to keep convincing you towards our perspective and hope to keep you on that side. That's great. Amazing to hear. Thank you so much, man. I am just looking for some debates right now. I do appreciate you very much, though. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Maja, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're amazing. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Nicole, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Emily with the $2. Marcia, thank you so much for the $1. And Meldy, thank you so much for the $40 for FDT. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Can we get some FDTs in the comment section right now? FDT. Absolutely. Absolutely. Deborah with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Deborah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Deborah in the comment section right now? They said the EV single-use carpool lane is going away because of the federal government, not the state government. That makes sense. Jamie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Jamie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Sarah with the $10 and another Sarah with $10 and another Sarah with the $5. Thank you so much. Nicole, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Alrighty, Penny, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you, Penny. And Matthew, thank you for the $1. I think I'm caught up everywhere. Everyone, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. CK, thank you so much for the money gun. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go into the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Seems like I'm getting a lot of guest requests right now. Maybe people are accidentally sending guest requests. A lot of guest requests where people aren't there. So do just give it a second, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
1992.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I'd choose Donald Trump 1,000 times.
Okay. And why would you do that?
I think in terms of policy, just in general, he has better platform. I think the Democrat platform too much is just whatever Donald Trump does, do the opposite. I think Trump actually has a plan. I don't think he's perfect by any means, but I think he's done a great job. Like I said, he's not perfect. He could always improve, but I think he's got the policy side of things.
What's his healthcare plan?
Don't care. Like, well, let me explain what I believe on healthcare.
Concepts of a plan?
What?
He has concepts of a plan, I tell you. Concepts. He's been having that since 10 years ago. Concepts of a plan.
Yeah, I know. He said that. Here's my stance on healthcare, is that the government shouldn't be involved at all. Because what we see when markets are too heavily influenced by government policies, that's when they become more socialized. That's when they become lower quality and more expensive. And that's really the biggest issue with healthcare. Now, I'm not going to say I'm super...
repeat, what was their biggest issue with healthcare?
What was that?
Sorry, restate that. What was the biggest issue with healthcare?
That we have too much government involvement. And that goes with a lot of different...
No, we don't have enough government involvement. Countries around the world that have more government involvement actually have half as much of the per capita, per individual costs comparative to us in terms of healthcare expenditure, and they actually have better average health outcomes as well.
It's kind of a apples and oranges comparison, because in the U.S., for example, if you have breast cancer, you're much more likely to survive than if you were to be treated in Europe or in Canada. So there are goods and bads of each, but the European healthcare plans.
What was your citation for that?
Sorry, for which one?
For breast cancer.
I'm not sitting in front of a computer like you. It is pretty common. I think it's a pretty significant increase in likelihood to survive breast cancer if you were treated within the United States. I think pretty much any cancer, honestly, is also within that. You're much more likely to survive. So we don't have a perfect system. Again, I'm not...
That wouldn't be due to private funding of cancer research, though. And also, Trump is gutting cancer research. You know that he's cutting it?
That's one of those things where, again, I don't think government dollars should be involved. And I know that's controversial to say, oh, well, it's cancer research. We need to have government involved. But pharmaceutical companies are doing a lot of this research, somewhat subsidized by the government, but they also are multi-billion-dollar industries. Where can they not research these things by themselves? Where the government should be involved is if they do find these cures for cancer, say, for example, let's try and minimize how much they can profit off of it and say, hey, if it's life-saving care, let's make it so that you don't have a 50-year or 100-year copyright on this technology that has to be shared because it's life-saving technology. But again, we're going down a rabbit hole where I said I'm not that super interested.
So it's not just So it's not just patents, but you understand that like you're not acknowledging Trump cutting research, right? You understand that Trump is cutting cancer research, and that is going to limit our ability to be able to address any type of meaningful like treatment for cancer.
I acknowledge that, yes, because again, like I said, I don't think the government should be involved in this, because when you get government involved, efficiency goes down significantly. I'm not super passionate about this whole discussion on healthcare. I would love to discuss.
Can I get
the
that
other
thing where you got the breast cancer is more likely to be survived in the United States comparative to other countries?
I can go in front of a computer if you'd like, but like I said, this is not the topic I'd really care to discuss because healthcare is just one of the many issues that people have in this country. I think Trump's biggest platform does not revolve around healthcare. It revolves largely around immigration and around the economy.
Sorry, restate that one more time. You said it's relating to the economy. Well, Trump's economic views are dog shit. So,
I mean, that's your opinion.
Cancer survival rates are higher in Germany than they are here in the United States.
Okay, and where's your source on that?
That's just from World Population Review.
Because from what I know about healthcare is that in pretty much any cancer treatment, especially in breast cancer treatment, you're much more likely to survive in the U.S. And if you were to say have a hip replacement, you're much more likely
in
to.
Germany, it's around 0.5%, 0.4% higher in terms of cancer survival rate.
So you're saying that a mostly government-run healthcare system and a partially government-run system are pretty comparable.
I'm saying that, yeah, in terms of just that. But like, if we want to look at other types of conditions that people deal with, right, it's definitely worse off in terms of like our system. This is the one cherry-picked example that people can give where the U.S. looks slightly better. Right, and that's it. And it's because of publicly funded research too.
Narrative. Again, I would rather we discuss something like the economy or immigration, because in your last long discussion that I painstakingly waded through the entire thing of, you almost exclusively provided complete falsities. And
tell me what's false about the economic views that I talked about.
Trying to state that his economic plan is hurting industries, that we're losing money, that his big beautiful bill is costing us trillions of dollars. Like, all of that is largely false.
Nope, that's totally true. I mean, the big beautiful bill is adding $3.4 trillion to the debt that's from the committee not from the Committee for Supplemental Federal Budget. That's from the Congressional Budget Office, which is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. So that's what they indicated. Okay. Everything I said about the bill was indicated by the Congressional Budget Office. So where are you getting your source from?
So the CBO is not nonpartisan because if we compare it's not. If we compare like to like bills when they're passed on a Republican versus a Democrat, the times that they're passed on a Democrat, they do not take into consideration the potential loss in tax revenue, whereas they'll do that with the Republican side of things. So what economists
what potential loss? Because they have higher taxes. What they wouldn't have a potential loss on that.
But in this case, there's lower taxes, and you're also assuming that every Democrat passed bill is higher taxes. It's not the case. But the CBO.
Well, I'm saying higher taxes comparative to Republican administration policy, and that would be specifically for higher incomes. So in terms of tax revenue,
the big beautiful bill is a continuation of the tax cuts that were pushed by the Trump administration.
And also what you said about the CBO is not true. Like, they take into account that for either or if they have policies that would affect that. So the Congressional Budget Office has people from both sides of the aisle.
And so then we also, on top of that, need to consider what are the potential benefits, right? Because we're also cutting costs in regards to how much people who shouldn't be on things like SNAP and other social programs. How much money are we saving in the tax dollars in that regard?
Not much, right? And you're cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month, 2.5 million people off their off food stamps on average per month, and over 10 million people off their health insurance in the context of Medicaid, through the context of the big beautiful bill. That's literally what you're doing in terms of cutting, and that doesn't even reduce the debt. The debt still is 3.4 trillion over the next 10 years.
But you're also assuming that those people should be on it, and the estimations for the big beautiful bill by the end of the big beautiful bill is that will net us $10 trillion as well. So That's
no, that's not true. That's not true. And that's taking into account any revenues brought in by the bill. And specifically, yes, I am assuming that 420,000 children should not be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast. You're saying children shouldn't be fed? Is that your argument? Is that your position? Is that I'm making the assumption that children should be fed?
My stance is that the government shouldn't be involved because
in feeding children, the government should not be involved in feeding children, hungry children, at school.
I think charities and churches should be responsible for helping
while they're at school. So they should go hungry while they're at school.
You realize that historically, churches or schools have always been church run. It hasn't been state run schools.
Schools have always been church run. Wow, no.
Yeah, go back into the 1800s and before.
I'm sorry, I don't want to go back to the 1800s for educational standards. I'm sorry, what is your position here? You want to go back to the 1800s for educational standards? Just because the church wasn't. Wait, you know, the church also used to determine what fucking king we had. That's not the policies I think we should exist today. I don't think we should have a king. I don't believe in kings. I don't believe that. I don't believe in church running the state. I think that's an absurd ideal that has led to vast levels of terror amongst our society, to be totally frank with you. I believe in separation of church and state. I believe in secular society. And you can be Christian and also believe in that as well.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not a Christian, and I still think the Christian schools were much more efficient than what we have now. So
then go to a Christian private school. You don't have to make it public. We have separation of church and state. If you want there to be Christian run schools, then there should be run schools across every other religious ideological spectrum, which would obviously be absurd. Secular schools are the only way to meaningfully actually run them.
What do
if you
want
to teach all the different religions within the context of the schools, have a religious studies course. I actually think that's great. Don't just do one religion. What?
What do you think separation of church and state means?
Well, I think it means a lot of things. I think it means religious reasons are not going to be reasons to make the law a particular way. It's going to mean that the law shouldn't be influenced based upon someone's religion, that the church shouldn't be determining who's in the context of positions of power, right? Those would all be things that I would bring up. It's all derivative of the single idea that religious reasons are not a reason for the government to operate a certain way.
You're largely correct, but the point of separation of church and state isn't that you shouldn't have a school that is largely religious, because the school is not supposed to be part of the state. The state was never supposed to be involved in education. It's supposed to be, like you mentioned earlier, that we're not supposed to have a specific requirement that an individual be part of, say, the Protestant church or the Catholic church in order to be able to hold a position of power. So that's what the meaning of separation of church and state means. So when we're saying that we want church-run schools, that has nothing to do with separation of church and state, because schools is not a government institution.
Schools are a governmental institution.
They are
funded by the government. They're public schools.
They are now.
We're talking about public schools that are governmental institutions.
They are now. That's my whole point. Historically,
okay, so if they are now, then there shouldn't be any type of religious influence, because that would be undermining our separation of church and state, because then it would be a governmental institution and a religious institution together.
There shouldn't be any government influence either.
What?
My point, again.
So you think we should get rid of K through 12 education?
No, I'm saying the government shouldn't be involved in K through 12 education.
Okay, I meant free public K through 12 education. You want to get rid of that?
It's not free.
He wants our society to be less educated.
No, I don't want to. Okay, I'm a single man. I live in a house and I pay my property taxes every year. I pay $1,900 towards the school district for education. I don't have any kids. I'm not paying for my children.
You were a kid.
I know, and other people.
Did you go to public school?
Paid for it. Yes, and other people's taxes paid for that, so it wasn't free.
Oh! So if people did it for you, then you should do it for other people. Woo!
But I would rather have not gone to public school, because I think
really
public education is terrible.
You would have rather not had an education.
No, I think that I would have had a better education if it wasn't public. So, for
You think
example,
it would have been better? Okay, so maybe for
I've been
some,
trying to provide this
maybe
example
for
for
maybe
5
for
minutes. Will
wait,
you
no,
let me give
let
it?
me tell you, maybe for a small portion of kids that where their parents would be able to afford the extremely expensive education, but for everyone in general, right, we would have worse off educational standards.
That's untrue. Historically, that's untrue. In the 1800s, people were learning Latin in 4th grade. That people now are.
You think that we had better educational standards in the 1800s comparative to now?
Yes, I do. You think laughing at that is somehow dismantling
No,
my argument?
obviously, dude. I'm sorry. If you think that we have a similar level of education for the average American right now as we did 200 years ago, I'm sorry, but you have no clue about history at all. You have no clue about history.
Do.
That is
You want to,
no.
you
You have no basis. You have no based on what metric? Based on
every
what
single
metric?
If we're talking
Name
about
one.
history, if we're talking about people who
Name.
are.
I'm asking you. Name one.
I just said one. History, mathematics. If
That's
we're
not
talking about.
That's not a metric. I'm asking you for a specific metric that I could apply. What specific metric in terms of educational outcomes existed back then that would tell you we had better educational outcomes in the 1800s for the average American comparative to what we have today?
Literacy rates.
You think literacy rates were better then?
Yes. Look at
What were
some of
literacy
the
rates?
look at some of the schools in say
Okay,
like
let's
Chicago,
look. U.S.
where they
literacy rates in 1800s. There's no way he just said that. All right, let's take a look. And by the way, education is not just literacy rates, by the way.
I know. I gave you seven other examples, and you ignore all of them.
Well, you didn't know.
Yes, I did. I said math,
No,
history.
I didn't. That's not a specific educational outcome.
Math literacy is. It's how the Department of Education.
Oh wait,
gauges
math.
whether-
Wait, what? Wait, how do you compare math literacy? Do you have a study that or a source that indicates that? And by the way, I'm
The
looking this
Department
up.
of
I gotta.
Education-
What were the rates of educational? Or I mean, what's it called? Literacy back then?
I'm not. I don't. Again, you're the one who's in front of a computer.
Well, you don't
And-
have it. Then how could you make the comparison? How could you say?
Because I've done the research on these things. I'm
Okay,
speaking
well
off.
then you should
of
be able to tell me,
knowledge.
right?
I do not have a photographic memory. So the problem is that anytime I make a claim, you try and say, "Oh, what's your source?" But if you make a claim, you don't have to substantiate your own source. That's the problem here. And I'll say one thing that's beneficial.
Wait,
for
I'm sorry. I don't think I need to have a source right off the top of my head to specifically say that we have better literacy now, given the change in educational standards, right? That's very obvious, and I can provide you a source of that. I thought that was painfully obvious. You're the one that's making an unconventional claim.
Yeah, that's because we expect that conventional knowledge at this point is true, when sometimes what we're taught in school is just not true. I mean, we're taught that Columbus called Native Americans Indians because he thought he arrived in India. That's not true.
Indigenous Americans. And by the way, Matt wants to join as well.
So that's just absolutely not true, because India as a country didn't exist back then, right?
Yeah.
It's just one of these things.
Oh wait,
where
don't do this. Don't do this historical revisionism. So it is
Why? Because it
absolutely.
disproves your argument?
No, it was a claim that he at that time that was true. Like he did claim that he thought he was in the Indies, right?
No, the reason why he called them Indians is because it's based off the word Indios, and it essentially means people in God.
Can you give me a single piece of evidence for that?
His biography, his diaries, or whatever.
Then give me a single historian that says that.
All right, let me pull up my computer.
Yeah.
I can just kind of shut this down right now. I mean, he did call them Indios, but that's because that's Spanish for Indian. So Indios literally just meant Spanish for Indian. So yes, he called them. It didn't have nothing to do with God. I mean, so I don't know what point he's trying to make by this. Like, like in his memoirs, he does actually say Indios, and he's getting God because of the word Dios there, but you can't use that as a connection just because the word sounds like the word for God in Spanish. So
It's not based off of what it sounds like in Spanish or what the Spanish meaning means. It's based off of what Columbus himself said. But again, this is a complete diversion.
Wait,
You
here,
guys really
hold on.
like
I wanted to ask Matt because
point.
I'm trying to find literacy rates and it doesn't seem like it's coming up right off the bat. So
we didn't have so we didn't have standardized measurements of literacy in the 1800s. That's a new invention, and so we have to go by what was just reported at the time. You have to remember that in the early 1800s, about 50-60% of people at the time probably were literate, but they were only white people. Okay, so that's very important. White men were literate. Women were not, and especially individuals who were not white, they were not literate, right? That improved up until the 1870s, where even still, it was mainly white men. And then that got better, out of control, once you go farther and farther up. So his point is that if literacy rates were actually better, he's only applying it to white northern men who had the money to actually afford those educations.
So,
what are U.S. literacy rates today?
Now it's like 98%, 97%. It depends on where you go. Some states are lower.
It says, based upon what I'm reading right now, that it was of specifically just white adults, that it was 80% in 1850. That's what this one source claims from like someone's Substack, and I can't find any other source of like anything else.
Yeah, because we had no way of actually measuring it. What we're actually doing
So I'm like,
is
how
we're
is he
going
making that
back
claim?
and we're looking at who went to school, and what they were learning, and we're extrapolating from that. But one thing we do know is that for most of the 1800s, the only people who were actually being well educated and thus literate were wealthy white northern men.
And also, here's another thing: is that he thinks that there were better educational standards in the 1800s comparative to now. Matt, what do you think about that?
I think that's obviously false. He said, well, they were teaching them Latin. Not everybody was learning Latin, right? Again, only wealthy northern white men who had an interest in learning that kind of Latin in a religious school. By the way, they were the ones who may be learning Latin, right? But most people were not actually learning Latin. So,
am I allowed to speak here?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Because you understand my point. I think you do understand the point in that we had standards back then. You can say, okay, yeah, we had rich white people who were the ones that were experiencing it. Yeah, we live in a different country at that point. That's not something that I condone in that regard. But the fact is that the standards that schools were held to, that operating schools, is a higher standard to schools that we have now. So whether or not you're saying it was more accessible to white people or not, it doesn't matter.
What? Well, I'm sorry. You can't just act like it is the case that you don't take into account the standards applicable to anyone else other than literally white men. I'm sorry. You can't just only look at what's affecting white men. That is a ridiculous standard. That is a ridiculous standard just to ignore everyone else.
No, I'm talking about the school. The school itself. The schools, what were their standards then versus what are their standards now?
Yes, and we're clearly telling you that the standards now are significantly better than that 200 years ago. No, I'm sorry. The fact that you think it's even comparable is crazy to me.
The fact that you just keep on saying it's crazy and then having that facial
I'm sorry. We have supercomputers. We have supercomputers in our pockets. We literally have access to the internet. We have socialized communication to an extent unfathomable to people that were existing in the 1800s.
So your claim is that access to more information makes us smarter and have higher standards.
Absolutely. Technology has made us smarter.
Then why is the net IQ going down right now?
So when you say IQ I don't think IQ is the best measure, one. Two, as it relates to this, you understand that it's how much we have the ability to actualize within our reality that would be related to the level of intelligence that I'm prescribing, is that it makes us smarter as people to have access to significantly more knowledge and information. If you have if you have more access to information, you are going to be a smarter person because of your access to information.
I would say you can talk to the age of the internet, that would be true. But the fact is, because we have access to so much information readily available at our pocket, we don't feel the need to learn and memorize these things internally. And that's why I think people, long before what we have now, who still maybe had a lot of access to information, not as much as we had, they had to actually learn these things. There was an expectation to know things and not to rely on a device in your pocket.
Well, hold on. So we actually have a term for this. It's called informational overload, and it's a real thing, right? I deal with it every day when I'm teaching, right? It's called informational overload. We're trying to, but the reason how you get by that is you have effective teachers that have the funding to be able to help students sort out the information. One thing that you're completely missing is that since the 1980s, we have systematically been on a mission to defund schooling so that teachers and resources are not there to help students actually be able to parse all that information. You can go back and see a direct correlation between whenever we started to cut school funding in both the state and federal level and that rate of both literacy and the information processing going down. And so what you're actually saying is that I agree with you. We have had a much difficult time, but that's because of people in the government who are cutting funding, not because students are becoming dumber or because they can't process any information. It's because they lack the actual resources needed to be able to process that information.
The total amount of money that's been allocated to education over the last 40 years has increased substantially in terms of billions of dollars, and yet literacy rates and the like math standards, those have decreased over time.
That's simply not true.
You can go to in spending towards
that's not true. No, I'm sorry, that's not true. You can go and look at the only administrations that ever give funding for education are, by the way, almost always Democrats. The ones who take away the funding, almost always Republicans. And on the state level, where most of the funding comes from anyway, most of the funding comes at the state level. That in red states has been systematically defunded over decades. And in blue states, the ones that have the most funding are the ones that are the most well-educated and have the best outcome. Right now, the state that has the best educated student populace is actually Massachusetts, where they have a robust, well-funded school system. There is a direct correlation between the amount that you fund the school and the amount that the students have within their outcomes. It's a direct correlation.
Okay. Let me address that in two ways. One is to give you the dumb argument, which is correlation does not equal causation, as Parker stated earlier. But the thing is, I can find you the exact same type of argument in the negative of that, where we have different communities where the per pupil spending exceeds anywhere else in the entire state, and they have the lowest literacy rates in the state. So there is not a direct
such as where?
What?
Where? Please give me one state where they have a lower level of funding, and yet the outcomes are actually better.
I would probably wager a guess that in places like Detroit, Michigan, and Chicago, Illinois, and the surrounding areas, those ones that have high spending per pupil and have lower literacy rates than the average American.
So what you're saying is that on the local level, they need more resources. If you talk to anybody in Chicago, because I used to live in Illinois, anybody that lives in Chicago, they have a resource problem in Chicago, right? That they can't hire enough teachers. They don't have enough places to do it. And one of the reasons why is because the federal government has pulled back on their active funding in Chicago, and the state cannot keep up. We should build our model like on the states that actually have a well-rounded system like Massachusetts, where they actually have well-funded systems, and they actually invest in every single school, not in only some schools. Chicago is a unique example.
Matt, I think we can have some common ground here in that the problem isn't necessarily funding, but how the funding gets allocated. Because I think, again, the reason why I'm opposed to government involvement is because there's always some form of corruption that can enter the conversation, right? And so that's why we see these huge increases of spending, but it ends up that it largely becomes administrative fees, right? You have administrators who are taking a lot of the money. So the places in which we're seeing these increases in performance with the increase in spending, those ones are probably the ones with less corruption and less administrator fees, where it's actually getting to the educators. And I think that's great. Again, I would still prefer that we don't have government involved, because I think we can circumvent this whole problem if we try and minimize the influence of government in this regard.
But you do understand, right? I heard you like a while back. You're talking about schools that are religious, schools that are private, schools that are charter schools, maybe, right? You're talking about all those things. But don't you realize that for people to be able to afford those things, the government has to pay those people? All you're doing is shifting the money from one location to another. You're paying people to then pay private entities with our tax taxpayer money, pay those private entities, and those private entities cannot follow and don't have to follow the strict government standards that we say that you must follow. That's why we as Democrats are opposed to them, because they could be teaching anything, and yet my taxpayer money is going to that and actually paying people as a form of welfare and saying, you can't afford it, here's some a nice government money, go and pay tens of thousands of dollars to any school that you want to go to, where now I have no input into that school, because at least with my money I have input into what actually goes into my local school.
Matt, so your claim is essentially that the public schools have a higher standard because they are public, they're under a government standard, than private schools. Is that your stance?
No, I never said that. I said they had more input and they can have more standards. But at the current moment, they do not, primarily because we have spent decades trying to roll back those standards and bringing them back to the state level. And then when they're at the state level, unless you're in blue states, right, many states will actually try to claw it back and actually send money through vouchers and whatnot to actually send people outside of those political systems. This is a multi-level way of trying to cripple the way that we have a common public school within our whole country.
So you just agreed
That's
with
my
me
stance.
that we're lowering the standards. You just agreed with me that we're lowering the standards now.
Yes, some administrations lower the standards. Yes.
It's not an administration thing. This is a Department of Education thing, and it's also on a state level. So
that's an administration thing.
The whole premise of what you just said, you stated that public schools have a higher rigor standard, and we don't know what these public schools are going to be teaching. But when we look at their literacy rates, public schools have a higher rate. They have a higher outcome. They have higher likelihood of people getting admitted into upper education than public schools. So they clearly have higher standards. Just because it's not run by the government doesn't mean it's not efficient. In fact, that's a negative correlation.
I never claimed that it wasn't. That wasn't my claim. My claim was that it costs too much. No, I'm saying that it costs too much and that we have to shift resources that I'm paying for in order to prop up these private entities. And I'm saying that money could better be spent propping up the public schools, which I'm paying for already. If we wanted to take the money that people on the right want to give to like vouchers and things like that and actually gave it to the public schools and actually made sure they were well-funded, well-rounded, and had everything that they needed, then there would be no disparity. But that does not exist right now.
So would you be in favor of those vouchers in the sense saying we are going to let parents choose to use the money that's funded from the taxpayers like me to go put their child into public school or into a private school? It's the same amount of money, but the parents get to choose which one they put their child.
I am not in favor of vouchers or anything like that, except in very, very limited circumstances. There are only a few cases I can think of where that may work, but in general, my policy is take the money that you would give to vouchers and invest it back into the public school system and make those better, because then I would have say in those schools, and that I can, and they are accountable to my government and to me, whereas a private school is not accountable to anyone except the people who run them. That's why I say, for example, I'm not supporting any vouchers except in very limited circumstances.
Okay, so you want to be able to hold schools to your standard.
All schools, all public schools in their local districts are subject to the people that live there.
So
okay,
why can we
through
not
their
hold them
property
to-
taxes, you can go to any school board meeting you want to, and you can voice your opinion. Sometimes I think that it gets out of hand, but you can voice your opinion. You can run for school board. You can invest in the education of other children because you have a direct say because of the fact that you pay to direct to that school. That is not the same with a private school. It is not the same. That's one of the reasons why they are directly responsible to people like me, because I pay them.
Okay, so let's say the school board consists of 3 people like you and 1 person like me. So your standards win over in terms of what is being taught and the standards that are held at a public school. Why is it that I don't get to have my standards represented by being able to choose a private school instead?
You can. You can still choose to go to a private school.
But this goes back to the whole idea of a voucher, right? Because I'm paying for public school whether or not I have children in the system or not. But if I do have a child, I want to be able to choose where my money goes.
What you're not
And I
understanding,
want to,
though,
and I
is
want
that
to have
you're
my,
is that
let me finish. I want to be able to have my child educated at a standard of my choosing, which
Then
in
you'll pay a
terms of
little bit more, and that's
yeah.
your
Then
choice.
you pay.
in
You
terms,
pay.
yeah, that's the whole point. I pay because it's the government's standards are not worth my
No,
tax
no. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, if
You don't
want to
agree with the
take your
government
child-
standards, yeah, then you can do
Yeah,
homeschooling. Then you can do private school. That's your choice. You do make those
Because a
choices.
private school
But it is
standard is
going to be
higher than
more
public.
expensive. That is the reality.
Yeah, it's going to be more expensive. And my position is that if it's going to be more expensive, and you want to make that personal choice, don't expect me to pay for it. That's what you're asking. You're expecting me to pay for it through a voucher.
No.
I'm not going to be paying for you to make that personal choice to then go to a private school. If you want to work with me to invest
But I
back
have
in
to
the
pay
public
for your
school,
choice to go to a public school.
no, you can take it out. No, just take your
No,
kids
I
out, right?
can't.
It's all that personal
It
choice,
is
right?
taken out of my payment. I pay again $1,900 per year towards my school district.
Tough shit.
I don't get a choice.
Tough shit. I don't think it should be funded through
You do get a
property
choice.
taxes. I think it should be federally determined. But so I don't think it should be through property taxes. But like the point that still stands, like yeah, you're gonna have to pay for public systems still either way. That's how it works. Like for example,
But-
you can get your
school shouldn't be a public system. It
like
shouldn't be
for example,
separation of church and state, right?
Oh wait,
your version. What is the difference at that point from saying a school and the government are like? How do you connect that those are the same institution? The only reason why is because it currently is, but not because it historically has been. Because it historically has not been a government institution, and now is, and now we don't.
Actually, you're wrong on that too, by the way. There's the common school movement that happened in the 1800s. One of the reasons why we have the public school system that we have now is because people in the 1800s didn't like the system, and so they formed a movement called the common school, where they actually pushed for more government involvement. Like,
The
once
reason
again,
for-
I'm sorry, go back and read the literature on the 1800s. There were people, primarily women, by the way, who saw that it was not equitable and it was not equal, and that they needed better standards. And so what they did was they said, government, you have the power to step in here and actually make it sure that everybody, through the common good, has a well-rounded and well-funded school system, and thus a good education. And that's how we get the modern public school. Yes, that is true.
No, the reason that there was a push for public education was because they were trying to minimize the religious reach that, again, most schools being operated largely Catholic in the entire country. They wanted to minimize that. They wanted to get people to be subservient to the state, and so they had a push for state-run education. That's a fact.
I am not doubting that there are some anti-Catholic bias throughout there, because it was one thing during the 1800s also, there was a strong anti-Catholic bias. I'm not denying that, but you cannot deny that there was a strong common school movement run by both men and women who wanted to improve the school system because they saw an unequal and overall bad standard for a schooling that those kids needed. That's one of the reasons why we moved away from that. It's not just what?
Yeah, I agree. Two things can be true.
Okay. Yes. So you brought it up. Like, I wasn't disagreeing with you, but I'm saying that the anti-Catholic bias was not actually part of that direct thing. It was part of a common school system to actually improve the system because they saw how bad it was, and how, as I already mentioned, that the people who were getting educated were the northern white men. It wasn't people in the South. It wasn't women, and it wasn't minorities. That's one reason why we have a public school system. It's because everybody can get educated on the same equal level.
Well, that's also untrue, because this is well before the civil rights movement. That push in the 1800s was not for equal representation of all Americans.
It absolutely
black,
was.
white,
There
male,
were
and
people in the
female.
South who were pushing for
There
the
were some.
integration. They were minorities, right?
it's
Like,
not the
in terms of
primary-
voices,
that was
but they
not the primary
absolutely were
motivation.
pushing for it
This
because
was-
they
that
saw
was
the
far from the
inequities, and that just grew over time.
No, you're stating as if it was the primary motivation. You're stating
The inequities were.
What?
The inequities were. It may not have been about certain racial inequities, but they saw inequities in both poor white children too, and they said we can't have that, right? And then from the poor white children, then it went to women, and then from women it went to individuals who are minorities, because progress never stops.
Do you know how much people were paying for most of these Christian-based, these church-based educations?
I have no idea.
Almost nothing. Generally nothing. These were often offered for free, and so you're still trying to push that it was only a rich person. It was only accessible to rich people, and that it was a standard that was lower than what we have now. Everything you're saying is unsubstantiated.
No. The last thing I'll say on that, and then I'll let Parker have it over. The last thing I'll say on that is that the reason why it was only northern white men is because even the church back in the day was segregated, and they didn't want anybody who was not wealthy white people in their pews to learn. That they were not going to invite in people who are minorities. They were not going to invite in women to learn, especially because their scripture kind of says that. And so they're not going to invite people in to make them learn. That's why. So it may have been free, but they were choosing only wealthy white people to invite into their pews.
And no one's condoning that. My whole point is that
you're saying that it was better.
No, I'm saying the standards of education were better. I didn't say the methodology.
I'm gonna go on to the next person.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I thank you to Peter for the $50. I really appreciate that, Peter. That's very kind of you. And I'm sorry, everybody. I know there must be new people in the chat because there's a lot of people who don't understand or might not know that I have a speech impediment. Like, if you hear me out of breath or you hear me speaking, it's because I actually, like, at times can't speak. And so, like, you have to get used to it. And if you don't like it, then, I mean, Parker can, I mean, you can stay, but, I mean, I think Parker's okay with me saying you can kind of, like, you know, just, like, fuck off. But
literally,
like,
you can fuck off.
Part of my speaking way. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but that's just how I am. So, like...
Literally, you could cope.
And I'm sorry, but also not sorry.
You can cope. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. Sarah, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, I freaking love Matt. Absolutely. Sarah, again, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Brian, with the $5, really appreciate it. Thank you. Kino, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Zach with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. JP with the 50 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much, JP. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for JP in the comment section right now. Thank you. Luke with the $5. I really appreciate it. Carolina, thank you so much for the $10. Nina with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kim with the $10. Again, thank you. I really appreciate it. I think I'm fully caught up there other than Morgan, thank you for the $5. Araceli, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3 on PayPal. Talia, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Amanda again with the $5. Abby with the $1. Thank you. Jalen, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. I think I'm completely caught up there. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube, as well as make sure to support Matt while he's up here, man. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Tracy, thank you for the manifesting. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play Farm Sim?
It's that. I saw a TikTok that did like a mini compilation of that. It was so good.
It was really good. I think I reposted it.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on this TikTok screen. We probably only have like 1-2 more conversations left, everyone. Just letting everyone know. 1-2 more conversations left. We're almost to 4 hours already. Almost to 4 hours already. If you missed any of the content, make sure to go over to my YouTube and check it out. Parker, get a job on YouTube as always. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think we only have like 1,400 likes right now. I haven't been telling people to like the stream. That's probably why. But make sure to like the stream. Let's try to at least get to 2,000 by the end of today. I would really appreciate it. There's 3,200 people in here. I think we could easily run it up real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
99.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you vote for?
I would never vote for a nigga.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Fuck Trump.
Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Again, please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
August.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you say that?
I just feel like, because like his first year.
What about it?
And his first year, we had like low gas prices and everything was just very cheaper.
Gas prices have gone up since Trump got in office, and inflation's gone up since he's imposed Liberation Day tariffs, and it will continue to go up even more. Appreciate the galaxy, thank you.
Parker, bro, I love you, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Dean did say he was going to go live. He told me he was actually going to go live earlier, and he was going to be live like halfway through my stream, but then he never went live so far. So he probably should be live very soon, to be honest.
Hey, your streams help me not kill myself. Thanks.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope that you have someone to talk to. Hope that you have someone to talk to. I hope you have community. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Vote for the Don.
Okay, why so?
Because when Donald Trump first got in office, he was able to expose a lot of good stuff in this nation. And I think that it opened up a lens that people forgot. So that lens that he has opened up is been able to people to freely express themselves in ways that we haven't done since the Civil Rights Movement.
Okay. Like such as what? What did he do specifically?
So what he did specifically was being able to show the top 1% that is able to express themselves with their racist views, being able to show how the money in this country has been used in ways that does not uplift the middle class. And so we've been able to be blessed with this man coming into this office to teach truth, honor, and respect to this country.
Okay. I definitely think that Trump himself is definitely the person who's racist. I don't think that Kamala Harris is racist. I don't think that Donald Trump is doing stuff to like help out funding for people who are in the low and middle class. I think that he's actually worsening that by imposing greater tariffs, which disproportionately raise taxes on low and middle income individuals. He's also decreasing after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners and for the bottom 10% by $1,200 a year, right, and benefits. So, like, I mean, we can point to plenty of different issues in terms of Donald Trump, in terms of how he's negatively impacting the American population.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Parker. How good was Obamacare to this country?
I think it was better than it not existing, but I think it could be even better by ensuring that everyone has access to health care and health insurance.
Okay, do you know the people that are in healthcare has lost about 70% of their income with Obamacare? And that's the reason why doctors no longer take on Medicaid or Medicare, because of the impact it has made on their life and them being able to also get paid for the love of their patients as well.
So if some doctors don't, other doctors will fulfill those. Secondly, as it relates to this, a lot of doctors, right, will specifically take those. So like I don't think it's a majority of doctors that are not taking them. Plus, we can point to like the idea that we could pay them even more, because it is the case that right now when it's for profit, right, there's a middleman between you and your doctor. So it's essentially that like we can use that money that would be between us and the doctor, and if we wanted to, we could, for less money, increase how much the doctor's paid.
So do you feel that these doctors that has worked hard with education, that's paying off their student loans, shouldn't get paid?
Doctors, I think that they should be paid well.
Okay,
And
so
not
if
just
you
doctors.
agree
I
with
think
that-
nurses should be paid well. I think a lot of people who are working in the medical services should be paid very, very well.
Well, if you agree with that, then you should know that Obamacare has affected so many people And that's the reason why Trump has been trying to get it removed.
What is he going to replace it with? He said he was going to repeal and replace the ACA, but he's provided no plan to replace it with.
And that's why he needs support of the Americans to spread their voice on what kind of programs we can have for our communities.
Okay,
When people are scared to speak up.
So there is
We use
no
social
plan that he
media.
has.
We use social media for too much for pranks. We use social media too much for other things that does not even help out American people. So if we agree on one thing, I say me and Parker, we can both say that we can agree on one thing, is that when people have a certain status, we can use it for correctly doing political agendas, religious agendas, but we don't. We sit here doing booty shaking. We sit here doing pranks in Walmart. We sit here doing pranks about all these other social media influences done. That's not helping the community.
People have fun in their lives. Like I'm confused. Like I was asking for like a plan that you have to like replace the ACA, and you're talking about how people, instead of doing it themselves, are apparently just like doing things that they like. Like I don't think there's an issue with people doing things they like. I think it's good that people do things that they like. Obviously, entertainment's important. It's an important aspect of everyone's life. I don't think that saying that people shouldn't have any entertainment is ridiculous. Or I do think that that's ridiculous.
Can I bring up a point real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just looking for any like resources to demonstrate that the ACA directly led to lower wages for doctors. I couldn't find any. But assuming that you're right, that it has led to lower wages for doctors, well, wouldn't Donald Trump like not revisiting the ACA and just simply taking 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid actually lead to lower wages for doctors, as it's not changing the policy, but also simultaneously reducing overall demand for healthcare by kicking 10 million people off of health insurance?
Well, you're looking for the literature. I'm going to tell you for a fact, I'm a doctor myself, so I know. So when it came to Medicaid, Medicare, a lot of doctors only make 25% of the payment from that care. That is the reason why you see.
But now instead of making 25% of the payment from the care of those 10 million individuals that were insured but are now not insured because of the big beautiful bill, you're making nothing, as overall demand for healthcare is going to be lower with 10 million people losing health insurance. So my question to you is, well, because Donald Trump didn't revisit the ACA, didn't like come up with some new healthcare plan, but just simply kick 10 million people off of what already exists, this means that he's not changing anything and just simply lowering the overall demand. So wouldn't this be like lowering wages even further?
You know, Trump kicked them off so they can pay into premium health insurance plans so doctors can get paid.
Wait, the point of like Medicaid is to give healthcare to people that can't afford private health insurance plans. That's why it exists. So you're just kicking 10 million people off of these services that won't be able to turn around and pay into like private health insurance.
Well, there's doctors' offices also offer health hardships and the emergency departments. If you knew about True Education, you'll know no person goes unserved medically.
Okay, so
do
now
it as a write-off.
Serve the same amount of people, but make less money. Wouldn't this like reduce your wages?
It does not reduce the wages, because what Trump was trying to put in place.
Wait,
is
so
there's
wait, if
going to
serving
be
people for no
reimbursements back federally for doctors who are helping the people that are lower income.
And what is that going to be paid for by? Obviously not Medicaid, because he defunded it by $900 billion.
I'm telling you, if you go do your proper research, you'll understand what he is doing for this country.
Well, I'm just simply saying that I've been able to point out a fundamental issue in your argument here, that being if you take issue with the ACA because you think it's had a downward pressure on wages, then you'd also have to take issue with Donald Trump's cuts to Medicaid in virtue of the fact that he defunded it by $900 billion and kicked 10 million off, since that he have an even larger downward pressure on wages. But I'm unconvinced that the ACA had a direct downward pressure on wages to begin with.
So let me ask you this one question. If you were suffering from some illness or condition that you need immediate care, would you go to your doctor or would you go to the emergency room?
I need immediate care. I'm going to the ER.
Okay, you're going to the ER. So walk me through the steps an ER doctor is going to do.
Like for what? I mean, I go in there, I talk to the receptionist. She asks me for my social security number and healthcare information, and then they have me sit in the waiting room. Then a triage nurse comes out, gets me, takes me back, puts an IV in my arm, then waits for a doctor or something of the likes to come and talk to me and diagnose me and see what's wrong. It
Okay,
also depends on like
so
what I'm
what if
there
you're having
for.
a heart attack?
If I'm there, if I'm having a heart attack, they'd probably take me to the trauma unit.
Okay, then what?
Once I'm in the trauma unit, same thing, triage nurse or like ER tech comes back, gets multiple points of contacts for my IV, and then they rush like a MD down to see what's going on.
All right, and then who comes to you in the office? Like when you're sitting in the room with the doctor or doctor leaves, who comes in next?
Like once like I'm taken care of and I'm good to go,
Then you're good to
so
go.
finance department to make me pay.
Okay, the finance department. They come with the little computer on a cart, and they ask you about verifying your insurance, things like that. And what's the number one question they ask? Do you know?
I'd assume that the first question that they ask is, do you have insurance?
Okay, then they go from where? What's the next question?
Well, I don't think I've ever gotten to the next question because every time I've been to the ER and they ask me that, I say yes.
Okay, but the people that says, no, I don't have insurance, they offer them a hardship. And do you read the fine print of the hardship?
Well, I've never read the fine print of a hardship in an ER because I've never had to get one.
Okay, well, ask for one, read it, and see how Obamacare has affected that. I want you to read it.
Can you be
and
like more
know-
specific? Like I think I've been like damn good at answering all the questions up to this point, but I don't see how it relates to the topic. And now that there's a question that I can't answer, you're just saying, well, this one question that you can't answer makes it clear that Obamacare is bad. So do your research. Like what?
So here's what I want you to understand. When it comes to that fine print, it literally asks every patient, okay, if you're having a hardship, what is the percentage that you can pay? And it's going to ask you different percentages. If you say 0, the department financially will take care of it.
Yes, they're legally obligated to under a bill passed in Obama's second term, which I agree with. That's good.
And so what is happening is these doctors, when that happens, they take a major pay cut. And with these pay cuts, these people...
Actually, no, that's not true because it's just covered by Medicaid. Medicaid expenses the cost of the service to the hospital. Last year, Medicaid spent like $17 billion on uninsured people in
He
areas.
dropped.
Well, he was wrong. Well, he was wrong.
Oh,
That's
and
why
by the way, Dean, I found several studies actually showed that in states that had expanded expanded Medicaid coverage under the ACA, they actually paid doctors more.
Right,
That's
right.
actually really cool. That's actually we should totally put that in the sources. That's actually so
Yeah,
good.
I found 2 of them, so that's what I was doing. I was looking at it.
By the way, apparently, according to the chat, he was a chiropractor, which makes this like 10 times funnier.
Oh.
My sister is an ER tech, so I had some knowledge on those questions based upon what I've talked to her about.
I refuse to call fucking chiropractors doctors. I'll just say chiropractor.
I remember Matt. I remember Matt's conversation with Platform.
Yeah, I'm going. No,
Do you
have you
remember
noticed
that?
that a lot? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Back in the day. Have you noticed that a lot of the people on this app who are like basically defending like RFK and Donald Trump about the whole autism slash Tylenol thing are like chiropractors? Like it's not actual it's not doctors. It's like chiropractors. There was one guy on here. He had a fucking like surgical scrub on. He had like a cap on and everything. He's like,
Dude.
I'm like, why are you wearing that? You're a fucking chiropractor, dude.
Well, yeah. Well, I think that like a medical doctor is defined based upon passing like the required tests, going to medical school and graduating with a degree and getting a license, right? And I don't think that's something that chiropractors have. So I don't view them as MDs.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Dean, you're still eating, right?
Yeah, I'm just about done. I'm probably gonna go upstairs and go live in like the next 7 minutes.
All right, for sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me? 20.
Do you support Donald Trump? Okay, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, Dean or Matt, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. Mark, thank you for the $5. Chris with the $5. Thank you so much. Absolutely. They said the ACA saved my life in 2021. Absolutely. It saved so many people's lives. I don't know why people don't acknowledge that. And, that it should be extended even further. That's like one of the issues I have with the ACA is that it didn't extend to, everyone that needs it. What's up? How old are you?
Hi, I am 32. I'm a public health provider-ish. I'm in healthcare. And I just want to say, first of all, because he's a chiropractor, he is paid by, yes, he does probably get a pay cut, but that's because of how they're getting paid, but it's not due to the fact because of the ACA. So, how Medicaid works is if you go and get, service, since he is a private, practitioner, he has to apply from Medicaid to get paid. So whoever goes and sees him, and if he says, if those people say that they can't pay for those services, then he does get a cut. But that's also because he is part of a private health service. If he were to work in a hospital or something, his wage would be more dictated by the hospital. So being private versus being in a hospital setting does make change how much he does get paid. I do think the ACA is great. I think we should definitely expand on it because it is helping so many people with healthcare. The more people that we are able to get on to healthcare, the better health outcomes there will be, and then the more people we can have to work and be able to succeed. So I don't know why people don't understand that, or why people don't understand the fact that if just because they won't make that choice for themselves, I don't know why they feel like it's okay to restrict what they have for someone else. It's not limiting anyone's options. It's literally just trying to give Republicans mostly are now limiting people's options.
Okay, Zoe, I'm going to stop you there. I really do appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for some debates. Thank you so much for providing the information. I really appreciate it. I am just looking for some debates. I have one more debate left, so I do appreciate you coming up. We are simply just looking for some debates, though. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, so please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you?
It's 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
To an extent. I mean, he kind of pissed me off by not backing up the shit he said, when he was running for the election. But, I mean, I'm still a MAGA supporter, yeah.
Okay. So if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Oh, Trump. Yeah, hell no. I ain't voting for fucking Kamala.
Okay, why so?
I want a president who, is respected by other nations, a president who can stand on business, and Kamala can't do that. It's plain and simple.
So she was respected by other nations to a greater extent than Donald Trump. I can show you a Pew Research.
No.
I can.
That's what they tell you. That's what they tell you. But
finish?
trust me, that's what they tell you, brother. But it ain't true.
Well,
Trust
you can look at you can.
the inner minds of these leaders all over the world.
Wait. If you think that Donald Trump has more respect from other nations, then why have 23 nations stopped small parcel shipments into America under Donald Trump's second term?
Because of tariffs?
Is that like a token of respect, do you think?
Well, I mean, some countries can't handle the tariffs he's requiring right now, so yeah, they're going to stop shipping stuff over here.
So, required to stop all small parcel shipments. And it's not a country not being able to handle the tariff on a small parcel shipment. That'd be the person who wants to send it.
Yeah, well, true.
Right? Is that a token of respect?
Look, here's the thing. I'm MAGA, but even I have some questions regarding the tariffs. So it's yeah, but I mean, as a leader of a country, you know what I'm saying? We see it with those fucking the drug dealers off of what was it, South America, bro? That's what I want to see. I don't want to see some lady in office who can't stand on business,
Wait, so you're
that was
okay Oh, sorry, bro. Sorry.
So that was being addressed to a greater extent under the Biden-Harris administration. We saw like them addressing the F drugs.
No,
Specifically.
borders was wide open.
Can I please
Nope.
finish?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The borders were not wide open. That is a complete lie. I also wanted to address the other point in terms of confidence. The public confidence amongst other nations around the entire world was greater specifically for Kamala Harris in terms of who would do the right thing regarding world affairs, according to Pew Research. Based upon the median of 18 different countries, it was 55% confidence for Kamala Harris, 33% no confidence that she would do the right thing regarding world affairs, and for Donald Trump, it was 62% no confidence and 34% confidence. So he has significantly lower confidence ratings for countries around the entire world. So the idea that like Donald Trump was more respected is laughably false.
Again, I would disagree. And back to the point about the border
Why?
immigration.
Why would you disagree?
I explained this twice.
You
Back to
can't just
real
say
quick.
you can't just say that you disagree. You have to be able to give an argument. Like Parker just constructed an argument rooted within data from Pew
here's the
Research.
thing.
And are you telling me that you literally think that a sufficient counterargument, like inside of the context of a debate, is just to say, no, like no, come on, bro,
no,
stop being like that.
You gotta understand. Listen, when you know how shit works, if you know how shit works, you know how shit works. Okay. And
Actually, no. Actually, no.
Yeah, actually, no.
Calm down. Calm down. All right. Calm down, bud.
Wait, so I have a question.
Hit your anxiety pen real quick. Hit your anxiety pen.
So Parker gives you an argument, details that you're wrong because of data from Pew Research. Your counter argument is no, and then you're like, what did you even just say? If you know how shit works, you know how shit works. And then Parker is like, no, and then you're like, calm down.
And then I said, hit your anxiety
Like,
pen.
bro, are you here to debate? Or are you here to embarrass?
Yeah, I'm here to debate. I gave you some good points. You guys
Okay,
wanted
then
to-
stop embarrassing yourself and try to give a good point in response to Parker's position, addressing the fact that there's more global confidence in Kamala Harris than there is or was in Donald Trump.
Look, the one thing I'm pissed off about Trump, he said first day, no more wars. I'm kind of disappointed with the Ukraine-Russia situation. I'm kind of disappointed, with the Middle East. I will say that, but I think he'll figure that shit out over the next few months here. I think he will.
He said he's
I think
pro.
he will.
He's pro Ukraine now. They're going to take back the entirety of Ukraine, like
He's not
everything that they
pro-Ukraine.
lost.
He's meeting
That's
with
exactly what he
Putin. He's met with Putin multiple times to discuss the solution here.
And he said now that since he's looked into it and researched the topic, that he realizes that he can get back everything that Russia took from Ukraine. That's what he said himself on his own Truth Social.
I didn't see that. I'll have to go back and find that.
Do you want me to show you the tweet?
Sure, bro.
Yeah, he said like after researching and listening, like where have you been the last fucking 5 years?
Fucking Matt, dude. Holy shit. Is
Not-
Matt like
not-
one of your
not
boys
reading.
now? Is Matt like the new guy on here? It's Dean Parker
No,
and Matt.
Matt's been my friend
New
for
guy?
years.
I'm an
my
OG. Like I've been here since the very beginning of the days.
Yeah, I've known Matt for a really long time.
Some comments.
Alrighty.
He's handsome. You're so fine, Caleb. Appreciate that, guys.
What, bro? Are you okay?
I was
That's
reading the
crazy.
comments. My bad. I was looking at the comments.
I'm sorry. You did not just read that in the comments. That's just false.
That was not there.
That was just not existent. Ah, fuck. True Social's not even coming up on there. Why'd you just do that? That was so weird. Mary, thank you for the $10. Lauren with the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mark with the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for all of them in the comment section right now. We're pulling up the Truth Social post right now.
Dude, I'm gonna throw up. Why did you say that, Caleb? That was so cringe. Holy.
Dean, I understand you're 5'6". You have Napoleon syndrome, but let's calm down there, bud. All right.
What does that even mean?
So me
bro?
just pointing out the fact that was like cringe as fuck of you to say. Your response.
I was reading the fucking comments. I was reading comments.
Well, first point, I'm not 5'6". Second point, even if I was 5'6", what I said still would have been incredibly true. That was very cringe.
After getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic
Yep.
situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it is causing Russia, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. With time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO, the original borders from where this war started is very much an option.
When was that? What date?
That was 4 days ago.
Holy fuck. Okay. Thank you guys for that information.
You're welcome.
All right, I guess I'm out of here. So appreciate you guys. God bless.
Wait, do you not support Trump anymore?
No, I still support Trump, but
Why?
definitely.
Because he's not respected by other nations. He's actually respected less. You had no response to that. He's now pro-Ukraine and thinks we can take back the entirety of Ukraine, which is exactly what the Democratic position was on this prior. So we'd be in a better position in doing exactly what Donald Trump's own goals were with Ukraine if it was the case that he was never president in the very first place.
I support the billionaire businessman over the lady who had to suck off people to get in office. I support.
Oh, you have wait. What evidence do you have that Kamala Harris engaged in intercourse with people to be able to get in office? What evidence do you have for that?
Oh my God.
We can look at the art. There's an article I read a few days ago about the California governor who gave her, or what was it, someone in California gave her a position that got her into politics, and then from there she kind of.
Who in what position?
I don't know the fucking name. Somebody in California. Was it the
Trust
governor?
me, please trust me.
You
Trust
guys
me.
know this shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, let me just
You know what I'm talking
clear.
about.
Let me make it clear how embarrassing this is for you. Okay,
You know what I'm talking about, Dan. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
So this is very embarrassing for you for this reason, right? Because basically you're saying that, well, because she's a woman, I'm just going to baselessly assume that the only reason that she's in the position of power that she is in is because she sucks some dude's penis. What this tells me is point number one, you think that women are incapable of being qualified at getting into positions of power or leadership. And point number two, you don't think much of women and you just want to blatantly write them off as WHORES. And if we weren't on TikTok and you were in a private room with your friends, I bet that is exactly what you would be saying to them right now. And I think that this speaks very loudly to who you are as a person and the problems that you have with your own value and your own self-image. And you have to cope with the fact that you have a bad self-image of yourself by projecting that onto 50% of the population of women by saying, at least at the end of the day, I'll be better than them. It's cope. It's just terrible toxic masculinity. Not only is it bad for the women in society, but it's bad for you. Because now you look like an insane, crazy person that no one would be interested in befriending or dating, being a partner with, so on and so forth. And if you want to attempt to make an argument out of this, feel free to, but you're just going to have to give us the facts. But you already told Parker that you can't, which, once again, makes sense.
You know what? Fuck, you got me. I'm going to apologize to all the women in here. I'm sorry. I'm not misogynistic. I just probably should change my viewpoints in certain areas. But, you know, I apologize. I apologize to all the girls in here.
So why do you still support Donald Trump? Is that apologizing to women?
Look, okay, first of all, Dan, your first point, I can say, I'm not saying that all girls in office and you know, the government need to do that, perform sexual actions to get, you know, positions. I just said that in her case, personally, that is what she did. That was my statement. I never said that that's a general statement for all women who want to get into politics, right? Secondly, there is evidence to support that claim I made. There is evidence that she, you know, started her career by doing some, you know.
Such as what? What's the evidence?
You can look at it, personal statements.
No. Oh, by who?
Look, I don't have my computer out right now, but you guys can do their own
Well, you're
research.
saying these things, so obviously, like you know it, right? So by who? Who said the statements?
I don't have the names in my head, brother, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm sure you guys deal with this argument like once a week at least.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and head out. I appreciate you for letting me up, Parker.
Good seeing you, Dean.
Bye, Dean.
Caleb, I have a question here real quick. Do you think it's justified to believe things with no evidence?
No.
No, okay, so then why were you believing that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top? Why were you okay with believing all of these different lies, particularly about Kamala Harris, with absolutely no evidence?
All right. I can find some evidence real quick if you give me like 2 seconds.
No, you won't.
Yes, I will. Evidence.
Maybe I'll find it.
In the
Maybe
meantime,
I'll find
thank
it.
you,
Let me
Lauren,
look.
for the $5.
Give me a
Thank
second.
you, Lauren.
All right, Parker, stop trolling, bro. Stop trolling.
I'm not. I'm being serious. Like, you literally have no source. You've got no evidence. You'll find nothing. You're looking through a book of trust me bros that is straight up and absolute. I guess not blank. It says certified yapper.
Okay, here we go.
I opened up to that page. I was about to say it's blank, and then I saw it said that. I was
Here we go. July 23rd, 2024. Megyn Kelly, this is from Newsweek.com. Megyn Kelly says Kamala Harris slept away into politics. Boom. Done.
Megyn Kelly saying that is not a source. I'm sorry. Do you know who Megyn Kelly is?
Yes, she's the Fox News lady.
Yes, exactly. A Fox News individual saying that it is the case that she slept her way to the top is not evidence of that being true. Fox News lies all the time. They're Fox Entertainment for a reason, not Fox Facts.
You think she would risk her reputation without evidence to make that claim? That's like
yes, she says literally yes, all the time. Yes. Yes, they totally would. What are you talking about?
What kind of person, like a fucking Megyn Kelly is? Go watch her recent interaction on a college campus with a student. She literally like ran away because he was destroying her so much. He's like, well, let's move on to somebody else because he was so good at it. Like, come on, bro.
Here we go. Here's some stronger evidence. This is from a Yahoo article. It says Harris dated, because this is when she actually dated Willie Brown. Harris dated former Willie Brown in 1994 and 1995. As a state assembly speaker, Brown appointed her to 2 political posts. This is during the time they were dating. You know, if you think there isn't some connection there, you'd be ludicrous. The California Unemployment Insurance
what particular position did she get to?
Holy shit. Doesn't matter. The appeals board, later a medical assistance commission. There we go. So
was she elected or appointed?
She was appointed to 2 political posts. I just told you.
Which posts?
I'm reading them right now. The California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board and later the Medical Assistance Commission. There you go.
Okay.
You're telling me that...
Wait. And are those based upon an elected position that she was already in?
No, those were new positions. But my point is, Parker, do you think there's any connection between their relationship?
So hold up, clarify. Let me clarify. By the way, there being a consensual relationship, and it is the case that them having they're both working in the same field happens all the time. Them specifically working in those positions does not mean that it is the case that they got to those positions by sleeping with someone. That's a consensual relationship. Do you understand the distinction between a relationship, someone just being in a relationship and they work in the same field, right, comparative to specifically someone getting into a position simply just because they engaged in intercourse with someone? And secondly, also, why would you blame a woman, particularly in that scenario, given it is the case that that would be like the fault of the man for saying that they, in order to be able to get into that position of power in the very first place, had to have done such a thing? That's coercive?
Well, to an extent, it is the man's fault, but here's my question
to you. To an extent, fully it's his fault. If it is the case that it was a dude doing that. But I don't think that's what happened.
Do you think Kamala could have had some intention, deep down, that she was using that relationship as a way to kind of advance her career?
Absolutely not. No.
I'd question that. I would highly question that.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. And you wouldn't question that if she was a man. You would not question that. It is only because she's a woman that you question that. Seriously. It is only because she's a woman you question that.
If he was a man, I would question it too.
No, you wouldn't.
100% I would. 100%.
You would never. That would never be a question ever. If he's a man. Never once would a single person have brought that up.
I disagree. Here's my logic behind this. When someone is in a higher position of authority and superiority, the person below them is going to, for man or woman, is going to kind of use them to advance themselves. It's just basic, human reasoning.
Give me the name of a single man you've ever accused of sleeping their way to the top. Name me one person in your life you've ever accused of that who's a man.
Well, I have multiple friends who have sugar mamas, and they've, kind of done stuff for money, so I would accuse them.
Slept their way to the top into a position of power? I'm talking about political office, dude.
They've slept their way to finances, yes. Politically, I can't think of too many. I'm also not really too...
That's not an example of what we're talking about here. We're talking about specifically like someone getting into a position of power. Political office. Not getting money. Jesus.
Here's the thing. It's also... There's not as many women in politics, like in higher positions, as there is men, so it's definitely would be rare, but I see what you're saying, definitely.
So then there should be more men specifically who have done that, right?
More men.
You never question it. You can't name a single man because it's only something that you'll question in the case of it being a woman.
I can't name another woman. I just was giving you a case study on this lady because what we're talking about, the former running for office lady who just ran for office a year ago. This is the relevant person. I don't care about some fucking person.
Some random person who ran for office. Yeah. Okay, so again, you have no basis for any of these positions. You have no reason to believe that she was specifically only put into these positions because it is the case that she slept her way to the top. That's ridiculous. By the way, she's been vice president, right? That is literally the position she got to herself. She didn't get to that position because of Willie Brown.
That was after many
Yes,
years after.
way after. That has nothing to do with them. So when you say slept the way to the top was vice presidency. So
She's
how the
building
hell
her
could she have
resume.
slept her way to the top if it had nothing to do with Willie
She
Brown?
slept her way to building a resume, and then once she had the resume, she could use that, along with connections and relationships, to then kind of, expand that to.
You think
vice
that
president.
she got into the position of vice presidency just because of those two positions that she was appointed? No.
They definitely played a part. I mean, that definitely.
No,
'cause when
that's
That
ridiculous.
was towards the beginning of her career. That was towards the beginning of her career when those positions actually mattered a lot, sir. That was because it's very hard. I'm sure you know this. It's very hard to get into politics. when
Okay,
you don't
well then
really
we'll
have
say the only reason that Donald Trump got into his position is because of his family, because of the
Sure,
fact
yeah,
that
we
his
can
dad
say
was
that.
rich.
We can
Right?
say that.
And those are lack of qualifications, right?
I can
And you
respect
won't
the
even
billionaire
mention any
family.
of
That was
those
my point.
points in any of those
That was-
contexts, but
that was the
specifically,
original point.
literally just her being in a relationship means that she slept her way to the top under review. Her just being in a relationship. That's it.
Yes, my original point was that I would respect a billionaire. I'm not saying I even like that, but I respect someone who is a billionaire more than someone who potentially utilized a relationship to get political power. That's my logic there. And
No,
can
you have
disagree
no
with it,
evidence of that. You have no evidence. You have no evidence of that.
I gave you two sources.
If you say
just now, brother.
potentially, wait, if you say potentially, you could say the same thing about Trump. You're right. At that point, you're writing fan fiction.
I mean, you want to give me some evidence for some woman that Trump was sleeping with in politics? I mean, there really isn't anything out there.
Well, if you want to talk about like again, we could say quote unquote sleeping your way to the top. We could make the same claims as you. Donald Trump slept his way to the top. The only reason he got any type of media on any of this is because he slept his way to the top.
He was a playboy. He wasn't doing that for political power. He was doing that.
No,
just
he
to
slept his way
be
to the
fun.
top, dude. He slept his way to the top.
Give me an example. Yep, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I don't have to give
Still
an example.
waiting.
I don't have to give evidence. It's potentially true.
I mean, I gave you an example of sources for mine.
No,
You
wait,
wanted to make
dude,
it-
it's potentially true. Right? Do you agree with me? It's
A lot of
potentially.
things.
Do you agree with me that it's potentially true?
It is. It could be potentially true. I will say that. Yes, potentially. Everything really.
Wait,
is
so then
potentially
the same basis of reason that you have specifically and applicable to Kamala Harris is also applicable to Donald Trump, that he potentially slept his way to the top?
No, because there's more evidence to support Kamala.
Oh, there
As
is
for
no
nothing.
evidence to say that Kamala Harris slept her way to the top. That's not evidence.
I just gave you.
That's
Gave you
not
evidence. To
evidence.
two different sources, brother. Holy fuck.
That's not evidence. You
How is it not
claiming that
evidence?
you claiming she was in a relationship is not evidence of her specifically sleeping her way to the top. That makes no sense.
I'm saying the relationship could be a byproduct of her political success originally.
No, that's ridiculous. She got into that position because of her. You literally are just trying to say that all of her accomplishments as a woman are simply the specific
Here's what we'll do,
accomplishments of a man, and that she only got those accomplishments because of a man. That is misogyny
we'll-
right there. You're
let's
simply
backtrack.
trying to portray Kamala Harris, all of her qualifications that she's done in her life, simply to just a man. That's it.
Let's backtrack a little here, Parker. So before 1994, name you tell me, because you're into politics. Name some of her accomplishments that Kamala had before 1994.
Before 1990, I'm not familiar with.
Oh yeah,
like
she was assistant district attorney for Alameda County.
Yeah, like I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know Biden's accomplishments
fucking
prior to
next-door neighbors.
1994. I don't know what Biden's accomplishments are prior to that
My
point.
fucking next door neighbor's a district attorney for my county, but it doesn't mean shit.
What?
Your
Wait,
next
I'm
neighbor is
sorry.
the
Is that a
assistant district
qualification
attorney?
though?
No, it's why Kamala had no qualifications before she
Wait.
started doing her stuff in
Those are
94.
definitely qualifications. Can you tell me what qualifications?
my point.
Wait, tell me what qualifications does Donald Trump have for the position of president?
Multi-billionaire, respected around.
He inherited $400 million from his dad. Of course, he's going to be a billionaire if he inherits $400 million from his dad.
Yeah, a lot of kids that inherited 400 mil will be broke in 10 years. just to
Oh,
be
come
honest.
on. I'm sorry. If you put that in index fund, you'll be a billionaire.
Yeah, look at the people who win the fucking lottery. Don't work for the money. They just end up spending it on like yachts and then they're broke. Like that's just not
$400
good.
million. I'm sorry. You can't act like he's such a great businessman insofar as he should be president of the United States because he inherited $400 million from his dad and then he became a billionaire. Come on.
We can still look at. I mean, the Trump brand was a substantial brand in New York and around the world.
6 bankruptcies.
Yeah, that's
Bankrupt
part of
at a
business.
casino.
That's part of business. That's part of business, brother. If you don't
Name
know
one
that,
good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
Trump.
Other than Trump, of course.
That's a tough question. I'd have to like really research to find one. But,
It's a tough question.
yeah, definitely.
Would you like to take time? I'll thank some people in the meantime.
All right. Yeah. You thanks, Steve. I'll look this up.
If you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. I'm gonna say thank you to some people while he finds his source that doesn't exist.
We'll see about that.
Yes, we will see about that.
Ryan, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Philip, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seti Bear, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Charco, thank you for the $10. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Ducky, thank you for the $5. It's coffee that my girlfriend made me. Pia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I will. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you for the $2 and the $5. Thank you. Brian with the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And same thing is true with Matt. Barbara, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. Right now, we have 1,800 likes. There's 3,300 people in the stream. We could easily get to 3,000 real quick.
Okay. Here we go. So first off, someone in the comments said she graduated in 1986 with a degree in political science. Are you fucking right? Do you know how many people graduate college with degrees in political science?
Ew, watch yourself there, bud.
Yeah, watch yourself.
I stopped it. I cut it off.
Yeah, you should be saying that. That means it's in your vocabulary. You should not be saying that.
All right, you're right. But my point is, you know how many kids graduate in America with political science degrees and end up working at McDonald's? Okay, like that's a very poor argument. All right, and here we go. I got some names for you.
Wait,
All right,
what was the bad argument? Sorry, restate that.
Someone
she graduated.
Said that because she graduated.
Political science. I mean, that's definitely going to be somewhat of a qualification, right? Now, again, but the point that we're making is that there is significantly more qualifications on behalf of Kamala Harris than Donald Trump. Donald Trump, you can't even mention any of his qualifications. The one you did mention is something that you wouldn't consider a qualification with other people because he has 6 bankruptcies. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Crystal, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Thank you, Luna, for the 5, and thank you, Libby, for the 10. Thank you both so much.
Let me ask you this question: do you think that Melania slept her way to the top?
In terms of what sense? Like,
do you think that she slept her way to the top? Like into the position of the first lady?
She could have been, I don't think she was with Trump for his looks. So, I mean, I guess to an extent, yeah.
Okay. So then, under your view, you think that the first lady slept her way to the top? You just apply that apply this to essentially any. She applies it, or he applies this to any woman that's in a position of power that is in a relationship with someone who also works in that field.
I'm not voting for the first lady. I'm not voting for her. That's not really a priority, a concern of mine. So.
Mike, thank you for the 3 months member subscription. They said, Parker, you made it to YouTube featured. Wait, that's so cool. What the hell? I don't even know where to see that. Where do I find that? That's so cool.
All right, yeah, and Parker, back to that question. I mean, I'm not voting for the vice president, so I really don't care who it is or how the relationship started. But if you're someone who is running for president, I do kind of care about your background, to an extent. So yeah. And if you're ready for the name,
Donald Trump doesn't have these qualifications at all. So. Like, again, none of the reasons that you could bring up are specifically reasons to say that Donald Trump's a better candidate. How about we ask you this question? Can you name Donald Trump's economic policies you think are better because you said he's such a good businessman? Push the galaxies. Thank you.
I do want to see more products being created in the U.S., which, the tariffs do help with that. I understand he might be a little extreme, with those, but I think overall he has good intentions with those, so. You ready for the names?
Wait. I'm sorry. Was that an answer to my question? What was the answer?
Yeah, you asked me an economic policy. I gave you one.
I asked you for what?
You asked for an economic policy, and I gave you.
And what was the economic policy? I apologize.
The tariffs.
Tariffs. What are tariffs?
It's I guess a tax for outside goods that are being shipped to America for different
Who
suppliers.
pays that tax?
The outside suppliers do.
No, it would be the American company that's importing the product, and it's passed down to the American consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. Push the galaxy, thank you so much. So that's going to disproportionately increase your taxes because it has a regressive negative impact on lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income
but it also overall,
on consumer goods.
It benefits the economy overall because then it creates a more production based in the U.S. So yeah, you're right there, but also you got to look at both sides of it.
So you're saying it creates more production in the United States, but we've actually seen a decline in domestic manufacturing in the United States since Trump got in office, because domestic manufacturing is more expensive right now without a real incentive to bring back manufacturing to the country, because we don't know if tariffs are going to be certain to be existent in the long run, and we don't know if they're going to stay in accordance with the court system. Also, the tariff revenue, hasn't that been frozen?
It's been 6 months. You got to give them time. I mean, some countries are still finalizing their percentages.
Also, yeah, let me give you an example. Yes, by the way, Paul, yes, you're correct. But like, too, did you know that Donald Trump just said right now, well, not right now, he said like yesterday, the day before, that he's proposing using the tariff money that he has to not lower the deficit, to not lower the debt, but instead to bail out farmers for a problem that he caused? I mean, I mean, think about that, Caleb, right? We made, by the way that you guys think about this, we made money off these tariffs. And instead of paying it towards the debt or anything to actually lower the amount of debt we had, instead, he has to bail out U.S. farmers for a problem that his tariffs caused. Think about that.
Interesting. That's a good point.
Alexander, thank you for $20. Thank you so much on PayPal.
They cause so many problems that we end up having to pay to fix those problems from the very thing that was like supposedly benefiting from.
Exactly. Again, thank you, Alexander. Thank you for the $20, and Vivian, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you.
Entrepreneurs with 3+ bankruptcies and big failures. Here we go. Number 1, Milton Hershey. Before founding the Hershey Chocolate Company, he had 3 or more candy businesses fail and went bankrupt multiple times before finally finding success. Hershey chocolate bars.
Is that 6?
Yeah, we said 6 or more.
We said 6.
It's close to 6, but I don't know. You guys.
It's close to 6. It was half.
No.
3
Yeah,
is
no,
half
3 is
of
really
6.
half.
It's close. 50%.
Well, also, I mean, the hotel business is like, I mean, 6 exactly 6 is tough. I could probably find 7. I could probably find 5 or 4, but I mean, I don't know.
No, you can find 7. Go ahead, find 7, 6, 7. Sorry, that was horrible.
You said 6, 7. And name us one person, one famous billionaire, famous person on Donald Trump's level, right, that had 6 or more bankruptcies.
It says I couldn't find any verifiable sources of other successful businesses.
Yeah, because they don't exist.
Bankruptcies.
Fucking using ChatGPT out here, and it's like, sorry, dude, you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go on Google and try to find this shit. So yeah, I guess you're right. Well done.
Oh, people in the chat. 6, 7. Sorry.
All right, guys, that was a little too late for that. It's 2025. Let's go on from that. All right, guys. Appreciate your time, Parker. Yeah, it's been good.
Bye.
Okay. Hold up. Before you leave, do you still support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Could you tell me something Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If he was in the Epstein, actually, well, if it was like he committed a crime and it was like in the Epstein files, yeah, I'm done cutting it off. So yeah, there you go.
Why isn't he releasing the Epstein files?
Why didn't Biden release it when he had 4 years? Do you think he wouldn't do that to blackmail Trump?
Sealed. So can you explain to me? They did release what they could. Now, in terms of this, answer the question. Why didn't Donald Trump release the Epstein files? Why is he not? Why did he say it's a hoax? And why did he say that anyone who wants him to release it shouldn't support him and he doesn't want their support?
Parker, a large percent of Washington is within those files. So if he releases those files, our economy is going to struggle. I mean, there's a lot of downside.
Wait, come on. Our economy is going to struggle.
Dude,
he said don't release the files because the economy will... Are you kidding me? No, it won't. Name one economist that indicates that the Epstein files will lead to the economy doing bad.
Here's what a businessman does, right?
Wait, and if you cared about the economy, I'm sorry. If you cared about the economy, why do you support Donald Trump's tariffs that have caused inflation to go up since the Liberation Day tariffs have been implemented, have caused unemployment to go up, has caused real GDP to decline since Trump specifically got in office, has specifically caused the job support to be so bad that we've risked increasing inflation to an even greater extent because the job support was so bad that literally it risked stagflation possibly occurring.
Look, give him time, all right? If you're still saying that in like 3 years, 2.5, 3 years, then yeah, I might sway towards the left a little bit. But yeah, as of now, no, I'm still with Trump. But here's my point, though: a businessman, when he has those files, he's going to use that for leverage to get bills passed, to do certain things in Congress that he couldn't do if he didn't have that leverage. So as someone who is smart and has business experience, he's going to use that to his advantage. If that makes sense. I think that's the reason why he's doing that.
Are you saying that Donald Trump is not releasing the Epstein files because he's using it as leverage like
I
towards
think that
people
could
in
be a
power?
reason. I think it could be a reason. Yes.
So instead of releasing it and bringing to justice people that preyed on children and teens, you're saying that Donald Trump is using it as leverage against people in power. I want you to see what you're saying.
Many
You're
of those
saying,
people, hey Matt, many of those people that you're talking about are people that you probably support in
and I
in
care
Congress, in
why.
DC.
Wait, hold on. I want to put it out there. If any person that I've ever supported in the past were in the files or did something against children or teens, you think I give a damn that they're going to be protected at all? No, fucking release it. Like, I'm sorry, like cast it out, right? Please answer, Caleb. Why is Donald Trump saying that I'm prioritizing the political influence that I have with these files over the real trauma and pain that the children and teens experienced from
And
not
adults,
having their like actual
Yeah.
perpetrators brought to justice?
Because he's a businessman who isn't a very strong character, so he doesn't have very strong morals. So what's he gonna do? You know, I'm not saying
And you're
I'm
supporting him for that?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol, pardoned January 6 violent rioters. He literally does all of these different things that are clearly violent and clearly indicative of bad behavior, but you're willing to overlook that for what reason?
When I vote, I'm voting for what's best for the country. I'm not voting for a pastor. I'm voting for someone who I think.
Okay,
You know,
well, then I'll ask
will
you this
support
question.
us.
Would you vote for Adolf Hitler with Donald Trump's policies or Kamala Harris?
That's a very hypothetical extreme there. Oh my gosh. Shoot. Probably Kamala. Honestly, probably Kamala.
Okay,
Well, I
okay,
don't
so
know.
obviously,
That's too extreme. I can't even
probably
answer
is
that.
crazy one. Secondly, this demonstrates that you care about character. So why is Donald Trump's character not extreme enough for you to care about insofar as that you wouldn't want to
I
vote
do
for him?
care about character. Hold on, Parker. I do care about character, but if someone's morality is so low that they unalive 6 million people, I probably wouldn't even consider them whatsoever as a candidate. You know, so it's like
I mean, if
I
they
do
were
care
held
about
civilly,
character to
if
an
they were
extent,
held
yes.
civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you specifically then consider them? If they incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol as well, and pardoned those who assaulted police officers on January 6th, who beat police officers and
No,
called them
BS.
patriots, would you
BS.
still, in that context, yeah? Who said he would
There
date
was
a
like
10-year-old girl in 10 years, who bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their
Parker.
consent, while they were changing, and an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms that Donald Trump would barge in. We can also point
know
to the
about
fact
this.
that
Yep.
we can also point to the fact that Donald Trump specifically called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive, said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf.
Yeah, look, I've heard all these things.
Oh, and you
the other
don't
day, I
care
just
and you
told
overlook them?
No, I said his character is certainly questionable, but I don't think
Just
it's...
questionable? That's it? That's all you have to say on it?
Listen, is he in prison right now? No, he's not in prison. I think we can leave it at that.
Hold on. Please listen, Caleb. Just
You want to talk about the
please listen to
court?
this
You want to
one-
talk
no.
about the court cases? We can do
Caleb,
that. but-
Caleb, please listen to what I'm about to say, okay? I think this is very important. Don't you agree that someone that has said and done all the things that Parker just mentioned, okay? Every single one of them, none of them, by the way, are in dispute, okay? He has said or done all of them. Don't you think that has an effect on the policy that he creates because his view of women and girls is so low that he may not make effective policy that targets those individuals?
Can I answer with a question? Don't you think that someone, when he's 50, could then change when he's 80 and has a political and actually has, some...
He was saying these things well into his 70s.
The 10-year-old thing that was
you think
decades ago.
do you think rapists are redeemable?
The Miss USA thing was years and years ago. Do I think what?
Do you think rapists are redeemable?
No, they should be in prison for life.
Okay, so Donald Trump is literally a fucking rapist.
He was accused. What's the word?
No, not just accused.
He was held.
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. So, by the way, you thought that a rapist, right, who perved on kids and young women, right, specifically was going to like release the Epstein files and was going to do well with the Epstein files and was going to create policy that was beneficial towards women and children and everyone a part of this country?
Parker, I'm not aware of this. Does found civilly liable, does that mean found guilty? Like, can you, I'm not aware of this means.
It's guilty in a civil court.
So it's not like officially guilty, or it is? So
it is guilty in a civil court.
Well, obviously, it wasn't guilty enough to put him behind bars. I mean, unless he pardoned
Because it's
that.
not, and the reason why it wasn't in criminal court was because of statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since the event occurred that they can't try them in a criminal court regardless of the level of evidence. So that's
know
not
what
a
year-
law
what
should
year did this
exist
take
in
place?
terms of essay, because for many victims it takes them decades to come out.
Don't you? Here's my question, real quick. I'm not trying to defend Trump here, but do you think that Eugene Carroll, whatever her name was, do you
Eugene.
think that right? There's obviously, I'm not saying obviously. I mean, this happens all the time. We know that there's been cases where women have lied about this. But when you're someone like Donald Trump, who is so disliked by the left, do you think that the left might try to use Eugene as a weapon on their side to try to?
Eugene, and no, she didn't lie. There
Maybe
was
a few
no
million
evidence of her.
dollars?
There was no evidence of her lying. Donald Trump is the one that lied repeatedly about the set of conditions that occurred. Again, no evidence that she lied at all. She's told the truth over and over and over again. You have not caught her in any lie.
Well,
Also,
she didn't
Caleb.
remember the own year. She didn't even remember the year when she was asked. You aware of that, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Just not remembering the year doesn't mean
She wasn't-
that it didn't
they
happen to
asked
you.
her-
And she said
they asked her,
1995,
they-
1996. So
They
you
asked
understand?
her, they asked Eugene, they said, what year was it? And she did not
Eugene.
recollect the year.
She
did not
said
recall the year.
1995, 1996. That's what she
And
said.
that matters why? Yeah, I mean, she didn't say that, but like, why does it matter whether or not she can remember the
I
exact
mean, was this
year
happening on
or
like
the
New
month
Year's
or the
Eve?
date?
Like
That's
I
within
mean,
a year time period.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Don't you think she would have like a certain month or a certain day?
No, I
within the
can't
year?
remember
Like-
mine, so I mean, like, I can't give you a date.
Okay, I
Most-
mean, I think that's a
most
little
victims can't
suspicious.
give you a date.
It's a little
It's
suspicious. but-
suspect.
What?
It's suspect that we can't give you dates.
It's like, okay, when did this happen?
That's
Oh, like,
disgusting. That's
it was a-
actually
it was a
fucking.
time-
Wait. That's disgusting. You're gonna say to someone who's been assaulted that it is the case that that you're just. That's fucking. That's actually crazy, dude.
It's not disgusting. It's not disgusting. What I'm
Wait,
saying is,
you're saying it's suspicious that they can't remember when it happened to them because of the trauma that they went through.
when you experience something that traumatic, you probably would remember when it happened.
Wait.
I'm just-
A lot of
it's the exact
people block that
opposite.
information out. Yeah.
It's the opposite.
Really? Okay.
When you have trauma, you actually lose memory. Caleb, I
Enough to
implore you to
forget the
listen
year?
to women who have been in this, or even men who have been in this situation. Like men are like grape too. I mean, so you can talk to them about it too. But like talk to any person that has been sexually assaulted, and I guarantee you, they will tell you about how memory fades, how memory is blocked out, how memory is deep and recessed, and they don't want to remember it. Like the brain is very good at like cutting off all those things.
Okay. That's. I mean, it's a valid take. I originally, I see what you guys are saying. I originally thought it was a little questionable that she brought up multiple years when asked when it happened. But okay, I see the point you guys are making.
You mean within a year time period?
Within a 2-year time period, but yeah.
Wait, 1995, 1996 is within a year time period. That could be within a few months too. That could be within a few months.
It depends how she worded it. From what I heard, it was within those 2 years, but I guess I don't know the exact word she used. But yeah.
Okay. So, given that this is the case, do you still support Donald Trump?
Well, I've known all these things. Like, everything you kind of said in the last 5 minutes is not new to me. I said, I still question Trump's character to this day. But I'm not voting for someone. I'm voting for someone. The character is definitely considered, but it's not.
Character influences policy, though. Like, why not? Why, look at any leader. Any leader that has a piss poor moral character has piss poor policies.
Well, Biden was a pretty nice old man. He didn't do too great for America. So I mean, we can look at that.
Wait, what do you think that he did bad?
Well, first of all, inflation was out of hand. Illegal immigration was out of hand.
How did he cause inflation?
Well, that has to do with a variety of things. Interest rates.
That has to do with the Federal Reserve.
Inflation. So I mean,
interest rates going up would decrease inflation.
That's a very broad question. You're asking the direct decisions he made to affect the economy. I mean, I'm sure I could name dozens of.
Name a policy.
Mention
You're
one.
saying he has a bad moral character. What's his policy?
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't in politics when Biden. I mean, this is when I was like,
So you don't even know how he caused. Wait. So you don't even know how he caused inflation, yet you're blaming him for inflation.
Do I have to know how he caused it to know that it happened? Look at the statistics of what happens?
You need to know how he caused it, or what? What the hell?
What's more important, the stats of what happened?
You need to know specifically what caused this to occur, or what he did to cause that, right? And if you don't know what he did to cause it, then you can't blame him for it.
Well, the ARP was a big one in 21. That was one thing I did not like. I'm aware of that.
You said what?
The ARP, American Rescue Plan. I did not like that.
Okay, well, what about it? Name one provision within it you disagree with.
Well, when you have almost $2 trillion in stimulus spending, which obviously is going to help the lower classes and houses
What
and small
aspect?
businesses.
Tell me what provision within the bill you disagree with.
Well, he gave too much money into the economy, and when that happens, the demand couldn't keep up, and it's fucking caused.
Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, $4 trillion more debt-related spending.
Well, this is just one of his.
I like how you only apply it to that. When, by the way, the American Rescue Plan had within it increased the child tax credit that reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented. And that same child tax credit, Kamala Harris wanted to bring back.
I mean, I didn't like his how he handled COVID either. With I think his response to COVID with unemployment benefits that definitely also affected.
That was under
inflation,
Trump, actually. The unemployment benefits that happened under Trump.
No, it started under Trump, but from what I heard, the majority was under Biden.
Say that again.
It did start with Trump. It was before November, right? But when Biden took over, he amplified that act.
Which one?
The extended unemployment benefits.
Yeah. So you're saying that it was already existing under Trump, and Biden also agreed with it.
Well, Biden amplified it, like I said. I mean,
you mean continued exactly what Trump was already doing?
When COVID happens like that, you need some unemployment benefits because people lose they got jobs, right? You need something, right? But I don't like how I think he took it to overkill. That's my opinion on that.
How much did you agree with? When do you think he should have cut it off?
Well, I think he took people out of the workforce for too long, or encouraged that.
When should he have cut it off?
Specific, like how many months after?
Yep.
He got in office. I don't really remember how bad COVID. Well, I guess it depends on how businesses were responding, but I would say no more than 6 to 12 months. I mean, I don't really have the exact data on
the COVID unemployment benefits program officially ended September 6th, 2021. That is like within the 6 months after, by the way.
While the pandemic was still
around.
on, by the way.
It's about 9 months, I believe, eight or 9. But yeah,
it's 8 months. So that's within the time slot you just said, or just about. Marta, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you. Darling, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Chelsea with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Carolina, thank you so much as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, all the gifters. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean,
isn't it nice to hear Parker? Ryan,
Parker,
thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
Parker, you have a car, right? It's nice to have gas prices, lower than
gas
Biden's
prices
term,
are
right?
higher since Trump got in office.
No, it's wrong.
That's true.
I mean, pull up statistics here.
It is true.
Hold on one second.
Look at the Energy Information Administration. And then I also got asked, do you think that Caroline Leavitt, Pam Bondi, and Kristi Noem slept their way to the top?
Pam Bondi, I'm not too familiar with those candidates. I've heard of them, but I'd have to look into what they were before, what their positions were before, I guess their partners were, and analyze that. All right, here we go. So let's look at the numbers here. 2016 gas prices.
I have a question. Do you think that Joe Biden, Donald Trump, or Gavin Newsom slept their way to the top?
Do I think Gavin Newsom? I wouldn't say so. I mean, maybe, possibly. Like I said, I have to do some individual
You see how
research.
his first response was, I wouldn't say so, when it comes to men being brought up. But in relation to the women being talked about, he's like, oh, I'll have to look into it.
I just said.
Do you see that difference?
I just
Literally,
said,
do you see the difference? I knew it.
Did I not say?
You caught yourself. You caught yourself. You saw yourself doing it.
Fuck.
Don't act like you didn't.
Yeah, fair. You got me there. I can't even lie. You got me.
That's my point.
Right,
That's literally my point. That's what we're
gas
saying
prices.
is that this standard is always applied to women, but it's not applied to men in the same connotation. No difference in evidence. You were suspecting of it when it relates to the context of a woman, but when it related to the men, your initial response was nah.
Fuck. I mean, look, brother. I did get there eventually. It took me a sentence, but okay, whatever, bro. Screw it. All right, gas
you know
prices.
I got you there.
2016.
You know I'm right.
All right, you got me, King. 2016 gas prices, $2.14. 2018, $2.72. So during Trump's first term, they were all in that mid $2 range, right? 2020, $2.60. 2021, $3.41. 22, $4.35. All time high. 2022 is, I mean, sure, COVID had something to do with that. 23, $3.55. 24, $3.50. All right. Now in 25, we're already back down to $3.10. So it's a 40% decrease. So I don't know what you're fucking talking about, but I think data kind of proves it.
There was a wait. Hold up. There was a. Are you talking about gas increase?
Yeah, I compared Trump's first term, Biden's term, and then Trump's current term.
We were comparing since Trump got in office.
Yeah, it's 40
gas
cents
prices
lower than
have gone up since Trump got in office.
You want to show me a chart of that?
Yes, Energy Information Administration. Look up gas prices EIA. It was 307 when Trump got in office. It's 316 now.
At least where I'm from, that shit is lower.
By month, this is average for the country. I'm looking at it right now. 313, 307 when he first got in office in January, and 313 in August.
Holy shit. You're right. Fuck. Damn, bro. Yeah, respect. You got me there. Respect. I mean, it's if gas prices do stable out and decrease within the next 3 years, you'll respect that at least, right? And I mean, if the economy can, because I will agree, we definitely saw an increase in grocery prices during those few months.
We'd have to point to something that he did to cause that. That's my point with this, is that we have to point to things that he did to cause this. And if we don't point to things that he did to cause this, well, then we wouldn't be able to attribute it to him. It's just a correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. For example, during the context of the summertime, it is the case that there's an increase in the in ice cream consumption, but there's also an increase in violent crime. Do you think that people eating ice cream are causing more violent crime to exist?
No, those don't relate.
What's up?
I said no, those are not related.
Okay, exactly. So just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I never made that claim.
That's my point here.
Okay.
Is you have to actually know specifically what they would have done to cause this. You can't just associate it with them because it happened under their administration. So like when I'm pointing to Trump's admin, I'll mention things that have happened since Trump got in office, like economic indicators getting worse. And then I'll also show you what policies he passed that caused this. I'll give you basis in that by saying, oh, look at all the other economists that indicate this to be true. This is how tariffs operate. They rely on there being an increase in the cost of consumer goods in order to increase domestic production. So if you do agree with the fact that it increases domestic production, well, then you agree with the fact that it increases prices of consumer products. And then we talk about how that is passed down, right, to the consumer. And we talk about the influence that that has, particularly in terms of the level of taxation for lower income individuals to greater income or to higher income individuals. And that's what I'll show you. I'll give you an explanation for it. I'm not going to just say Trump did this because it happened under his term. I'm not necessarily saying Trump caused the increase in the gas prices, but he did do things that could have influenced the increase to it because he has got investment in renewable energy production in this country, which is going to cause an increase in the price of energy in this country because it is the case that we don't have as much substitutes for energy production in the United States being developed as what they would have been otherwise.
All right, here's an article from New York Times, which is obviously left-leaning. This was about 3 weeks ago. Prices are rising, but not for oil and gas. So yeah, that was kind of my original claim, was that gas is one of the things that's been down, which I appreciate. Plentiful supply and demand.
On average, it's up, but it's not up very much.
Plentiful supply and weak demand has helped bring down fuel prices. This is the price of crude oil dropped to $62.46 a barrel on Monday morning. This is a few weeks ago. Analysts say this could continue into next year. So I mean, I'm still confused of why you're saying it's going up. I don't have any claims of that on here that I'm seeing, but yeah.
No, this is from the Energy Information Administration. I'm giving you the government data. I'm telling you what it is.
Is that left leaning?
No, it's not. It's government.
Okay. Damn, this has been a good debate. I've learned a lot. I definitely will be more, critical of who I vote for in the coming elections. So yeah, appreciate that. Any other final questions or anything?
Nope.
All right, brother. Take care.
Peace.
Bye, Caleb.
Alrighty. I'm gonna thank some people and then I'm gonna get off for today. Thank you everyone for coming through. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. It seriously helps push out these. Apparently I was on like a featured page on YouTube or something like that, which is really, really cool for today. I really appreciate it, everyone. And I also found out this other thing I can do. I think I can like stream to shorts on YouTube as well. And I think I can actually do it simultaneously to the streams that I do here. And I've heard that they're really, really good there. So I'm going to start doing that. I got to figure that out. And hopefully we can get that going. That's something that I saw as well. But yeah, I actually don't think there's many people for me to think. I don't think I've really got anything since the last time I said thank you. So let me make sure. Yes, I am fully caught up. I am fully caught up. All right, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Is there any people you need to thank before we get off?
No, I do not. Thank you for having me up, Parker.
For sure,
appreciate it.
absolutely.
Bye, Chad.
Good seeing you, man.
Yep,
all right,
bye-bye.
everyone. Have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Good day, actually. Go check out Dean's stream. Parker Raid, love from Parker, everyone. Dean Withers on YouTube, and it's Dean on TikTok. I would also recommend, like, if you want to go check out my YouTube, I'd really appreciate that. I'm about to go post my YouTube videos right now. I would really, really, really appreciate if you go check out my YouTube, watch the shorts. I would really appreciate that. It would mean a lot to me. It would mean a lot to me. And subscribe if you haven't already. We're catching up to Dean right now. We're at 343,000 subs. We're like 40,000 behind Dean. We're really catching up, chat. We're catching up. We're gonna eclipse him. We got this. I'll see y'all. I love y'all so much.